Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When I came to my senses, I was naked, and it was winter. Of course, if my memory was correct, I went to sleep in my bed last night. While crouching and trembling as I tried to grasp the situation, I felt a strange sensation from the hands hugging my body, something I normally wouldn't have felt. What is this? My skin was soft, to a ridiculous degree. The fact that my voice sounded a little youthful wasn't even worth worrying about compared to this strange situation. When I opened my hands and looked, it wasn't my body. It was chubby and small, the body of a boy who looked about 5 years old. Looking around, I realized I was in some kind of street that looked like it belonged in the Middle Ages at night. In short, to sum it up, I couldn't understand a single thing that had happened to me. While I stood there shivering with a dumbfounded expression, I suddenly heard someone's surprised voice. "Oh my, hey, is that a naked child from the orphanage?" "Looks like it. What are you doing there in this cold, child?" "Huh." Two middle-aged women dressed like nannies rushed over and threw their clothes over me. "Huh. Not one of the orphans, it's a face I haven't seen before." "Then this child is, oh dear, how pitiful, tusk. Excuse me, where am I?" At my childlike, slurred question, pity flashed across the women's faces. "Oh dear, he doesn't seem to understand what's going on yet. If someone abandoned him in this weather, then they basically left him to die. People like that deserve divine punishment." "No, what are you talk? Let's get you inside first, or you'll freeze to death." I was dragged into a building by the hand of the more pushy woman. Inside, a dreadful scene awaited: dirty children choking each other, beating one another up and crying loudly. It wasn't exactly surprising. When you have more than 50 kids under 10 years old, this kind of chaos is normal. The women, too, didn't get angry but clapped their hands to get everyone's attention. "Okay, everyone, we have a new friend today. Please be kind and treat him warmly." As I felt dozens of curious gazes on me, a realization dawned. Could this possibly be that Isekai reincarnation thing? Why the fuck is this happening to me when I didn't do anything? Oh my, in our orphanage, we can't use such bad words. I had no idea what was going on. After my reincarnation, I spent the next 5 years until I turned 10, agonizing thousands of times. Why me? It's not like I killed myself out of despair, nor did I get hit by a truck. I wasn't betrayed by a lover, nor was I defeated by my worst enemy in a climactic battle. I was just living an ordinary life, and one day I dozed off because I was tired. If I've committed a sin, maybe it was that I lived contentedly with a mundane life. And when I opened my eyes, I was a complete orphan. It felt like getting slapped hard across the face while walking down the street. I kept thinking about what reason some fucking bastard had to send someone like me, who just lived decently and without much trouble, into this place, leaving others who were truly suffering alone. But no answer came. What could I do? In this world, I was just an ordinary orphan. I simply lived. "All right, everyone, class is about to start, so gather in the classroom, Tilda." Yees, Tilda. Living at the orphanage, there was something I came to realize. This country has a lot of money. Jern, how much allowance did you get? 500 Cooper. What? Why did you get double what I got? It's not that I got more, it's that yours was cut in half because you peed on Lewis's face while he was sleeping last time. He said I could pee on him if he didn't wake up. Jern, that's the name I was given. I still wasn't used to it. I blankly stared at the green coin in my hand before putting it in my pocket. It's not like I had to buy my own meals with this. Meals were provided regularly and punctually, and the allowance was more for snacks or cultural activities. Even the quality of meals wasn't an issue. There were so many strange vegetables and meats that I couldn't say for sure what was what, but seeing the kids bulk up over the past 3 years instead of just growing made me wonder if they were mixing in some kind of growth stimulant. The quantity was also sufficient. The living space was also fine, 4 people to a room, but the room was spacious enough that it didn't feel cramped and you could take a bath whenever you wanted. More than anything, they were serious about education. Who knows the 3 essential things for farming? Me land strength and water. Of course strength is necessary, but no matter how hard you till the soil, without this, crops won't grow. Try thinking again. Compared to South Korea, the education here was at an elementary school level, but that was simply because we were of elementary school age. When I eavesdropped on the lessons given to slightly older orphans, I realized they were teaching a wide range of subjects with genuine effort. Mathematics and science were only taught at a basic level. Most of the focus was on history, law, language, and career experiences meant to broaden future options. There were even programs to support children with academic talent so they could become civil servants. Honestly, I hadn't expected it to be this thorough. When I first heard it was a medieval orphanage, I imagined something like a gangster group that didn't even feed the kids and forced them to beg while beating them, but to find such a bright and hopeful place instead. It was nothing short of fortunate for me. While I sat in class, silently sending boundless gratitude to the unknown princess who had put effort into child welfare, crumpled paper balls kept lightly flying at me from behind. I ignored it at first, but when I heard the cautious sound of a stone being pulled out from the desk, I frowned and turned my head slightly. What? You have to go watch the performance after class. After thinking it over for a moment, I realized this was one of those classic kid-style invitations where the decision had already been made for me. Lately, the kids had been clinging to me a lot, probably because my black hair was quite a unique trait and sparked their interest. The blonde girl who spoke with a silly smile, her name was Linmal, I think. We are fairly close probably, maybe. I shook my head. I'm not interested in the performance. Then what are you gonna do? I'm going to watch ants, and if it gets boring I'm going to step on them. Sounds fun. Can I join? You're going to the perform, never mind. At this age, whimsical didn't even begin to describe how fast kids changed their minds. Seeing the teacher spitting as he energetically wrote the fundamental elements of farming on the board, I replied quietly. Actually, I have to study, so I can't hang out with you, sorry. Study. We're doing that now. I have to do more. Why? Because smart kids get adopted more easily. Adopted. It means parents show up and come to take us away. My mom and dad said they left for a faraway country. Don't you think even fake parents would be better than nothing? As I gave a nervous answer, Linmal thought for a while then nodded. Yeah, that sounds good, I'll study too. Phew. The facilities were nice and the way people looked at us wasn't all that bad, but at the end of the day it was still an orphanage. The first wish of kids who hadn't been completely broken yet was to be adopted. Whether adoption was possible or not was generally decided around the age of 10. From what I'd heard, no one got adopted after turning 10. But to be honest, I didn't want to be adopted. I didn't want to treat some strangers as my parents. Becoming a scribe was the full extent of my goals. Of course, the path of a knight was the one that could bring wealth and fame, but... Thwack. Jarn your weak. A wooden sword was resting on top of my head. Naturally, with so many kids dreaming of becoming knights, there was a training ground and wooden swords at the orphanage, so I once brought Linmal out to spar. But I guess I had no talent for the sword. I had no clue how people made swords come alive or whatever. If anything, it was Linmal who clearly had talent for swordsmanship. She accurately countered my limp movements and rubbed the wooden sword against my crown. Even the technique of pulling her strength at the last second to avoid injuring me, this kid was definitely going to be a knight. With a sigh, I pushed the sword off the top of my head. You're amazing. What Jern is way cooler. You got first place in the history test again, didn't you? That's... I was the only one paying attention in class. I mean, my mental software was that of an adult man. If I couldn't memorize elementary school-level material, I might as well go die. From my perspective, Linmal, who had talent in swordsmanship, was way more impressive. I'd seen tons of kids who were good at studying back on Earth, but I'd never seen someone who could actually handle a sword well. I cleaned up the area and stood up. Let's live here in moderation too, just be content with what I was given. It was the next morning that I realized I had a talent that wouldn't let me do just that. Early morning. When I woke up, the ceiling was wobbling. What the? As I tried to get up from the bed crash, I rolled off hard onto the floor. My legs wouldn't move and the floor against my cheek was freezing cold. My body was burning. It felt like my entire body had become a ball of fire. When I called for help in a cracked voice, the kids who had just started waking up screamed in shock. Jern's dead. Should we call the director? The shouting made my head throb and my mind became hazy. I slipped back into sleep. A severe cold, the flu, no, it was something else. It didn't feel like I was sick, it felt like something was mixing into me. When I opened my eyes in the infirmary, I saw the director and the teachers looking at me with grave expressions, an unusual sight. It's not like they would all gather just because one kid caught a cold. Feeling uneasy, I asked, "What's going on? Am I dying?" They exchanged quiet words among themselves, and then the director, wearing a sorrowful expression, began to speak. "Jern, your parents gave you a terrible gift." "Sorry." Awakening fever, that was the name of the illness that had burned through my body. To put it simply, it's the pain that all wizards experience during childhood. I thought, what kind of wizard would I be when I didn't even know magic? But that's not what it meant. In this world, wizards are like people born with 3 arms. You have to be born that way to use magic. If you weren't, then no matter what you did, you'd never be able to use it. Naturally, people with 3 arms aren't born so easily. Even with an outrageous stroke of luck, maybe one is born every 10 years, and even then, it's usually because they have a wizard somewhere in their ancestry. But there is exactly one guaranteed way to produce a wizard if both parents are wizards. Wait just a moment, from what I know, wizards. As I trailed off, recalling what I'd heard during class, the director nodded gravely. This shouldn't we be using honorifics? It's not certain, could be from a distant ancestor. Still, we should consider hiding it for now. A bewildering secret about my birth. It seemed I was an illegitimate child of a noble. The reason was simple, all nobles are wizards. Because since ancient times, nobles have continually married actual wizards with truly noble blood. So now, all nobles are born with the talent for magic. Of course, there are people who are wizards but not nobles, but they're extremely rare. I was taught they were like prophets training in the snowy mountains. And I couldn't imagine people like that having children, so the likelihood of me being a noble's illegitimate child was high. A kid like me, an orphan, actually had noble blood. I didn't particularly want this kind of social reversal. I'm sorry, Jern, but this matter. This is bad. And not exactly, but going around telling people won't do you any good either. I gave it a moment's thought. They were trying to comfort me, but yes, this was bad. The fact that someone who isn't a noble is a wizard is, from a noble's perspective, extremely unpleasant. Even from the commoner's side, it's hard to deal with. It's similar to a messed up family registry. I had become something difficult for both nobles and commoners to handle. So, for now, I'll keep it hidden. Oh, yes, let's do that. Don't go showing it off in front of others. Okay. Hearing me agree so obediently only made the teachers more anxious. But really, why would I go around flaunting a tumor-like secret that would only turn into a weakness the moment it was revealed? Unless I was some once-in-a-generation genius. After levitating about 100 books in the storage room, my opinion started to shift a little. Maybe I really do have some talent. After experiencing what is called the world of magic and finishing off the books that weren't all that helpful, I was able to come to one conclusion. The standard is reversed. It's not that wizards are special, it's that humans who aren't wizards are special. I didn't know this before becoming one of these wizard folk, but the world was an ocean. Everything in the world is inside the sea. We just haven't realized it. However, there is one existence that deviates from that law. Humans. Humans walk on the surface of the sea. Because of that, they cannot feel the ocean currents. They have no idea what is happening beneath the sea. It's an incredible advantage. Just by not being swept away by the currents, humans are superior to wizards. Wizards are nothing more than deformed beings who have lost the ability to walk on the surface and have fallen into it. It seems that all nobles are morons. To think they actually want to become something like this. It is convenient, though. I pushed a floating book in the air into the bookshelf. It was a fairly narrow slot, but the book went in slowly and precisely. It was a strange feeling. If it had been the me before experiencing the awakening fever, I would have dismissed it as a miracle. But now I know this is really nothing. You know how when you move your limbs underwater, the waves travel far through the water? My magic is similar. For now, I've decided to call it a current. By grabbing the book, I make it realize that it's underwater. It sounds confusing, but it's simple. Since I'm underwater when I touch the book, it also becomes aware that it's underwater. Then this thing floats. Now if I create a current and let it ride it, it slowly moves forward. Someday it'll fall, but slower than it would outside of the water. Before and after realizing that the world is actually under the sea, that tiny bit of understanding makes a huge difference. The problem is this. How strong is this? I scanned the roughly 100 books floating in the air and let out a hum. They're all calmly floating around my waist level. It's not particularly hard. As long as I don't lose consciousness, I feel like I could maintain this for several hours. Maybe even if I lose it. No, I'm not even sure if I'm actually using any effort. After a brief moment of thought, I placed my foot on one of the books. Thud. As soon as I put a little weight on it, it sank straight to the ground. Seems it can't support my body weight. Just how high is this level? Am I some kind of magical prodigy of the century? Or is it something any wizard could do and I'm just being overly dramatic because I don't know any other wizards? I combed through the orphanage's attached library like I was picking lice, but anything related to magic was either fairy tale-y or barely beyond that level, so I couldn't find any proper information. Unless I trespass into the Imperial Library and read their magic-related books, but that place only allows nobles, so I can't go. The best option is probably to just stop caring and live like this. However, it's not without reason that I think of wizards as humans who have fallen into the sea. After experiencing the awakening fever, I've been seeing strange black figures. Sometimes they talk to me, if you can call circling around me while making laughter-like noises talking. I call them deep-sea creatures, because anyone could see from their movement that they were swimming like fish. Though I don't think they're just fish. Even though I can only see the silhouette, their long, sharp teeth are distinct, grotesque bodies. Someday, if the time comes when these things notice me, I don't think anything good will come of it. Sometimes, when the currents of the sea suddenly surge, I even trip and fall in midair. Not joking, if it gets worse, I might just suddenly go flying into the sky while walking. The result would be instant death, no matter how I look at it. How do wizards handle situations like this? I have no idea. Could there be a kind noble who appears like a miracle and tells me what I need to do as a novice wizard? No, then what should I do? Sigh. I need to find a way to seal away my magic for life, or at the very least, a way to escape this situation. If there's no book with that method in this tiny orphanage library, I have to go to another library. It only took a moment to come up with a plan. I returned to the dormitory, pulled out the piggy bank I had kept deep under the bed and smashed it while shedding tears. Clang. The other kids who saw that freaked out and jumped. Jern, what are you doing right now? Jern's gone crazy, he broke his piggy bank. The piggy bank the director gave to all the children, telling us to save at least a tenth of our allowance little by little for when we become independent. If you break that, you can't even play in solitary for at least 3 days, you have to study the whole time. To be honest, for me, that's not even a punishment, but the problem is that my savings are the highest in the history of the orphanage. Since I never found a reason to spend, I saved all my allowance. Even though it was a small amount, over the 5 years since I started receiving allowance, it had grown into a sizable sum. It was like a marshmallow for the future that would someday come, but I'm drifting alone in a vast sea. This isn't the time to be picky about means and methods. Just tell them I stepped out for a bit. I stuffed the money into a leather pouch and headed straight to Ainlin SC's clothing store. Ainlin SSI runs a small clothing shop nearby and is a former top-notch fashion designer who made a name for herself in the capital. I've barely spent money on clothes in either this life or my previous one, but I owed her a lot since she volunteered to mend the children's clothes for free. She's such a kind person that when I opened the shop door and walked in, she welcomed me with a bright face. Oh my, isn't it Jern? Looks like your sleeve's torn again. No, I came to buy clothes. Clothes? Well, you are at an age where you're growing, but didn't we just fit you with something barely a month ago? It's not that, I mean real clothes. I stood on tiptoe and placed the leather pouch filled with money on the counter. Ainlin SSI slightly opened the pouch and startled waved her hands. Jern, you must be misunderstanding something. You don't need this much money to buy clothes. If you broke your piggy bank, I'll speak to the director for you, so don't worry. That's okay, can you make me an outfit like the ones nobles wear? If it's not enough, I'll give you more from my allowance later.
Henley.
Ainlin SSI looked puzzled for a moment, then soon showed a warm expression like she was looking at a child with dreams. Looked like she thought it was just some childhood whim of wanting to be a noble. If that's the case, I have just the thing, wait here for a moment. Ainlin SSI went into the storage room and soon brought out a somewhat vintage-looking outfit. Woven in white and blue, even I, who knows nothing about clothes, could tell it was well made, though it had gathered a bit of dust. I once put all my heart into making this outfit. But it was returned just because the color of the day wasn't blue, no one ever wore it. Seeing how absurd that reason was, it probably really had been made for an actual noble. How much is it? It was just rotting away in the storage anyway, so I don't need money, but instead make one promise with this auntie.
A promise.
Yes, from now on, before you ever break your piggy bank, you must consult with this auntie first and try to find another way.
Can you promise that?
Okay. Save the money, nice, then wait a moment if I touch up the faded parts a bit. She tapped the clothes with some strange machine to remove the dust, and after applying a transparent reagent, the outfit looked completely new. Wearing the clothes and beret, I spun around once in front of the mirror and looked quite noble-like. Ainlin SSI kept praising me, saying I looked cute. Oh my, how adorable. You look like a little angel.
Thank you.
After that, I chatted with the auntie for over 30 minutes, but since I managed to save the money I had collected over the past 5 years, it was still a win. After leaving the clothing shop, I washed my face at the nearby well, tidied my hair, and used the money I had saved to take a carriage. I was originally planning to walk for over 2 hours. The destination was the center of the capital. Although the orphanage was also in the capital, it was on the outskirts, so even by carriage, it would take over 30 minutes just to reach the center. When I got off the carriage, what came into view was a massive cathedral soaring into the sky that had always seemed faint from the orphanage now clear and vibrant, the bustling streets filled with countless people. My head spun from the overwhelming flood of information, but I'd come once before on a field trip, so I knew the way. I headed straight for the library. It wasn't too far, and before long I arrived at a massive curved building so large it blocked out the sun, huge even by the standards of someone like me who had seen great architectural structures in my previous world. In front of the building, the guards were chatting idly, but as they saw me approach, they exchanged a glance and crossed their spears. Excuse me, may I ask where you're from?
My mouth went dry.
I felt like if I opened my mouth, a nervous and pathetic voice would come out, so I didn't speak. Instead, I acted annoyed and gestured with my finger for them to move the spears. At the same time, I disturbed the current. It was my first time using magic on someone else, so I was worried if it would work. The spears moved aside naturally, and though the guards tilted their heads, they opened the path. There wasn't anyone scheduled to come today. I didn't say I was coming, can I go in? Why yes, please go ahead. Even though they had confused expressions, it seemed they concluded I must be a noble since I used magic, so they let me through. Once I entered the library, I had a moment to clutch my pounding heart. Phew, it worked. If it hadn't, I had already scouted escape routes to run away immediately. Of course, just getting inside didn't mean anything was over. True to its name, the library was stacked with books everywhere, and there seemed to be almost no people around, no footsteps to be heard. Looking at the bookshelves that towered 10 times higher than my height, I couldn't help but sigh. If I tried to find the book I wanted myself, it would probably take a whole year. I needed a librarian. I walked quickly with my short legs toward the center and saw a woman seated at a desk that looked like an information desk, lazily reading a book. Casual clothes, long white hair reaching her waist, black eyes, a face that seemed somewhat worn out, and long ears. An elf, my first time seeing a different race. Even the simple act of flipping a page with her fingers felt distinctly different from an ordinary person. Her presence alone made it feel like speaking to her was not permitted, and I swallowed hard. Still, what had to be done had to be done. I stepped forward and opened my mouth.
Excuse.
As I spoke, the elf's eyes, which had been glued to the book, turned toward me. Are you perhaps the librarian? It was the kind of situation where I should have spoken down to her, but the elf's aura didn't allow it. The elf stared at me intently for a moment. Was she not the librarian? Did I get it wrong? Am I screwed? All kinds of thoughts raced through my head until the elf closed her book and lowered her head. My apologies. Pardon. I committed a discourtesy because I was told no one would be visiting today. I am Duria Espandel. The elf lifted the hem of her skirt and gave a polite greeting, her face expressionless. How may I assist you? Well. Things were going well? That's what I thought until it should have ended there. But for some reason, seeing the unmoving expression on the librarian's face gave me a sinking feeling in my chest, and I slowly opened my mouth. People often said, Duria Espandel, who had the highest possibility of reaching the celestial realm, was the greatest wizard in the empire. Those who walked the path of magic would conclude that it was a premature judgment since one could not be ranked merely by the place one had reached. But no one denied that she was a leading wizard and that she continued to train even in this very moment. However, those who knew the elf called Duria Espandel gave a different answer. Janim, you need to cultivate sociability, not magic. Duria stopped turning the page and glared with a displeased expression at her servant, who had just made an impudent remark. But the head maid Seal kept poking the campfire with a poker while stabbing her with cold words. In the past week, how many times have you spoken to someone other than me? Countless times. Do you think I remember every single one? Conversations not related to magic, I mean. There is no reason to engage in unnecessary conversation. My mission is to walk the path of magic. I once heard the saying, before you walk the path of magic, walk the path of humanity. I believe it was some Duria something who said that. What are you trying to say? Duria threw her book in anger. Seal, without even looking, caught it skillfully and slid it back into the bookshelf before replying. What I am trying to say is, you should step out of the magic tower, get some fresh air, and talk with people. Even if you reach the peak in magic, if you are crushed to the bottom as a person, then the order of things is reversed. You are tiresome. Do you know this is the 40th time you have said that? If I have said it that many times, don't you think it is about time you listen? Even my patience has its limits. As I said, I have the mission of walking the path of magic. You know well I have no time to exchange emotions with others. Duria realized Seal was truly intent on driving her out, so she tried appealing emotionally. But it was meaningless to someone who had resolved to drag this shut-in out of her room no matter what. Seal put down the duster, turned her head and looked at Duria with hollow eyes. Your mind is rotting away. It seems I must resort to force today. Please understand that raising my fist to my master comes only from loyalty. Fine, no matter how much I am indebted to you, this time you will know the difference in our levels deep in your bones. Exactly 5 minutes later, Duria found herself standing absent-mindedly on the capital's main street with nothing but enough money to buy a small castle and a shabby robe, under orders not to return for a week. I was only trying to help. Muttering in vain, Duria let out a sigh and began walking. It was not that she had truly fought Seal. Without her, Duria would have died in long ago. To attack one's lifesaver in earnest was something even a beast would not do, so they had settled it with rock, paper, scissors. So that line about raising her fist was psychological warfare. Admitting defeat with admiration for Seal's cunning in unconsciously drawing her to scissors, Duria headed to the house of a noble who owed her a debt. Duria, please stay as long as you like, whenever you like, and do whatever you please, thank you. Before she could even explain her situation, the Count bowed so deeply his nose nearly touched the ground, offering the best room in his mansion. It was only natural treatment for the Empire's greatest wizard, so she accepted it, lay down lazily in the room and reached for a book, only to realize there was no bookshelf. Tusk. How could there be no bookshelf in a room? Could this even be called a room? Such thoughts passed through her mind before she opened the window and leapt out. There was a garden below, but the place where she landed was the library. She had originally intended to grab a book and read it in her room, but while browsing she came across a rather curious one. How to teach simple magic to insect familiars. She rubbed the cover, it was freshly arrived, still warm. She sat down in a random seat, intending to read just a few pages, checked the overview, and then...
Excuse.
Someone had spoken to her. When Duria checked her biological rhythm, she realized that already an hour had passed. It was a time when someone could very well come in. This will become bothersome, she thought, intending to reply briefly and return to the Count's room with her book. But then she heard a very strange voice. "Are you a librarian by any chance?" Only then did Duria look at the person in front of her. Black hair, small build, still with traces of baby fat, he was a noble child who still knew nothing of the world. From the start, Duria did not have such self-importance as to be angry at not being recognized, and the boy was fidgeting, waiting for her reply. Having had little experience dealing with children, Duria considered what answer to give. First option, ignore him. The boy would suffer a deep wound in his heart, but nothing else would happen and the situation would be over. Duria examined the boy's appearance. She rarely had reason to look at a human child, but he was cuter than she had expected. She did not particularly feel like hurting him. Second option, declare, "How dare you call me a mere librarian," and lecture him. The boy would develop a trauma and live timidly for the rest of his life, and Seal would kill her in the most horrible way. She could not accept such a miserable future. Third option, say she was not a librarian and leave. That would be the most proper answer, but suddenly Duria recalled Seal's quest. Go out of the magic tower, get some fresh air, and meet people. She had left the magic tower, that much was true, she had gotten fresh air. That too was undoubtedly true, meet a person and have a conversation. The Count, upon seeing her face, had buried his head like an ostrich and been unable to utter a single word. That was not a conversation. The final quest had not yet been completed. Simply saying she was not a librarian and leaving would also not be a conversation but mere exchange of facts. Thus, Duria chose the fourth option, acknowledging it. "My apologies. Pardon. I committed a discourtesy because I was told no one would be visiting today. I am Duria Espandel." Duria lifted her skirt slightly and gave a small bow. "How may I assist you?" Well." Seeing the boy flustered, Duria for some reason felt a hint of amusement. Perhaps he had sorted out his thoughts, for after swallowing once he asked, "I would like to read books about the basics of magic." "What kind?" "Pardon." "Spirit studies, magitech, elementalism, and so forth. The branches and schools of magic exceed hundreds. Which kind of basics would you like to explore?" "Well, actually, I do not know. It has not been long since I suffered awakening fever." Duria looked at the boy with slight surprise. Her eyes unraveled the flow of mana, peering deep within. The boy's spirit was not yet accustomed at all to the world he had entered. As he had said, he was likely a beginner wizard who had gone through awakening fever within the past week. As a senior, Duria felt a faint sense of responsibility and guided him. "Follow me." Since the library was a place any noble could enter, the overall quality of books was not very high. Duria had read only about 80% of the 100,000 books here, but she still knew where each type of book was located. She pulled about 100 books toward them with telekinesis and arranged them nearby. The boy immediately opened one and read for about 5 minutes before frowning. "Excuse me, but is there nothing about how not to get hurt by magic?" "Pardon." Duria tilted her head. "Not get hurt by his own magic." "Why would magic try to kill its user? I do not understand the question. What do you mean by surviving from magic? Perhaps you studied elemental magic of the wild flame system." "No, I mean those black things, him. They are not here anyway. Besides that, how should I say it? Currents, waves, those seem kind of dangerous." "Currents, waves?" Duria asked again with a puzzled expression. The boy was speaking of concepts she had never once heard in her entire life of studying magic. The boy then looked as though he had made some mistake and soon bowed his head. "No, I must have been mistaken. Thank you for finding these for me." Duria watched the boy as he gathered up the books to leave. After a moment's hesitation, she thought, well, I cannot return for a while anyway. Spending a little time should be fine, so she stopped him. "Could you show me your magic once?" "My magic?" "Yes, I have some knowledge, so if I see it, I may understand what you are saying." Magic, I don't know if this can really be called magic, but very well." The boy made an uncertain face, then lifted the books he was holding into the air. The books did not fall. He continued stacking the books in the air, 2, 3, 4. When the number exceeded 30, Duria stopped him and asked, "Isn't it difficult?" "No, not at all. I can handle over 100. The book still floated without the slightest movement, so it was not mere boasting. If true, he was an extraordinary, impossible talent of a telekinetic wizard, but something was strange. The boy was using magic without consuming any mana. There was no sense of mana flow at all. It was as if he were levitating them with psychic powers. For the first time in a long while, Duria felt genuine interest. She pressed lightly on one of the books. The boy did not feel any strain and only tilted his head. Duria, again finding him a little cute, pressed the book all the way down to the floor. How much weight can you handle? About as heavy as one book. I can also manage lighter things. Could you try dropping them? I can't do that.
You can't.
They fall if they get far away. About 50 meters or so. It grew stranger. The boy could not control the phenomenon he had caused at all. No, was this even magic? He was using magic without using mana. Faced with such an unusual situation, Duria was left speechless. The boy, watching her, soon spoke. It may not help, but I think of magic as the sea. W8. Duria instinctively realized what the boy was about to say, and cut him off. She looked at him with a troubled expression as the curiosity of a wizard clashed with her conscience. Right now, the boy was speaking of enlightenment, the law that composes the wizard's inner world. A ball placed on a hill rolls downward, water boils when heated, ice melts over time. These are the laws that define the world. In other words, for the world to exist, it must have laws. And so, naturally, even in the chaotic inner world of a wizard, there are laws that define it. That is called enlightenment. To know a wizard's enlightenment is to know the wizard. Thus, wizards hide their enlightenment, for the moment it is revealed, their inner world can be interpreted. Even for a fledgling child wizard, enlightenment is enlightenment. To steal it from one who does not yet understand its importance would be vile and disgraceful. Duria felt a heavy conflict, but her thirst for knowledge burned at the incomprehensible phenomenon before her. She compromised with herself in her heart. If she heard the enlightenment, she would never tell anyone. Soothing her conscience, she nodded. Please tell me. Yes, I think the world is the sea, people walk above it, and wizards are those who have fallen into the sea. Why do you think that? Because, after becoming a wizard, the place I exist feels too much like the bottom of the sea. These books, rather than me holding them up with force, I think of them as floating by buoyancy. Duria immediately activated her mystic eyes and looked at the floating books. It was certain. Very, very faintly, the books were sinking toward the floor. It was so faint that one would never have noticed. Even calling it falling felt strange. If one had to put it into words, yes, they were sinking. This might sound strange, but that's why I don't think wizards are much better than ordinary people. The deep sea has so many dangers, doesn't it? I don't even know how to survive down there. Ever since I suffered awakening fever, I keep seeing black figures. And it's obvious they're not friendly toward me, so I avoid them. And sometimes currents, or maybe I should call them flows, keep surging at me. Last time I even got knocked over by one and nearly got seriously hurt. I wanted to know how to deal with things like that. Duria could not focus on the boy's words, because her mastery of the path of magic among the greatest in history had unraveled the phenomenon and revealed the truth. And the truth was that nature itself could, at times, be unbelievably cruel. She realized inwardly that she should not say what she had discovered, but she did not have enough empathy to conceal the truth. Is there some problem? Yet even Duria felt a touch of pity and slowly opened her mouth. Most likely, your inner world is the deep sea, specifically the deep sea among inner worlds. Of course, I did not understand even a bit of what was being said. As I stood there with a question mark over my head, the librarian began explaining in an even quieter voice. Magic refers to the act of overlaying one's own world of imagery upon the world called reality. This personal world is called the inner world, and it is born at the very moment one experiences awakening fever. I guess that must have something to do with my situation. That is correct. The first inner world any wizard opens is ordinary. How vast could the world opened by a mere 10-year-old possibly be? Because it is not much different from reality, we call it the material realm. The ultimate goal of a wizard who cultivates their inner world through training is to reach the celestial realm. Those who reach it can perform magic freely, unrestricted by the laws of the world, and that state is commonly referred to as that of an archmage. As I listened carefully to this magic lore for the first time, the librarian continued in a somewhat subdued tone. But sometimes, truly sometimes, during the process of cultivating one's inner world, one uses forbidden magic or receives improper teaching, and the world collapses and falls. It falls into the deep sea. That sounds extremely ominous. It really is. Ironically, the deep sea, which everyone avoids, is very similar to the much-admired celestial realm. They are not bound by the laws of the world, they wield bizarre magic of a completely different track, and they impose laws upon the world that even archmages cannot comprehend. Then what is so bad about it? You are rejected by the world you created. That alone is the only factor distinguishing the celestial realm from the deep sea, but at the same time it is everything. Because a wizard lives within the world they created, being rejected by that world is essentially a future of endless suffering and a wretched death. After thinking for a moment, I asked a question. From what you've said, I don't really understand how terrible my situation actually is. Do you have an example? 132 years ago, a promising flame elemental wizard named Raven Krunarf dabbled in black magic to summon a demon and drank its squeezed essence to cultivate his inner world. His inner world fell into the deep sea, and it became a forest where wildfires never extinguished. The first person to notice was an academy cadet who realized his body always smelled of smoke, and when they captured him and removed his mask, his entire body was covered in blisters from severe burns. In the process of arresting him, he killed 3 knights and escaped. However, 2 months later he was found floating in a pond, dried up like black charcoal. Ironically, his cause of death was not burning but drowning. Unable to endure the pain, he had thrown himself into the pond, but his inner world did not forgive even his corpse and burned it. I instantly recoiled in horror. I don't think I'm at that level. No wizard in history has ever fallen into the deep sea at birth. Therefore, it is difficult to predict, but most likely the reason you are still intact is because your mind is still immature. If you become accustomed to your world and end up living more in the deep sea than the material realm as a wizard, then you will meet a similar end. Since your inner world is the deep sea, you will come to know what happens to a human body in the deepest part of the ocean. I was more astonished at the librarian's erudition than at the death sentence I had just heard. Do librarians at the Imperial Library have this much knowledge? Sighing, I reconfirmed the facts. I get it roughly. Since my inner world is the deep sea, I'll either drown, get eaten by deep sea creatures. No, before that I'll probably be crushed to death by water pressure. Exactly. Whether I learn magic or not, it's the same.
Yes.
The term "an egg submerged in water" would be the most fitting description of your state. You cannot hatch, and even if you do, only death awaits you. And if you refuse to hatch, the result is the same. There's really no answer to this. I scratched my head, then bowed my head to the librarian in gratitude. It's horrible, but thank you for telling me my fate. I'm sorry, perhaps it was something better left unknown. I asked, so it's fine. It's far better than dying without knowing why. I picked up the book again. Still, at least now I know what I have to do. There's no need to make extreme choices already. At the very least, try not to leave any regrets. No, I'm not going to commit suicide, don't worry. Then what do you intend to do? Whether it's deep-sea creatures, drowning, or being crushed to death by water pressure, I'll at least try. I had absolutely no intention of just dying. If this was the price of being born into a new world, I would overcome it no matter what it took. First off, drowning, there's nothing I can do about that right now, so I'll set it aside. Water pressure, maybe I could wear some kind of suit. And deep-sea creatures, what even are those? I've never even heard of them. Duria, who had been staring at me indifferently, opened her mouth. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but I will be honest with you.
Yes.
There is no way to survive in the inner world. You will meet the worst death you can imagine. I recommend doing the things you wanted to do and then throwing yourself in. It will be far less painful. Yes, it does seem that way. Of all things, I ended up with the deep sea. What bad luck. It may be hard to accept, but it is the truth, so spending the time you have left in a meaningful way. The librarian tilted her head slightly and asked, "You do understand that?" I understand that no matter what I do, it's meaningless, and the end will only be a horribly painful death. Is meaningless effort your goal? No, it's just unfair, isn't it? I'm only 10 and here I am talking about dying already. Rather than giving up and living my remaining time well before I die, I'd rather struggle my whole life, succeed or not, and die pathetically. By reaching out for any means necessary. Absolutely, the librarian looked at me with mild surprise, then soon pulled out another book and began reading. Will you continue to visit this library in the future? Probably. I am here at this time occasionally, so if there is anything you don't know, please feel free to ask me. I will answer. Ugh. I brightened and bowed my head. Thank you. Think nothing of it. May I have your name? My name is. Right, she thinks I'm a noble. I racked my brain for a plausible family name and added. I am Jern Rusfeld. It will be a short time, but please take care of me. For some reason, the librarian gave me a slightly puzzled look, but surely she couldn't have memorized all the noble family names one by one. Jern, I think I'm going to die from the heat. Now I know how shrimp feel being grilled in a steamer. The scorching heat had turned even the tireless kids docile like cats, such is nature. I casually replied while reading a borrowed book on Magitech. It's because you're moving. If you stay still, it won't be as hot. I'm staying still and it's still hot, okay. Aren't you hot, Jern? I felt slightly puzzled at Linmul's melting voice. I knew it was humid, but was it really that bad? Looking around at the other children, I saw them drenched in sweat, unable to endure it, with some having already left for the well. There seemed to be a fight breaking out at the well as they waited their turn, and Linmul was already singing about how hot it was even though she had doused herself with water once. I wasn't like that. No, I wasn't sweating a single drop. It was definitely unnatural. Could it be connected to my inner world? Ugh. So it is related. When a human enters the deep sea, they are crushed to death. If I somehow obtain a way to endure that pressure, I would still suffocate to death. If I solved even the problem of suffocation, next I would have to survive the deep sea creatures. A human who can't even swim would be an easy prey for them, and even if I somehow solved that, I would die of hypothermia. The temperature of the deep sea is not suitable for human survival. But I decided to think positively. Out of all the elements that could kill me, this one alone was actually helping me. Thanks to it, I could stay cool even in this sweltering heat. As I focused again on my reading, Linmul suddenly came up and wrapped her arms around my neck. What is it? Wow, what's this, Jern? You're kind of cool. Your skin feels like ice. It wasn't that bad yet. Since my mind was still in the process of adapting to the inner world, the penalties affecting me were almost non-existent for now. Even the currents only pushed me slightly. The creatures living in the deep sea barely noticed my presence, and I could breathe perfectly fine. With things like that, my body temperature probably hadn't dropped to a level that would affect my health. At most, it probably felt about 2 or 3 degrees cooler. Let's stay together today, don't leave me. I ignored Linmul's rubbing against me with all my strength and continued reading Introduction to Magitech. Reading didn't change anything. I couldn't learn magic through ordinary methods anyway. The level of the place I was in was far too high compared to me, like a little kid inside a spaceship created by an ultra-advanced civilization. If the magic I could produce was supposed to be what moved that spaceship, then I couldn't do anything. If I tried to control it recklessly, I'd only cause something terrible to happen, but that didn't mean I could just sit and do nothing. Starting from something like multiplication tables and trying to understand the engineering formulas that moved the spaceship might look stupid to others, but wasn't it better than blankly accepting my fate? And in truth, it wasn't as though I had achieved nothing. I was gradually getting used to it. Step away, a breeze will blow soon and it'll be cool. I touched the current with my finger. I still didn't know exactly how it worked, but I thought I was beginning to understand how to apply force a little farther away and in what way. Unlike at first, when I could only focus it at a single point, now I could make it flow more widely over a larger area. The current became wind purely because of my own lack of skill. Wow, how did you know? That's amazing. Linmul stepped back, her eyes sparkling, and spread her arms wide to feel the breeze. Even the other orphanage kids who had been listless ran outside excitedly. It was only wind now, but if I grew more accustomed to it, I might be able to make others outside the sea feel what I felt. Then they too would experience the power of the deep sea. I didn't even know if this was magic, but if it was, my magic was utterly horrible. I sighed, and suddenly someone grabbed my neck from behind. As I silently reeled from the sudden assassination attempt, the assassin giggled and chattered. Still, Jern is the coolest of all.
Thanks.
I didn't know whether to say it was worth the trouble of stirring the currents or not. It was a day that left my head complicated in many ways. Library, I went to find the librarian. In the end, I had hit a wall. I can understand it, but I can't accept it. It feels like I'm forcefully cramming knowledge from another world into my head. In order to understand, you must first acquire mana. However, Jern cannot use mana. Duria answered while reading her book without even sparing me a glance, as if it were only natural. I could not understand her words, so I asked again, "Are you saying I cannot use mana because of my inner world?" Duria set down the book she had been reading, thought for a moment, then began to explain. The only thing that separates a wizard from an ordinary human is the ability to store mana. The act of using that stored mana is what we call magic. Where does mana come from? It is naturally generated everywhere in the world. Of course, there are a few places where mana is scarce, but a place completely without it does not exist. The difference in a wizard's skill certainly lies in their level of magical studies, but the most fundamental distinction is the astral wheel that stores the mana. Astral wheel.
Yes.
I met eyes with the librarian. Duria looked at me and I looked back at her. Her eyes were so beautiful that I must have stared a little too long without realizing it because her expressionless face wavered slightly. Perhaps do you not know what an astral wheel is? Could this be one of those things, the kind of knowledge a noble is not supposed to be ignorant of? If I claim to know, I will be lying. If I admit ignorance, I may be suspected. As I grew tense, imagining the worst outcome, suddenly the flow around Duria changed. No, the currents shifted. In reality, nothing had happened, yet the currents I felt were swirling around her, forming a massive whirlpool. When I stepped back so as not to be swept away, she approached me. Was she trying to kill me? Do not worry, this flow of mana will not harm you.
Right.
It did not seem like Duria intended to harm me. For some reason, even though the currents that had been pressing against me turned into such a massive vortex, it had no effect on me. Duria came very close, bent at the waist, and grabbed my cheek. Then she thrust her face forward as if about to kiss me. I resisted with all my strength. This is a violation of imperial law. I am still a minor. Do not say such nonsense. Just look into my eyes.
Your eyes.
In Duria's eyes, something sparkling was swimming in a circle. It was such a peculiar sight, impossible to see in an ordinary creature, that I was mesmerized until she gave an explanation. You should see small stars. How many are there?
I see 9.
The number of stars represents the total amount of mana one can store. Since I have awakened 9 stars, I am at the stage of 9 stars realm.
Is that high?
Currently, there are fewer than 30 wizards who have reached 9 stars realm. So yes, I am at a somewhat high stage, yet even I have not reached the celestial realm. Do you know why? I think it is because reaching the celestial realm is extremely difficult.
No.
Then what is it? Because reaching the celestial realm is really, truly, sincerely difficult. My cheek still held in her hand, I glared at Duria. Unfazed, she released me, returned to her seat, and continued speaking. It is no exaggeration. The celestial realm is the world of ideals, a world where a wizard's enlightenment stands above the laws and order of this world. In other words, an entirely new world. A wizard who reaches that place has created their own world, thus is comparable to a god, and in respect we say they have touched the heavens. Yes, I understand very, very, very well that it is sincerely difficult. But what does that have to do with me being unable to use mana? A wizard absorbs pure mana from this world that can become anything, stores it, and uses it. Then where would a wizard who has reached the celestial realm store mana? They would store it in the world they created themselves.
Half right.
They have no need to store mana, they simply project the mana of their created world into this one. The astral wheel becomes meaningless. What difference does it make if one has 9 stars or 10? In the night sky of the world they created, there would be so many stars that even if you counted for 1,000 years, you would never finish. I roughly understood what Duria was saying and nodded. You said the difference between the inner world and the celestial realm is whether you are the master of the world you created, or its adversary. That is correct. Jern cannot draw mana from this world. Perhaps from your own world but not here. So this movement I call currents is my mana and my magic. That is also correct, which is why no one in this world can teach you about mana. Any knowledge I possess would not apply within your world.
Hi.
I moved the currents and made a book float. To be honest, I was not even sure if this was truly magic. I thought it might just be some kind of trick or loophole. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this. The world is not so simple that a newly awakened wizard, only a week past their awakening fever, could fully understand it. If it had been designed so simply, it would collapse in less than a second. Then how do normal wizards gather mana? Even if you learn, it would be of no use. Since the laws of your world are different, it would be impossible to predict what might happen. I cannot recommend it. Still, I want to at least try. I have nothing else I can do right now. Mana can be gathered simply by breathing. Since it has not been long since your awakening fever, under normal circumstances, you would already have accumulated a certain amount of mana.
Really? Yes.
But in reality, you should not have even a trace of mana. Just as the body structures of a creature that lives underground and one that lives in the sky are entirely different, so too are the wizards of this world and the wizard that is Jern's. Half ignoring her words, I pulled out a beginner's magic book and opened it. She may be an excellent librarian, but once she starts talking about something she knows, she talks far too much. It seemed better to just half listen and let her go on. While flipping through the most basic spells, I came across something interesting. Luminescence, a spell that created a small orb of light to illuminate the surroundings. If I could use this, it would be very useful. At the orphanage, it was difficult to light fires, making it unsuitable for reading at night. Following the instructions, I focused my mind until I felt a twinge in my wrist, imagined the sun, and
Pug.
Yua, this is exhausting. It suddenly felt as though all the energy had been drained from my body. Still, I succeeded in creating a glowing orb above my hand. Proudly, I held it up and showed it off. Look, I made this. Do you think I have talent? Duria stared blankly at the first magic I had ever conjured for quite a while. This is impossible.
But I did it.
I can't understand at all how you, Jern, who lives in that other world, can use the magic of this world. It is the same as a mole without wings flying through the sky. Well, strange as it is, I still did it. This is not something to be dismissed so easily. Could it be that your mind has not yet fully adapted to that other world? No, if you fell into your inner world immediately after your awakening fever, then your world should have already been completed. After listening to Duria mutter to herself for about 10 minutes, I brought up the main point. So can I learn magic or not? Come here for a moment. When I stood beside her, Duria looked intently into my eyes again. Would you try using magic once more?
Yes.
Once again, I created the orb of light. With a dazed expression, Duria muttered. It's really there, I see one star. Really, why can't I see it? That is not something visible to one's own eyes. In any case, it should work. Since you've manifested a star, you can now learn magic in the normal way. This is the first time I've heard good news since becoming a wizard, so now I can just self-study. It will be difficult. Learning magic through self-study is something you only read about in novels. If I don't have a teacher, what else can I do then? What, you could just go to the academy. How do I get there?
Jern.
Duria looked at me and said, You are not a noble, are you? I was found out. I whistled and looked away, pretending indifference. Duria sighed and put down her book. Let us hear the story then. I am sorry. You have done nothing against me, so it does not matter. Besides, I was not asking for an apology. The truth is, I was born an orphan at the orphanage next door. I laid out my short life story and Duria rolled her eyes with an expression of disbelief. You certainly have courage. Do you know the punishment for impersonating a noble? Yes, I heard the tongue is cut out. Were you not afraid? I am this young, surely they would not really cut it off. If I cried and wet myself, they would let me off. Indeed. Duria nodded slightly, then quickly came to her senses and shot back sharply. If you truly intended to deceive nobles, you should have gathered more knowledge. Nobles are required to enter the academy without exception. And what if one is a commoner? If you're a special student, there's a possibility. Could I become a special student? No. If you had that kind of talent, there is no way I would not know it. If we are being precise, there is a way, though not impossible. Try this instead. Duria taught me a trick. It seemed more useful than I expected, so I nodded and expressed my thanks. Thank you, I keep receiving your help. Think nothing of it. Please lower your speech, you know now that I am a commoner. I do not speak casually to anyone unless I am close to them. Duria shifted her gaze back to her book. I watched her for a moment, then suddenly asked a question. Duria Nim.
Yes.
You are not really a librarian, are you? Duria froze for about 10 seconds before answering. That is correct. How did you know? The Empire is not foolish enough to use one of the 30 archmages in the world as a librarian. I have been told my weakness is that when it comes to matters of magic, I lose my composure and say things I should not. You seem to be quite an extraordinary person. Why are you helping me? I have only ever given advice, I have not directly helped you. Well, that is true, but why give me advice at all? I cannot do anything for you. You are in the end on borrowed time. To show a little mercy to someone like that is. Duria suddenly paused in the middle of speaking, as though analyzing her own words. No, that is not it.
Yes. Jern.
I have a certain interest in you. Duria looked at me with eyes whose focus I could not discern. You were born with a peculiar constitution, truly peculiar. Ah, so that is what piques your interest. No. That is peculiar as well, but what I am interested in is your disposition. Disposition.
Yes.
The gaze she gave me, as though staring at an inanimate object, to be honest. If you ever meet your end one day, I want you to return to this library. That will be the price for the advice I give you.
Why?
When the end inevitably comes, I want to see with my own eyes what you choose in your final desperate struggle. I am curious how efficiently meaningless it will be. That made me feel a little offended. As soon as I arrived at the orphanage, I applied for career counseling. The director brought warm tea. The moment I smelled it, I could tell it was expensive. He seemed to be in a good mood. Have you been waiting? Try it. It's peppermint tea. I took a sip and slowly nodded. It's good tea. Oh, you can tell. Yes, I haven't had much tea, but the scent is really nice. Hahaha, you know a little. This tea was grown in the northern plains. The director smiled brightly and began explaining about the tea. I smiled outwardly while organizing my thoughts inside. The director knows that I am a wizard. So I was worried he might insert some personal opinion into the career counseling, but seeing him like this, it didn't seem like I had to worry about that. Ah, look at me. I've been rambling in front of the orphanage's greatest genius. Greatest genius. You've been top of the class for 5 years straight. Of course you're the greatest genius. Jern, I'm sure you can become a scribe. Did you come today to apply for the scribe position? No, I want to try a different job. I handed over the award given only to honor students. You might think, what meaning does an award have for an orphan? But it does have significance. It's an award given at regular intervals to the top exemplary student, and it grants the right to experience any job of their choice for a few months. In other words, it's a job experience ticket that can be used. Of course, no money is given, and it's literally just about experiencing the job like some kind of passion pay scheme, so its actual usage rate is low. Besides, the types of jobs available to experience are very limited. Among those, the only one truly useful for a career would be something like a scribe. The director tilted his head and asked again. If not a scribe, then what job are you talking about?
Janitor. Janitor.
You mean a janitor who cleans? Yes, I think it's the perfect job for me. I have a talent for wiping and cleaning, don't I?
Well, that's.
The director hesitated, unable to find the right words. He probably wanted to tell me that being a janitor would be a waste for me. I used that opening to add an important detail. At the academy grounds as a janitor, please. At those words, the director caught his breath and stared at me intently. Well, I didn't expect not to be found out. I didn't avoid his gaze and looked back at him. After an uncomfortable silence, the director spoke first. Jern.
Yes.
That is it for the reason I'm thinking of.
Yes.
There's no point in lying. It only makes the situation more complicated, but it doesn't always work. The director shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. No, it's not dangerous right now. Not dangerous right now. Yes, I'm only 10 years old. If I get caught, I'll just cry and beg for my life right away. No, what in the world are you? I started crying. The flustered director took out a handkerchief and wiped my eyes with a sigh. Fine, well, they probably won't hit you or anything. If anything like that happens, I'll protest no matter what. That's reassuring. But that's not the part I'm worried about. It's your special talent, you know. What the director was worried about was that, as a commoner, my identity as a wizard might be exposed. Director, have you ever seen magic?
Oh yes.
I have some knowledge thanks to a noble I know. I think I'm a little unusually unique, even among unusual people. What do you mean by that? I picked up a book from the desk and made it float in the air. The director's eyes widened threefold. Levitation magic. No, I just floated it. Isn't that the same thing? It's different, it's not floating in the air, it's floating in the sea.
Director.
I can't explain in detail, but right now I'm on the verge of being crushed to death.
What?
Yes, my magic is so unusual that I'm at a crossroads between learning it or dying. Even if I learn it, the chances of dying are much higher.
Huh.
The director sat down heavily in his chair, looking dumbfounded. That's hard to believe.
It really is.
I still can't believe I'm a wizard myself. Did the persuasion fail? As I was bitterly forming my next plan, the director pulled an experiential learning certificate from the drawer and began to fill it out. Director. Now that I think about it, Jern.
You are special.
Yes, well, because I'm a wizard. That's not what I mean. The director slowly shook his head. Do you remember when Linmul was playing on the back hill, fell from a tree and broke her arms and legs?
Oh yes.
I gave her first aid, didn't I? That's right, you laid her down perfectly in the right position, splinted her limbs and then set the tree on fire.
I.
Do you know how shocked we were when we came running at the sight of fire? You were about to set another tree on fire. Linmul was all bandaged up and crying her eyes out. We thought you had become a thug and arsonist. No, I ran to call adults, and on my way back, it looked like Linmul would stop breathing.
Yes.
The doctor said the same thing. If not for your quick wits, Linmul would have either died or lived disabled for the rest of her life. I'm not blaming you, you really did well. The director patted my head and handed over the certificate. But I think what made you special was not just your quick judgment and clever ideas, but the warmth you showed when you held Linmul's hands tightly so that she wouldn't faint.
Thank you.
I believe in you. I still don't know exactly what's going on, but Jern, you'll manage somehow. If you ever need something, just tell me anytime. The director saw me off with the same warm smile he had at the beginning. I tightly gripped the certificate with both hands and left the director's office. Maybe it was because I had drunk warm tea, but my body felt warm. The next morning, I wore clothes that I didn't mind getting dirty and headed to the meeting place at the Capitol Plaza. To say it straight, it was a wasted effort. What, they sent me a little brat like this? I'm 15.
What you are? Yes.
I couldn't eat much and the director abused me badly, so my body didn't grow properly. The janitor, who looked to be in his mid-20s, blinked a couple of times before handing me a bundle of clothes. Go change into these in that alley for now.
Understood.
While changing into the bundle of clothes, I found a problem. This wasn't my size at all. Even after folding the pant legs as much as I couldn't stop them from dragging. Well, nothing I could do. I came out with them dragging along the ground. The janitor Sunby looked at me and sighed. Kid, you just want to go? I'll tell that orphanage you did cleaning. No, I like cleaning, please let me do it. If I go back just like this, the director will starve me. Damn, what do I even do with you? Are there still orphanages like that these days? The janitor looked troubled but still led me along. As I followed him, naturally questions began to arise. Of course, I had never seen the place called the Academy. But if it was an institution where all nobles attended, then they must have poured an absurd amount of money into it, and naturally it should be within the capital. Yet the fact that I had never seen any related building was strange. Could it be underground? Thinking such thoughts, I followed the janitor and arrived at the city hall. Is this the Academy?
It must be your first time.
We get there from here. The janitor stood on a carpet inside City Hall and handed over both my certificate and his own license to an approaching official. The Academy. And the kid next to you. Experiential learning.
Confirmed.
Looking around, I saw workers standing on nearby carpets for similar reasons, disappearing into the air. We followed after them. For a moment, everything went dark, and when I opened my eyes, thud, I was in the middle of an unfamiliar city. Whoa. Surprised, everyone's like that the first time. I brushed myself off and looked up at the massive castle before me. Even at a conservative estimate, it was the size of the capital, this entire place. Is this the academy? Yeah, surprised, but you'll get used to this teleportation if you go through it enough. Yes, I'm surprised. I was definitely surprised. But for another reason, this wasn't a case of establishing the academy in another region through teleportation. As a wizard, I could tell from the very start that different laws applied here. This was another world. Looking beyond the city walls, I saw endless plains stretching out. Surely there really was no end. Celestial realm. What? Nothing. This was the new world created by an archmage who had reached the celestial realm. In other words, he had established the academy within his own world. Honestly, I thought creating a world was just a figure of speech, but it turned out to be literal. Shivers ran through me as I followed behind the sunbee. The laws of this world were astonishingly identical to those of the other world, the original world. It seemed the archmage who created this place had intended it that way. Feeling somewhat relieved, I walked down the main street and was greeted with scenery completely different from the capital. What are those spires? They're all magic towers. There was only one in the capital. They say building magic towers in the academy is safest, the land's cheap, and overall it's just better. Hey, wait, am I your guide or something? Sunbee, what about those clothes everyone is wearing? Sunbee, HMPH, those are cadet uniforms. Anyone who can stay in the academy for a long time is a cadet. Over 70% of the population here are cadets, 20% are professors and magic tower staff, and the small remainder are people like us, doing odd jobs. Think of this as a city inhabited only by students and professors. I see. Cheered up, the Sunbee explained things as I looked around. Shops selling magical tools, extremely expensive dessert shops, a few restaurants, and cadets with dark circles under their eyes walking down the streets chatting. It truly felt like a world where wizards lived. The Sunbee gave me a warning so I wouldn't do anything foolish. All the cadets are nobles, so if you ever make a mistake, just drop to the ground and beg for your life. We're really nothing here. For someone saying that, you don't seem all that nervous. I've worked here for 3 years, kid. We're such nobodies that they don't even pay attention to us. We're like trees on the roadside. Just don't cause trouble. Ah, I see. Well, since they're all wizards, I guess they're nobles too. Nope, professional wizards are actually in the minority. This is just the main street of the magic towers, that's why you see so many. Most of them are knights or government officials. While we talked, we arrived at an old-fashioned building in the center of the city. This is where we work. What is this place? The training hall for knight cadets. Just sweep the area around here and don't wander off. I was doomed, yes sir. You can hold a broom, right? Sweep the entire main road, then clean the steps here. I'll be mopping the rails in the next section, so if you're not sure about something, call me. Understood. Once the Sunbee left, I looked at the area I had to clean. It wasn't full of trash, but fine dust and sand were scattered everywhere, and the space was so wide it looked like quite the challenge. But sand, there wasn't even a sea nearby. When I listened closely, I heard shouts of exertion from inside the building. The knights must have been sparring on sand grounds. After checking that no one was around, I waved my hand. Let's see. Imagining low tide, I drew seawater from afar to sweep the ground. SSSHH, the result wasn't bad. The trash and dust were swept together, turning what should have been an all-day job into something that could be finished with just a few strokes of the broom. No, it was a little bad. It was my first time using magic on this scale. The deep-sea creatures above sensed something unusual and started searching the area. I froze in place. In an instant, they lost interest and disappeared. This is another world. So why are those things still here? Grumbling, I finished the little cleaning that remained. It was just a matter of repeatedly dumping what I had already gathered. Within a few minutes, the main road was spotless. Now then, I couldn't gain anything from being here anyway, so I prepared an excuse. I was looking for a bathroom and got lost since it was my first time here. Perfect. I threw the broom and walked out to the main street. Still, I should pretend to be a janitor, so I picked it back up. Fortunately, there was a large map around the city square. According to the bird's eye view, the city was circular in shape and divided into 4 districts. The place I was in now was District 4. It was the area where the night cadets trained. No wonder the people around me had such ridiculous builds. My vision was that of a child, so I could not be certain, but even conservatively, most of them looked over 190 cm tall. I got matched with an ogre for next week's public sparring. I'm dead. Unlucky bastard. It was the first time I had ever seen knights, but even just by their stride I could tell they were different. Their steps were unnervingly uniform. Their hands stayed near their waists, and even while chatting with acquaintances, their eyes never stopped scanning their surroundings. That must be part of their training. I walked for quite a while, trying my best not to draw attention. The place was ridiculously wide. No joke, it was practically a small city in itself. Luckily, District 3, where the wizards lived, was right next door. The moment District 3 came into view, I saw them: spire towers. In other words, magic towers. But strangely, there was one on practically every block, like neighborhood tailor shops. Normally, there was just one per city, wasn't there? Unbelievable. So this was the academy. By now, I even started to feel awe as I stepped into a building that looked like some kind of school. Pretending to wipe down the surroundings with a rag, I walked up to the bulletin board in the hall and read it. Advanced Path of Magic Lecture 5 to 1 Auditorium 3 o'clock p.m. It seemed I had found the right place, but Advanced Path of Magic, even if I eavesdropped, I probably would not understand a thing. Was there no elementary path of magic? Actually, was learning path of magic even the same as learning magic? Excuse me. I jumped, my heart almost fell out. When I turned around, a cadet with round glasses tilted his head at me, which meant he was a noble. I immediately bowed at a perfect 90 degrees. Hello, is there something you need? I am sorry, I will never come again. And no, wait. You're a janitor, right? I was just going to ask you to throw away this cup.
Yes, sir.
I instantly grabbed the empty cup and stuffed it into my back pocket. Fortunately, the cadet did not seem angry that I had been looking at the bulletin board. Well, of course, what crime was it to read a bulletin board? Even as a janitor, it wasn't like I had rubbed my rag all over the cadets' faces. The cadet studied my face curiously. Really? Janitors are so young these days. I'm on a field trip. A field trip as a janitor. Yes, it's a tradition at our orphanage. Oh, I see. The cadet looked bewildered. For a 10-year-old wearing clothes twice his size, claiming to be a janitor, he just accepted it with, "Oh, janitors are young these days." Sensing this might work, I pressed further. This is my first time at the academy, so could you tell me where they hold the beginner magic classes? Beginner magic? What kind of magic? Magic is magic, what else? I heard there's a really basic class. Ah, you mean the children's class?
Yes.
So there was one. Overjoyed, I shouted before I could stop myself, and the cadet tilted his head while explaining the location. It's close from here. Just keep going straight, then turn once you see a hill. Oh, I see, thank you very much. Finally, I had found it. I bowed politely, then ran in the direction he had given me. The children's class building was not small at all. Rather than just being large, it was painted in warm colors with soft curves, giving off an unmistakably child-friendly atmosphere, like a place made for kids to play. It seemed a class was in session since I could hear something being taught inside. Holding a broom, I pretended to sweep while humming casually as I approached the door. Not peeking, but eavesdropping. Well, as an orphan, if I wanted to learn at the academy, this much humiliation was something I simply had to endure. I strained my ears. Now, what did I say were the 3 elements of a wizard? Mage. The scene was exactly the same as at the orphanage. The children were still brimming with energy and did not seem to be paying much attention to the class. But the teacher of the children's class did not falter and kept earnestly teaching them. Mana, humans, and will.
Right.
In a local sense, that's correct, but to be precise, it's world, subject, and will. Where's mana then? Where do we get mana from? We get it from this world. Even so, do we really have to say world instead of mana? If our Rhea were to become the greatest wizard someday, she would be able to create a world of her own, not this real world we live in, and obtain mana from it. So it's more correct to say world than mana. Create a world. You don't need to understand it now, just remember it.
Okay.
It was clearly basic level content. I listened closely. And the last one, will. Even in academia, opinions are divided about this because the will of a wizard is, how should I put it, too sticky a concept to be called simply will. What does sticky mean? That is, outstanding wizards have such a strong will that the word will itself has become a bit distorted. I suppose tilde. So what do they call it? 210 years ago, Corpinius used the words madness or frenzy. And these days it's softened a bit to the word dogma. Those are all bad things though. Are wizards bad people? And no. Not bad things, but the wizards of the heavens are that kind of group. Only someone who seriously believes in an overwhelming conviction that the world is wrong and they are right can become the master of a new world. Because in that world, that's the truth. Even though they were noble children, they weren't much different from the children at the orphanage. If anything, they felt even more spoiled, maybe because the teacher couldn't hit them. Still, I don't like it. Shall we learn how to gather mana with the teacher? This one's fun.
Yes.
The teacher of the children's class switched from theory to practice to lift the children's drooping mood. This was it, I focused even more. Mana is contained in everything in the world, so even breathing and eating meals can replenish your mana. Then we don't have to gather mana on purpose, we can just eat to gather it. Magic consumes a lot of mana. Just eating and breathing is nowhere near enough. Even the most basic magic, ignition, takes 3 months of eating and sleeping to build up enough mana to use. And then I heard the sound of the children gasping in amazement, as if the teacher had demonstrated some magic. So the first wizard studied ways to make eating, sleeping, and breathing dozens of times more efficient, compressed, and accelerated. Of those, breathing is what we do the longest, right? Naturally, that category of breathing techniques evolved. Now, try following me. Think of it as inhaling something other than air. Focus on something around us other than air and imagine drawing it in slowly. Something other than air. I tried it once, it's not working. Well, what else is there other than air? This is a scam, isn't it? I frowned, but from inside I began to hear the children succeeding one by one. Oh wow. It really feels like something is building up in my chest. Right. I did it too. Almost all of the children had succeeded by now, and I still could not even understand what they were talking about. Honestly, it was kind of infuriating. No matter if it's knowledge from another world, I couldn't beat even one kid. Other than air, what was there? Seawater maybe. Should I try inhaling that at least? Herk. I really should not have done that. The moment I tried breathing while imagining seawater, it truly felt as if my lungs were filled with water. I could not even breathe. I collapsed forward, retching several times. Nothing came out, just dry heaving. Cough, I really feel like I'm going to die. Only after I barely managed to calm down did I stagger and hide behind the building. Soon the class would end and the children would come out, and in my current state they would immediately notice something was wrong. I wiped the drool at the corner of my mouth and shivered. I had never drowned before, but if drowning were real, it would definitely feel like this. Grumbling, I wondered if this had actually worked somehow and tried using illumination. Then, a light far brighter than anything I had seen in the library filled the back of the building. I stared blankly at the glowing sphere floating above my hand. Strangely, I did not feel the crushing sensation in my chest that I had felt the first time I used magic. I did feel something leaving me, but if I had to compare, it was like plucking a single strand of hair from my full head of hair. Which meant, should I just die quietly? Apparently, I could not gather mana without experiencing drowning. It was not without its advantages. The seawater sloshing inside my body did not diminish easily, no matter how much magic I used. Of course, the only magic I could use was illumination, but compared to last time when the light barely lasted a few seconds before all my strength drained away, this was a huge difference. Would it not work if I drank it instead? I tried not inhaling but swallowing seawater as if I were drinking it. More precisely, I pictured it in my mind. Nothing happened. I tried several other methods, but in the end, all I gained was the realization of some hopeless truths that were no help at all. 1. I had to fill my lungs with seawater to convert it into mana. 2. That felt very similar to drowning. 3. But it stored a truly massive amount, enough to sustain illumination for at least 3 days straight and still have some left over. I erased these notes scratched into the sandy ground with my foot and sighed. Why does it have to be the lungs? It would have been so much easier if it were the stomach. Even without knowing much about magic, I could tell this was not a normal method. It was probably because I was born from the inner world. Maybe if I eventually grew used to the feeling of water filling my lungs, it would not be so bad. How could anyone ever get used to this? It was just a loss. Still, for now, since my mana was replenished, I would not have to worry until it ran out. I pushed the problem to the future and picked up the broom again. Soon, my Sunbee would probably finish cleaning. What the hell, where were you? I've been looking all over for you. Even though I hurried back quite a bit, I found my Sunbee still searching for me. I blinked and put on a timid expression. I couldn't find the bathroom, so I had to go really far. Of course it's inside the building. My Sunbee let out a sigh, half relief and half anger, then glanced around with a puzzled look. But what's this? You already finished cleaning, how'd you do it? It should have taken at least 2 hours. I'm good at cleaning. Really? No, wait, that doesn't make sense. Even I take 2 hours, so how? Since my Sunbee was starting to suspect something, I immediately put on a dark expression and used my ultimate move.
The truth is.
I'm used to this kind of thing, the director. If I don't clean a playground wider than this in 30 minutes every day, beats me until my buttocks burst. At my quivering voice, my Sunbee's expression turned indescribable, then he let out a deep sigh. Alright, I shouldn't have asked. Anyway, good work. It always works well. After a week had passed, a somewhat fixed routine was established. Wake up at 5:30 a.m. when all the other children are still sound asleep. Breakfast time is at 8, which is much later. However, when I go to the dining hall, there is always bread and soup in the basket, still warm. I am always grateful to the director. Even though I wake up early, there is not that much time, so I quickly eat and go outside. Jern, hello. Linmalt. Someone I normally do not see was awake. Linmul, rubbing her still sleepy eyes, had a dark-colored wooden sword at her waist. Since it was still a time when everyone should be asleep, I asked with a puzzled expression. I have somewhere to go for a bit. Why did you wake up early? She drew the wooden sword one-handed so skillfully that it was hard to believe she was only 10 years old, then covered her yawn while swinging it around. I was told to do this, Ham. The sword. Why? I don't really know. With a half-asleep look, Linmul headed to the training ground. I was curious what was going on, but today I had a lot to prepare. I decided to ask about Linmul later and checked the timetable I had copied more precisely, looked at and copied from the bulletin board. There are 6 children's classes today. I would attend all of them. I put on the janitor's clothes I had hidden in the next building. After being tailored by Aunt Ainlin, they now fit perfectly on my body. When I arrived a little early at the plaza and was previewing the lessons, Sunbee came walking sluggishly from afar. He is always fast, though I am faster. The Sunbee tilted his head as he saw me sitting in front of the fountain and asked, "What, isn't it still early? Why have you been coming out so early these days?" The sooner you start, the sooner you finish. Well, yeah, that's true, smart kid. Following behind the Sunbee, who kept mumbling about me being promising, I headed toward the academy. As soon as we arrived at the area that needed cleaning, I looked up at the Sunbee with bright, expectant eyes. The Sunbee examined me suspiciously, then firmly warned me. This time it's the northern area. Don't disappear like last time.
Yes.
The restroom is inside, so use it when you go in.
Yes.
Answering, anyway, be careful. You seem to be underestimating the academy, but if you get caught here. Perhaps because I had vanished without a word last time and caused him much worry, the Sunbee rambled on, warning me repeatedly. Yes, I'll keep it in mind. Good, let's do well. When I answered crisply, he seemed satisfied and went off to clean his own area. I cleaned normally for 5 minutes while surveying the surroundings, and once I confirmed that no one was around, I swept the floor with currants. It had become familiar work. It did not even take 30 seconds to gather up the trash. And now there is no need to throw it away either. Let's see. Will it work? I gently brought my fingers together. The gathered trash slowly, very slowly, floated upward. To someone who did not know, it might look like telekinesis, but in truth it was simply making them realize, even without direct touch. I stirred the currents to create waves, and with the objects I touched, I made them realize they were in the sea, allowing them to float. This is the pair of magic I obtained as the price for being born in the deep sea and inheriting the fate of unavoidable death. Nothing has changed even now, only now I can also make things realize that they are riding the current. 2 applications. The floating trash drifted together again toward the trash bin, and when I released my hand from the currents. Thud thud, the trash fell neatly into the bin. Good. I clapped my hands with a satisfied smile. It is not that useful. Heavier things sink, so only light miscellaneous trash like that can be floated. And floating is more like rising slowly, so the speed is very slow, if there is one advantage. It has no end. Once I kept the current without releasing it, wondering how far things would rise. The last thing I saw was them touching the clouds before disappearing from sight, so maybe. Under the assumption that this world is the sea, it seems I truly am in the very, very deep, deep sea. In a place so deep that it takes several hours for a buoyant object to reach the surface. Of course, since it had left my current, it would have fallen somewhere soon after. It's my fate. I could not help feeling a little impatient. Although nothing much would change, I hurried along toward the children's class where the lesson was about to begin. Ahem, ahem. I had grown accustomed to pretending to be a janitor. Whether class had not yet started, the children were chattering as they moved about and I heard the teacher struggling to get them under control. Naturally, I swept and scrubbed the floor until the class began. Today we will learn the basic ignition magic for lighting lanterns. Ugh. A bust, I sighed and moved on. There was some time before the next class, so I should study on my own. I went to the back of the classroom where no one came, gathered some straw just in case, and tried for the 109th time. I looked at the straw and drew up mana.
Burn. FSSSHH.
I sighed and looked down at the straw emitting smoke. As I had realized in the last lesson, it was as I expected. I, regardless of other things, could never learn fire-based magic. Other elemental magic could be handled easily, but anything related to fire I could not succeed at. As for the reason, it's harder to say. It must be that fire does not catch in water. In other words, attending this class would be worthless. It is better to practice something else. Split. Tuck. This time, as I muttered softly while looking at the straw, the bundle of straw split cleanly in two as if cut by a knife. This was a wind-type magic I had been practicing intensively lately. If compressed like this, it could be used as an attack, but that is not what I desire. Wind, of course, includes air. If the deep sea were to steal someone's breath, it might help in some way. It might not help at all in practice, but if so, I will devise another solution then. For now, trying everything is important. I had been researching wind magic for a long time without noticing the time pass when.
Suddenly I felt a chilling sensation.
Someone's presence. I immediately snapped my head around to look behind. Fortunately, there was no one. Phew. I had definitely felt a gaze, but it must have been my imagination. I breathed a sigh of relief and hastily gathered the straw. Destroying evidence was the top priority. It is something I must always keep in mind. Eavesdropping on classes is clearly a crime. Of course, they would not punish me harshly for being a genuine child. At most, they would spank my butt and ban me from entering. But for me, being banned from the academy meant the end of even my final struggle.
Just now that kid.
After listening to all the classes, I headed to the library. The existence of a wizard to whom I could ask questions could not be abandoned simply because it felt a bit unpleasant. What on earth did you do and how? I was asked the question in return. I wriggled free from Duria Espandel, who was groping over my body here and there. I just did it, and since the astral wheel manifested, isn't it not that strange? I raised my palm, a gentle breeze blew and fluttered my collar. It really was a trivial magic. Magic itself is wondrous, but the most astonishing thing is my very existence being in the sea. Blowing air from one's palm is something anyone can do. To be precise, the children in the class I had observed succeeded within 15 minutes. I took 20 minutes though. Duria shook her head as if I should not be saying such things. Other wizards live in this world and you live in that world. No matter if the astral wheel manifested, it makes no sense that you could learn so freely like this. You must be paying a price somewhere. Duria looked at me with eyes full of wonder, as if she were watching a monkey with a nose bigger than its hands. Rather than her zoo animal gaze, I focused on the unsettling word she had used. A price. Yes, it seems there is something to be inferred. Yes, I can't gather mana in the normal way. What do you mean by that? This should I call it seawater? When I fill my lungs with it and feel like I'm drowning, only then does it become full. A dreadful method, however, that is not a price. In fact, it is closer to a blessing. Despite your mind not yet being accustomed to this world, you are at least able to borrow resources. Those words could not be overlooked, so I protested fiercely. Wait, hold on, Duria Nim, you speak carelessly. Have you ever drowned? Do you know how painful it really is? This is not a blessing at all. You would do better to consider yourself fortunate. If your inner world were a burning forest, inhaling until every inch of your skin was scorched might have been your method of drawing mana. It was chillingly persuasive. Duria observed me calmly and continued speaking. I do not know your inner world well, Jern. However, no matter what world it is, one cannot escape the laws of causality, so it would be wise to recognize that the price will come for you eventually. Before that, could I not just die from the pressure? After pondering for a moment, Duria answered. You have struck at the truth, that too is quite a high possibility. I had noticed before, but she was the type who would never utter an empty word. Suppressing a sigh, I asked about what had been troubling me. I understand. But more importantly, I can't use fire magic at all. Is this normal? Pardon, what do you mean by that? Duria looked completely dumbfounded, as if asking what nonsense I was spouting. No, it just doesn't work. That too makes no sense. You can use other magic, so why not the flame element? How can fire burn underwater? How can wind blow underwater? Well, I was at a loss for words. Of course, there was also the current, but that was more like water flow than wind. Even if a strong wind blew underwater, it would just turn into bubbles and rise. You're right. Why really doesn't it work? We must first identify the problem. Would you try manifesting it once? Yes. For the 110th time, I attempted to light fire magic on my palm. Whoosh. It works. It works. So easily that the 109 failures became meaningless. A small flame flared up like lighting a gas stove. I stupidly looked back and forth between Duria and the flame. Why does this work? Because it works, I can only apologize that I can offer no other explanation. I looked down at my palm and came to a certain enlightenment. Perhaps this so-called sea I was in, though extremely similar, was not really the true deep sea but rather, The moment I reached that thought, my breath caught. What is happening to you? Suddenly, a sensation like a heavy stone pressing down on my entire body. A terrible pain, as if my entire body were bound with countless ropes and slowly twisted and squeezed, came without any warning. So this is what it means when they say that if pain is great enough, you cannot even make a sound. Slowly I dropped to my knees, and slowly I was being crushed alive. As my vision turned white, damn. With a sharp popping sound, the flame before my eyes went out. Only then did I return to reality. The pain shifted from one that could not be voiced to one that could. Duria hastily snapped her fingers. At once, a pressure similar to before pressed down on my whole body. But it was different from what I had just felt. There was no malice in it. Calm yourself, I am not trying to kill you. If you break away from that pressure all at once, your body will be in danger. You must come out more slowly, so endure it. I silently nodded. Over 5 minutes, Duria slowly applied pressure to my body. As the pressure eased, my breathing became lighter, and at some point I felt so fine that it was hard to believe I had nearly died just a moment ago. Cough, what the fuck was that? Barely returned to my original state, I gagged and asked. It was not so much my body in pain as my mind feeling completely drained. Calm yourself first. You have just brushed against life and death, so of course you are not in your right mind. I understand. I wiped my mouth and stood, then grabbed a rag to clean up what I had vomited. Duria looked at me with slightly surprised eyes. For someone who just came back from the brink of death, your reaction is rather subdued. If I don't understand what just happened to me, I'll really die. I have to stay calm. The fear of being able to explode and die instantly, even in the safest place. It was far more terrifying than a murderer charging at you with a knife. That fear went so far that it felt as if I had been doused in ice water, making me unnaturally calm. Looking at my cold, sunken expression, Duria gave a slight nod and continued. You were trying to reach some kind of realization just now, weren't you?
Yes.
That is forbidden, do not continue with that line of thought. And never again attempt to manifest flame magic. Do not ask why either, you are clever so I trust you understand what I mean.
Yes.
If so, then you should remain safe until the time comes. And this is only my personal opinion. Duria let out a short laugh and said, I was wrong when I said you had no talent, I retract that. Oh really, so I do have talent in magic. It felt a little wrong to be excited after nearly dying, but hearing one of the Empire's greatest wizards declare, you have talent, carried immense weight. No, you have no talent in magic. However, as a wizard, you have talent beyond compare. Isn't that the same thing? I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. One day you will understand. Snapping her fingers, Duria burned away the vomit stains from my clothes and muttered as if amused. Though for now you must not know. It was the first smile I had seen from her since we met. It was only after my whole body was crushed that I realized I probably didn't truly understand the situation I was in. Of course, I knew I was in a very, extremely dangerous situation, but knowing something intellectually and experiencing it firsthand are worlds apart. Honestly, I'm a little scared. Realizing that the world could suddenly shrink and crush me without any warning makes me flinch even while walking normally. It's a terrible experience. At the same time, it was a beneficial experience that was worth going through. Thanks to it, I was able to clearly set the direction I needed to head in. It's fine. In the dark night, I lit up with light magic in the barn and ran my hands over my clothes. Of course, just because fabric is under pressure doesn't mean it gets damaged. A person would be crushed under an 8-ton truck, but the clothes would be fine. However, the seams are different. Since the clothes were made for janitors, there were signs that the slightly thick fabric had been forcibly stitched together, and these connecting parts were in a condition where even a little pressure could cause them to burst. But my clothes were intact. What that meant was clear: it only fucks me up. The pressure of the deep sea seemed to have a structure that ignored the clothes and only crushed my body. If it ignores clothing, then it would obviously ignore armor too. The plan to make a diving suit and endure was destroyed. It was the easiest path. Clicking my tongue, I tightly secured the final strap that bound wood and scrap metal together. My handiwork wasn't exactly good, so the balance wasn't perfect. Well, it's for a beginner, so this should be fine. I lifted and set down a fairly decent-looking dumbbell, feeling its weight. It was a little difficult, but not to the point where I couldn't lift it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hummed a tune as I lifted and lowered the dumbbell. Why work out under the moonlight? Since I couldn't rely on armor, the goal was to build up my body to withstand the pressure of the deep sea. Just hearing it makes it sound like the most moronic thing in the world. Even the greatest bodybuilder in Earth's history would be crushed just like anyone else if dropped into the deep sea. After all, the human body is made of flesh and bone, and there are limits to density. It's not something that can be solved through training. It were on Earth. This place is different. Knights learn something called body reinforcement art, and as the name suggests, they emit power not permitted to the human body and gain muscles capable of snapping swords. Of course, knights obtain body reinforcement art to learn swordsmanship with that power. If someone without talent for the sword learns body reinforcement art, they'll just get sliced up by a knight who also learned it. They just become a strong sandbag. I have no intention of fighting knights, so it doesn't matter to me. Now, just one thing, all I needed was the body reinforcement art training manual, which costs tens of thousands of gold per volume and isn't even available in the library. And that problem was solved at lunch today. More precisely, it was because it was solved that I could choose this path. Jern, do you think you can learn this? At lunch today, I returned to the orphanage still dragging my aching body, and when I received the book from the director, I silently gasped in shock. That book wasn't just any body reinforcement art, it was a knight's body reinforcement art. Even though the princess sponsors our orphanage, I know how much money goes into feeding dozens of children, so I couldn't help but ask the always frugal director. Where did you steal this from? What are you saying? I received it. From who? Come here for a moment. The director called me to the empty yard in the back and explained the situation in a secretive tone. Do you remember that, the knight visited the other day?
Yes.
He came while I was away and gave a little speech to the night hopefuls, right? There are many professionals who come to orphanages for volunteer work. I'm not sure why they come. Judging from their sullen expressions while stating obvious facts and throwing out half-hearted words of encouragement, it's definitely not voluntary. They must be getting some sort of credit, or it's a punishment. Still, the kids at the orphanage go wild. Every time those people come, they always bring expensive snacks that the children could never afford with pocket money. I'm not really interested, though. Well, the knight was giving a half-hearted speech as usual, but then Linmal was swinging a wooden sword in the back. And so, he started watching Linmal intently. Suddenly, his eyes went wide and he couldn't take his eyes off her for a long time. For 30 minutes, if Linmal hadn't gotten tired and walked away, he might have kept watching even longer. I could more or less tell where this story was going. The director lifted the body reinforcement art book with a serious expression. And then he handed me this book and said, "Give this to that child. If she catches my eye when I come back, I'll support her." Support what exactly? Probably means he'll give her full support to become a knight. The other teachers were motivated and have been eagerly teaching Linmal. I saw Linmal get up early and pick up a sword this morning, so that's why. Yes, we tempted her with food to get her up a little early. We can't miss this opportunity. It's still hard to believe that Linmal, that small, young child, was born with the talent of a knight. The director seemed truly surprised that not one of the bigger boys but a 10-year-old girl had been chosen by a knight. I wasn't that surprised. I've seen it several times. Linmal has talent. She understands the subtle truths of the sword. She's a true genius, unlike those freakish chosen wizards. It's not strange at all for a knight to be interested. In fact, if she's showing promise only at 10 years old, you might even say it's late. Should I start getting on her good side early? While I was nodding at the thought, an obvious question came to mind. Wait, but why are you giving this to me? Shouldn't you give it to Linmal? I already did. The director's expression turned gloomy. Let me guess, she said it was too boring and didn't want to do it. I wish that were all. As I watched the director sigh in despair, I tilted my head. If not that, then what? Well, Linmal isn't very good at reading. She doesn't not know how to read completely, but there are too many difficult words and complex sentences, so she says she can't read it. What? But she's 10, does that make any sense? Thinking she might just be a moron, I flipped through the body reinforcement art book that was handed to me, only to realize it wasn't such a strange thing after all. Words like femoral region or gastrocnemius rupture, it was full of terms that would be hard to understand even for an elementary schooler. No wonder she couldn't read it. When we tried to teach her ourselves, she said she didn't want to study something that would lead to learning the sword, so there wasn't much we could do. But she listens to you well, so I was wondering if you could teach her. Are you busy, by any chance? No. After a moment's thought, I organized my mind and gave a friendly smile to the director, whose eyes were sparkling with hope. Don't worry, I'll study it well and teach her. Journey. That was what happened this afternoon when I received the director's deeply moved gaze. And now, since I obtained body reinforcement art anyway, I decided to use it to overcome the water pressure. It's the middle of the night, this should be enough. I pumped my muscles as much as I could and looked at my reflection in the well. A human made of toothpicks, not just slim but scrawny, the price of skipping most PE classes, I guess. Well, it should be fine if I learn body reinforcement art. I let out a sigh and tried to imitate one of the stances from the book, then froze. What is this? The stance shown in the manual was downright grotesque. The joints were twisted in impossible directions, and the core idea was to perform strength training in that state. The logic was that even the tiniest muscles in the body had to be trained so that you wouldn't get injured later while learning the advanced body reinforcement art. But can this even be done? The pose was so acrobatic it made me doubt. After thinking for a moment, I shrugged my shoulders and slid my hand between my legs. Gotta do what it says. I mean, it's not like I'll actually get hurt, right? Crunch. The next morning, hey, are you hurt or something?
Yes.
Sunby looked at me with a dumbfounded expression. Since I was walking with a broom like a crutch and limping along, of course he'd be wondering what was going on. Normally, I'd just say I was fine, but this was clearly beyond the point where a lie would work. But I'm okay. This wasn't a lie either. My legs, they hurt, but the rest of my body actually felt lively. The basics of body reinforcement art start with awakening all the muscles in your body. Even now, walking feels strange. I'm only now realizing how many tiny muscles there are in my body. It's not a bad feeling. Rather, using parts I didn't even know existed makes my body feel much lighter. It was worth sacrificing my legs. Hey. Instead of nagging as usual, Sunby covered his eyes with one hand and looked up at the sky. What's with you? So is it really that hard? Sorry. I mean, we've only been cleaning together for 2 weeks, so it might be weird to say this, but if it's really too much, tell me. That director person, I'll take responsibility and... Sensing danger, I frantically waved my hands. No, 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 it wasn't the director who hit me, I just fell on my own, I swear. Really? Yep. I'm fine, so please don't do anything like that, seriously. I nearly turned the director, my life savior, into a criminal. Watching my Sunby still looking confused, I resolved to be more careful from now on. I'm still young, so people believe me way too easily. I'll clean diligently today too, don't worry. What the hell are you saying? How are you gonna clean with a hurt leg? I am fine. I'm the one who's not fine. Come with me. With a stern face full of a sense of duty, Sunby dragged me to a corner building on the academy grounds and even there shoved me into something like an infirmary room. This is the staff infirmary, got it? Just get plenty of rest today. There are medicines and bandages here, so if anything feels wrong with your leg, say something. I'll be cleaning in front of the building, so don't even think about running off to clean. His tone was strict, but what he said couldn't have been kinder. But, Tusk, taking care of a Hubie is also the job of a Sunby, got it? Wow, he really likes that role. Completely crushing my final resistance, Sunby wiped his nose proudly and gently closed the door as he left. I was left alone in the room. Since he said he'd be cleaning right in front of the building, escape was impossible. Sigh. There were so many classes I needed to eavesdrop on today. I decided to just do some self-study, thinking this must be punishment for throwing the director under the bus. Luckily, there were a lot of usable bandages. They had a good weight, perfect for practice. I held a bunch in both hands and dropped them one by one, countermeasure for when I get blown into the air by ocean currents. Use the wind to slow the descent. This is hard. But maybe due to my lack of skill, it wasn't easy to manipulate. The bandages I dropped just rolled normally on the floor. It felt like using ocean currents would make it much easier, but that's meaningless. I'm training the magic of the material realm. I furrowed my brow and focused. On the 12th drop, I caught it. Whoosh! Right before hitting the floor, the bandage suddenly stopped and then bounced back into my hand. It looked like a rubber ball. First success, maybe. Oh. Feeling good as I recalled the sensation from a moment ago, I heard a small sound. I turned my head and there was someone. Wait, why, what? I didn't hear the door open. A girl about my age with short silver hair and big eyes, dressed in clearly high-end children's clothes far fancier than mine, was looking at me with a half-shocked, half-confused expression. Of course, I was the one most shocked. Our eyes met and for about 10 seconds we stared in awkward silence. Just as I was about to say, "Who are you?" she beat me to it. The kid pointed at me with her mouth half-covered and shouted, "You just used magic. A janitor." Looking at the expression on her face like she couldn't believe what she saw, I calmly processed the situation. My life is over. First, I assessed and responded as quickly as possible. Are you a cadet? What brings you here? With a slightly awkward expression and hands cautiously clasped together, I asked with my head slightly bowed, pretending to be a little scared. I tried pretending I didn't know anything, but there was no way that would work. No, how, why, a janitor, wait a second. Looking dumbfounded, she scurried over and started circling around me with her chin in her hand. Honestly, it was distracting. She stopped behind me, looked at the back of my head, and shouted in a tone of realization. You're that guy who was at the back of the classroom that time, the one wearing those weird clothes. That wasn't me. What do you mean it wasn't? It was you. Watching her stomp her feet in frustration, I felt a chill run down the back of my neck. This is really bad, so I've been found out, but more than being surprised, I was puzzled. I was sure there was no sign of anyone nearby. How did she see? How did you learn magic? You're not a noble. Then why can you teach me too? Watching the cadet start mumbling to herself, I quickly ran through dozens of simulations in my mind. And then I picked the most reliable one and went with it, cadetnim. What? I'm really not sure what you're talking about. Magic, I'm just an ordinary janitor. I maintained a confused expression. At the same time, I subtly reached behind my back and tore off the end of a bandage. As quickly as possible, I used the current to lift the loose end that was hard to grab and sharpen the wind to draw it out. It didn't come out. It had worked just fine a moment ago, why not now? With no choice, I used my fingernail to lightly tear at it. Fortunately, the thread that made up the bandage came off in one go. As soon as it was done, she shouted, "Don't lie. I just saw you lift the bandage." Oh, this. I took the bandage I'd pulled from behind my back and tossed it on the floor. Then I used the thin thread to pull it back into my hand. Sorry. I was a little bored, so I made a yo-yo out of some spare supplies. I won't do it again. Huh. She stared blankly at the bandage with the thread, then shook her head. Then what was that time you cut the straw with wind magic? Did you happen to see me cleaning? I used these scissors. Straw can be a fire hazard, so it has to be cut into small pieces and thrown away. I pulled a pair of scissors from my pocket. For the record, cutting up straw for disposal is complete nonsense. But what would a noble know about cleaning? I was confident. Since my skill level wasn't that high, I had to be really close to cut something with enough power. Even if she'd been watching, unless it was from right in front of me, it would have been hard to notice. Seeing her a little flustered, I was sure it had worked, and I quietly let out a sigh of relief. Looks like it worked. Just in case, I threw in one final blow. Regardless, I'm truly sorry, it's all my fault. Thud. I dropped to my knees with a gloomy expression and bowed deeply. This is my first time working as a janitor, so I mistook this place for the staff infirmary. Without knowing my place, I walked into a cadet's area with dirty shoes. I will accept any punishment. Please take full responsibility and discipline me. Contrary to what I said, I already knew this was the staff infirmary. The important word here was responsibility. Have you ever told a child to take responsibility? No, it's not like you need to be punished. This is the staff infirmary. They always react like this, without exception. Tapping her index fingers together and avoiding my gaze, she already seemed completely deflated. I let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Looks like I got away with it. Still, from now on, before class, I should come early and check on the kids, and if this one is here, I should run away instead of listening. Safety first. The cadet gave me one last slightly suspicious look and asked, but you're really not a wizard, right? Yes, logically, how could a janitor use magic? I know that magic is a privilege of nobles. It's not always just like that, though. What? Anyway, if you're not, then fine. Sorry for suspecting you. Why is this kid so obsessed with the idea of me being a wizard? Taking advantage of the cadet's timid moment, I stood up and bowed my head quickly. Thank you for your generous mercy. I'll be going now. Okay. This was an uncomfortable situation for both of us. I tried to leave in a hurry, so this way. Yeah, I'm sure. Until I heard the voices. Of course, it wasn't my problem, so I was just going to open the door and leave, but the cadet suddenly panicked and blocked me. No, not now. Small hands grabbed me. I frowned at the sudden physical contact, and the voices outside stopped. This voice. Kek. Seeing the girl cover her mouth as if she'd made a mistake, I roughly pieced the situation together. I'd wondered why a noble had come all the way to the staff infirmary. Looks like she was being chased by someone. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, a series of aggressive knocks came from the door. Hey, open up. We know you're in there. What do I do? They're asking to open it, should I? No, don't. The cadet trembled, not knowing what to do. Her eyes were getting moist, a pattern I'd often seen at the orphanage. The state kids show right before they start crying. Well, she probably did something to deserve it, not my problem anyway. How dare you run away without a word? We'll fix that habit today. We'll cut that hair of yours. Okay, maybe she didn't actually do anything wrong. But still, kids grow up fighting. Sure, 2 against 1 is a little grim, but if you hit first, you can win. Even just scratching their faces with wind magic as soon as the door opens would take half of them out. You're just an inferior student who can't even use magic. Hurry up and come out, want me to burn your clothes too. Wait, you can't use magic. This was unexpected, that meant she couldn't fight back. Does she use it but with weak output or something? Yeah. But seeing her nod with such a gloomy face, it seemed she really couldn't use it at all. Basic magic at least, even a kindergarten kid could do as long as they were a wizard. This wasn't about being an inferior student, there was some other reason. I think I get why she's being bullied by those kids. Sigh. I let out a deep sigh as I looked at the pounding door and this cheeky little girl who didn't know what to do. Normally, I could just chalk it up to kids fighting and ignore it, but a wizard against a normal person, and 2 against 1 at that, no matter how kindly I tried to see it, I could only picture something brutal. And since it's kids fighting, they wouldn't hold back. It might even really end in bloodshed. Then, just for being here, I'd get dragged into it. I couldn't just sit back and watch such a dangerous possibility. I had no choice but to grab all the bandages nearby. Please endure for a moment. What? There was no place to hide in this room. It was the 3rd floor and escaping through the window was impossible. So I tied up the cadet's hands tightly with the bandage and fixed her in place. She looked at me with a bewildered expression. Her blue eyes, like glass beads, were quite striking. What are you doing? Don't scream. You'll be safe. I looped the bandage tightly under her arms, wrapping her up like a bundle in an instant. Just in case, I'll cover your mouth too. Before she could grasp the situation, I had made her into something like prey wrapped in a spider's web. It's okay, don't struggle, heave-ho. And I threw her out the window. The bandage tied to the railing went taut and began to support her weight. This is insane. If this cadet were to fall and die like this, I'd be executed as the janitor who killed a noble. Of course, I had absolutely no intention of trusting some tough bandage with her life. It's floating well. The bandage was merely to deceive the eye and senses and served as a secondary safety device in case of an emergency. The real purpose was to wrap her tightly so she would catch the flow of the current. For some reason, it's extremely difficult to directly manipulate living beings with the current unless they're wearing something like heavy armor. If it were that easy, I would have been levitating myself already. But once tightly wrapped in bandages without any gaps, thus judged as an object, she could be manipulated just fine. And thanks to recently messing around with the current so much, my current magic's limit had increased considerably. Even so, not enough to make a girl float in midair. But at the very least I could make sure she didn't fall. 3rd floor, that's within the range of my current magic. Even if I were to cut all the bandages now, she would slowly drift down and land safely. Just in case she started struggling, I looked out the window and gave her one last warning. I'll pull you back in after I deal with this. Until then, please stay quiet. She couldn't speak because her mouth was covered, but if nothing else, the fact that I was trying to help her seemed to get across. Despite the confusion, she nodded slowly. Good. I closed the window and messed up my hair to look like someone who had just woken up. Then I grabbed the broom like a crutch and approached the door to open it. Why'd you take so long to open it? Are you seriously looking to die? What the hell? Who the hell is this guy? Before I said anything, I scanned my opponents. Judging by their faces, they couldn't be more than 1 or 2 years older than me, but they were built like tanks. They must have eaten like crazy growing up. I'd believe they were 15. While the tall blonde and red-haired cadets stared at me with expressions like, who the hell is this guy? I acted first. I bowed repeatedly, wearing a dazed look. Oh dear, what brings you cadets here? We definitely heard voices, where is she? Oh my, who are you referring to? Elijah, of course. Elijah, I'm not sure who that is. So that one's name was Elijah. I tilted my head like I genuinely didn't know, and the red-haired brat flared up in anger. That silver-haired mutt, how dare she run off without knowing her place? I was going to properly teach her a lesson today. I am terribly sorry. I was asleep here, so I didn't see anyone. Are you serious? You're not hiding her in here or something? There's nowhere to hide in this tiny room, is there? But if you'd like, you're free to search all you want. Hewins, what now? It looked like the final say belonged to the blonde cadet named Hewins. Feeling a bit nervous, I waited as Hewins scanned the room, then clicked his tongue. This guy's right, where could anyone even hide in here? We must have misheard. You think so? Let's go, she's definitely hiding somewhere around here. Let's search the upper floor. Got it, wherever she's hiding once I find her. The red-haired cadet stormed out of the room and Hewins turned to follow but suddenly looked back at me. Are you a janitor? Ah yes. Looks like you're hurt, sorry for waking you up here. Ping, Hewins flicked something shiny from his pocket. I caught it reflexively. It was 1 silver coin. Wait, a silver coin. That's like half a year's allowance for me. You didn't have to, thank you so much. Having money is never a bad thing. I tried to hide my smile as I quietly pocketed the bonus income and Hewins calmly continued. If you happen to find that silver-haired cadet, sneak up to the 4th floor and tell me. I'll pay you 10 times more. How could I refuse, but... I asked cautiously, did she do something wrong? Wrong. HMPH, of course she did. Hewins crossed his arms with a truly disgusted expression. How dare that mutt try to take the same classes as us, she doesn't know her place. We need to beat her until she quits. By mutt you mean? She can't even use magic, she's not a wizard. Hewins's face was filled with deep contempt. One of her parents is a commoner, right? Disgusting. Whoever her parents are, they really failed at home education. As I was offering silent condolences, Hewins let out a sleazy laugh and said something absurd. Oh right. If you find her, it's fine if you beat her up and drag her here. She's a commoner like you anyway, doesn't matter if she gets roughed up a bit. What a load of bullshit. What does he take me for, a suicide applicant? Yes. I'll knock her out cold the moment I see her. What hahaha, I like you, man. Not that I was hoping for it, but it seems I earned some favor. After laughing heartily, Hewins headed up to the 4th floor. Only after all their footsteps had completely faded did I go to the window and pull up the bandage. Heave-ho, are you all right? I'll take that silence as a yes. Even as I untied the bandages, Elijah kept her head lowered with a heavy expression. She must have heard the entire conversation from outside the window. If all of that is true, then it makes sense why she was so obsessed with me using magic. I carefully removed the wrappings so her skin wouldn't get hurt, then sat her on the bed and offered some mild comfort. Don't worry too much, not being able to use magic won't affect your life at all. I'd actually prefer to be unable to use it. Elijah still mumbled with a gloomy expression. Why are you still speaking formally? Excuse me. Everything they said is true, I can't use magic. Where had the cheerful girl from our first meeting gone? Now she had pulled her knees up and entered full despair mode, starting to talk down on herself. I'm a half-baked noble, so I skip classes all the time and keep running away, that's why. Skip. Huh. I raised my hand and cut her off mid-sentence. Before Elijah could tilt her head and say anything, I spoke first. That's really unfortunate, I wish you the best, you can do it, fighting. Huh, what? Leaving just those words behind, I backed out of the room, leaving the bewildered Elijah behind. The thought of getting involved in that bizarre event. Not even a little bit, not at all. I have my own problems to deal with. It's my day off anyway, might as well find another room and get some proper sleep. What? I could still hear Elijah's confused muttering from the room, as she struggled to make sense of the situation. Practicing magic is a difficult thing to understand. For example, let's say you suddenly feel like running faster and for a longer time. Then you just run. Human muscles have a structure that tears, heals, and becomes stronger. But magic is not used with muscles. If you only look at output, if you want to use stronger magic, you need to cram in more mana, and the amount of that mana is decided by the number of astral wheels. Then how do you increase those all-important astral wheels? That part is the most ridiculous. What am I supposed to do? Even if I spread out dozens of books borrowed from the library in the warehouse and go through everything. And even if I combine them with what I heard in class, it is the same. Do you want to increase astral wheels and walk the path of magic? Then expand your enlightenment. Shouldn't I first know what that so-called enlightenment even is? But then, this thing is said to be the very law that constructs the inner world and also a wizard's highly private and secret weakness. They say never, absolutely never, go around telling anyone what you have realized, not even family. So there is no example at all. I have no idea what I have realized. Since astral wheels exist under enlightenment, I must know something, but I grabbed my chin and pondered. That all nobles are deformities. No way, that is the law constructing my deep sea, that I'm destined to die soon. Doesn't seem like the deep sea, my inner world, would be formed from that kind of enlightenment. That leaves only one thing: this world is underwater, is it? As expected, only this. The very first thought I had when I suffered awakening fever, and the biggest problem I have to solve. If it is the law that is constructing my inner world, I cannot think of anything else. Then two new problems arise. What does it even mean to expand it here? Did Duria secretly steal information, taking advantage of the fact that I don't know much about enlightenment? I can let the latter go since she helped me, but the former is the problem. The enlightenment that this world is underwater is literally just recognizing the situation. This is not enlightenment, but something you would be a moron not to notice. If you grab a person, tie their legs with concrete and throw them into the sea, 9 out of 10 would realize the same thing as me. That this place is underwater and that they are dying. What exactly does it mean to expand this? Of course, it is not like I have no guess at all. I consciously ignored the lanterns hanging around the warehouse. Not yet, it is dangerous. Someday I will have to float 2 stars, but if I do that now, I will be crushed to death. Even if I survive somehow, without Duria around, I could end up with decompression sickness. At the very least, I need to create a way to withstand water pressure before increasing it. Well, even if I do not increase it, it will come to me on its own anyway.
Hi.
The current situation was so utterly hopeless that a hollow laugh came out. Maybe it was a relief that I at least knew exactly what was coming. For now, I had to do what I could without touching the astral wheels. Splash. I organized the books and poured water onto the dirt floor. I did not use currents. I took a breath, looked slowly down at the floor, and stepped back. Rise. Wind gently stirred in the tightly sealed warehouse. The wet dirt squirmed. Then, as if boiling in a pot, it bubbled and turned into sticky mud, and it began to move. Like a living creature, it slowly floated upward into the air and clumped into the shape of a sphere. I intended to just leave it be, but my fingers twitched. A tingling sensation. I am not used to making something with magic instead of my hands. The wind slowly pressed, tore, and carved the mud. Since it was the first time, maybe I should aim for something simple like a puppy. Cut a bit higher, no, not there, below, ah. Like a lunatic, muttering came out by itself. It cannot be helped. Mastery of magic is a battle of how well you overlay what is in your head onto the world. In that process, you use the 5 senses, or so they say, but it is not like I am going to taste the mud, and touching it directly with my hand is meaningless. It basically means relying almost entirely on sight. The only other sense that can help a bit is hearing. If you mutter what you want, you slowly get a feel for it. This is not about saying trigger words like split, rise, or whatever. The true goal is to depend solely on sight and realize exactly what you want without such auxiliary tools. Ah, damn it. It is hard, sweat drips down endlessly and pieces keep falling off the mud lump I raised. It is hard enough just to keep it stable, let alone do proper cutting. The puppy I tried to make is turning into something like a twisted Cerberus from the underworld. Ugh. Splat. Halfway through, my mana ran out and the mud fell into a puddle. It had lasted well for about 3 days. With a sigh, I steeled my resolve and gulped down seawater. Cup. I forced down the urge to retch. I thought no matter how much humans are animals of adaptation, no one could get used to drowning. And I was right, you can never get used to it, but at least I could endure the oncoming pain without making a sound.
KH Kaka.
Every time I recharge mana, I sometimes think, should I just let it all go? If I throw myself into a nearby lake, I could suffer this pain once and be done, but to survive, I must endure it several times every week. Even after all this, survival is uncertain. No, beyond uncertain, a guaranteed hell is what awaits. Fuck it. I grabbed my trembling legs and forced myself to stand. I fixed my eyes on the puddle again. The mud floated up, and this time it was carved away much faster than before. If I borrow Duria's words, she says the world wants my death, but honestly it does not matter what you put in place of the world. Whether it is a thug with a club, a knight who can tear me apart in an instant, or a king who commands hundreds of such knights. Am I supposed to obediently offer my neck to the bastard who tries to kill me? I would rather die than do that. Even if what awaits as the price is a fate worse than death, I refuse. If my enlightenment is that this world is the deep sea, then the enlightenment of the deep sea will be that it chose the wrong enemy. I will make it so splat, huh? I brushed aside my sweat-drenched hair. This time at least I managed to make something with 4 legs and a head recognizable enough. Of course, anyone could see it was not a puppy. I felt a vague emotion somewhere between dissatisfaction and satisfaction. Right now, precision is what matters. I need to circulate air inside my body. One small mistake and I die. Isn't there some way to increase precision? As I pondered, the currents wavered slightly. It was faint, but I definitely felt it. Of course, I usually felt the flow of currents too. In fact, I often tripped because of its interference. But this was the first time I sensed such a delicate movement. I felt the subtle motion and closed my eyes to analyze it. Is this someone coming? I scratched my head. The faint wave was heading this way. I was sure I had called Linmal. Bang Jern, I came because you called. Oh, why yeah. So it is real. I barely hid my surprise. Wait, is this even possible? The warehouse is a sealed space. How can someone outside interfere? Well, if sealed space means seawater does not enter, then it is no different from being trapped in some narrow steel box, thinking only of how to drain the water. Like last time when water pressure pressed only on my body and not my clothes, it seems that surrounding objects have no meaning until I recognize them. The strange thing is, how did Linmal disturb the currents underwater? Why did you call me? Why? I have something to teach you. I looked at Linmal's bright, round eyes and then realized she did not just start disturbing them. She had always been disturbing them. When Duria showed me magic, the surrounding currents swirled. If I were the only one who could interfere with the currents, that should have been impossible. Now that I have become familiar with the currents, I can sense even the smallest movements. My mind is getting used to the world I am in. A good thing, if only there were not so little time left before I am crushed by water pressure. What are you going to teach? What is it? Linmal, unaware of my worry, asked with a bright face. I held up the book about body reinforcement art. I learned this roughly so I could teach it to you. Didn't you say a knight gave it to you? Better to receive it. Ugh. Then Linmal's always sunny expression crumpled slightly. I don't want to study. It's not studying, just do as I say. I memorized it all. Really, then it's fine. But it might hurt a little. Is that okay? How much does it hurt? Just a little. I told a kind lie. It would hurt quite a lot. I thought I was going to die after all, but it cannot be helped. Thanks to this, I got my hands on body reinforcement art, so it is my duty to awaken Linmal's talent. Tilda, then fine, but instead, after it's done, let's go to the forest in the west together. It's night right now. It's fine, I can beat everything in the mountain behind us. There are bears there. The bear paw soup we ate last time was from the bear I caught. All right. I nodded readily. I will have to train her hard. Either way, once it is over, she will not even be able to move. She will not even be able to think about the forest. Then first, raise your hands above your head, clasp them together, and without bending your elbows, twist 90 degrees to the right. Done. It doesn't hurt. Huh. Linmal tilted her head with that bizarre posture as if wondering what I meant. Why would this hurt? Jern, are you hurt somewhere? Well, are you provoking me just because you are a little flexible? With a wicked grin, I immediately skipped to the beginner course. Really? Fine then, next from that position. Done. Good, well done. Intermediate course, now turn all the way until your arm touches your waist. Done. Gee, good, you're doing well. Advanced course, now put your head between your legs like that and hold it for 10 minutes. Hold what? Why, you know it's hard right now. It's not hard though. Is this real? Unable to believe my eyes, I had her try several of the advanced courses that even I had not learned. This girl followed all of them while saying things like, so when does the training start? In other words, Linmal. She has already awakened all the fine muscles of her body. In short, she is already practicing body reinforcement art. Where did you learn this? Well, if it were the type of thing you naturally pick up while exercising, I would not be this shocked. But body reinforcement art cannot be learned without a manual. You must follow special training methods. Linmal blinked and answered, I never learned it. Then why are you so good at it? Linmal thought for a moment, then answered, maybe I learned it while playing during gym class. Learning body reinforcement art while playing, something that cannot be learned without special training. Can I even call this talent? Anyway, when does this end? It just ended, let's go to the forest right away. Oh really? Really, let's go. I smiled warmly at Linmal, whose face had brightened. Scoring points with the future captain of the Knights will surely help my survival. Nothing has been resolved yet, but still, just when I was starting to get used to the routine, an unexpected obstacle appeared. Everyone, you all brought your magic paper, right?
I
I let out a long sigh as I swept the broom. It has been about a month since I started eavesdropping on the lessons. In that time, I steadily followed the process and could solidify my basics. Now I could even sculpt a puppy doll with its beard completely accurate from a much wider range. I have no intention of bragging to kids, but if it is limited to wind magic, I am much better than those taking the class over there. Though that would only make me slightly better than an ordinary wizard my age. The problem starts from here. I cannot go any further than this. Yes, but why did you ask us to bring this? I will tell you now, in the world there are many kinds of people. People who are strong, people who are tall, people who eat well, right?
yes.
Just like this, people all have something they are good at, their strengths. It is the same for wizards. You cannot understand it now, but you have already created your own world. In this class, we will use the magic paper to take a small peek at that world. The obstacle of class supplies is too hard to overcome. I do not even know where to buy that thing nor how much it costs. This means that attending this lesson is close to useless for me. Now, put the magic paper on your desk, lightly place your hand on it, and do nothing.
Why?
Magic paper is really sensitive. If you use fire magic on it, it will burn up instantly, and if you use wind magic, it will soar high into the air. Even just touching it will record a trace of mana.
Ah, teacher. It ripped.
Oh my, magic paper must be expensive. Should I give you a spare? It is okay, my father said I needed it, so he gave me 100 sheets.
I see.
Nothing is changing. It must have recorded something if you give it to me. Oh my, it is slightly singed. Ewan seems to have a talent for flame magic. So it is something like that. This class is a bust, but at least I do not need it. If I put my hand on it, it would just get soaked instantly anyway. Knowing about the inner world already, it is a pointless exercise. The real problem came with the next class. Today is finally the day we enter the basics. Everyone brought their textbooks, right?
Yees tilde.
Open to page 3, today we will learn.
This is seriously fucked.
I let out a sigh and muttered to myself. This really has no solution. It is not strange. Even if they are teaching children, since it is the regular curriculum, of course, there would be textbooks. Of course, if I strain my ears and focus, I can get the gist of what they are learning. But I cannot grasp the details. It feels like half the class content just slips past me. It is the worst-case scenario. After a moment's thought, I gambled. Normally, I would run away a few minutes before class ended. This time, I acted differently, sweeping and cleaning the floor as normally as possible, not too diligently but just enough. I waited for class to end. Clatter, hey, come with us. A white horse was born in our stable today, let's go see it. To avoid drawing suspicion, I glanced at the floor while peeking. The children were not much different from the ones at the orphanage. Of course, their clothes were expensive and they were already wearing all kinds of accessories which made for a clear difference, but children are still children. They were just cute. Wait a moment, everyone, follow my lead. Ah, no running. Fortunately, the teacher hurriedly followed after the kids too. Round glasses, brown hair, a robe not very noble-looking. Unlike the previous teacher, this one even spoke politely to the kids and did not look very experienced. Well, that is not what matters. I approached the closed door, grabbed the handle and tried turning it. Clack, it was not locked. Phew. Only after checking several times that no one was around did I calm my pounding heart and step into the classroom. It was exactly the kind of children's classroom I had imagined. It looked like they left the cleaning to the servants because it was a total mess. Chairs toppled over, tissues, torn scraps of paper. It was chaos itself. Looking around, I saw an open book on one of the desks. Is this it? I closed it to see the cover. Francine's Path of Magic, Basics 1. Looks like it is. As expected of a textbook, it was a book that was not in the library. Without any hesitation, I began reading. The contents of the book were astonishingly easy to understand. The books in the library used terminology so advanced that I could not even read them, let alone understand them, but this was clearly different. No, it even explained those terms. Forgetting to copy anything down, I was entranced, reading the textbook without pause. Most of the magic information I had wanted but which the lessons glossed over was here. From increasing precision to methods of setting exact manifestation points, what to explore, what to avoid, and other fascinating details. Of course, I could not understand everything at first glance, but that was because it was meant to be a teaching material for lessons. If I had this textbook while attending class, I could probably understand everything as a whole. Everything I need to learn right now is in this book. Gulp, I swallowed without meaning to.
I can't.
Caught in the grip of impulse, I reached out for the textbook, then clenched my teeth. Stealing the textbook? Do I really have a death wish? The chance of being caught is too high, and the risk if I am caught is far too great. Theft is not something you can cry your way out of. Child or not, real punishment could come down on me. The best solution is to copy it. I did not have time to waste, so I took out the notebook and pencil I had prepared. A faint current brushed against me. It was that sensation again from before, a subtle flow caused by someone approaching. I must have been too absorbed in the textbook. Probably the teacher, I thought, just as a grumbling voice reached my ears.
Hot teaching kids is seriously exhausting.
If I go out now, I will be seen leaving the classroom. There are many places to hide, but that is a last resort. Quickly deciding, I picked up a broom. Swish, swish, 10 seconds passed as I calmly began sweeping the floor. The teacher came in. He looked at me with slightly surprised eyes, and I looked back at him, equally startled. Ah, hello.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm cleaning. Cleaning the classroom. No one told you to. Why are you? Right before suspicion filled the teacher's eyes, I cut him off and bowed my head deeply. I'm sorry. While cleaning around the classroom, the door was open, so I misunderstood and thought I had to clean inside as well. I'm sorry. Oh no, it's not something you need to apologize for. Are you the cleaner for this area?
Yes.
Then I guess it was a misunderstanding. But don't go into buildings like this without permission from now on. Someone might think you're a thief. I let out a sigh of relief in my heart. Was that too risky a gamble? Of course, even in the worst-case scenario, since I had not actually stolen anything, I was confident I could get away with it somehow. I'll take care of this place, so you go sweep outside. I'll help you. This is my job though. I've already finished cleaning in front of the classroom. Really? Well then. Helping the teacher clean the classroom and then leaving, I felt my whole body drenched in sweat. Not from exhaustion but from tension. I felt like my lifespan had been cut by several years. Thanks for helping. Because of you, it finished quickly. No, it's my job. Is there anything else you want me to do? Really? Then could you help me with one more thing? This is leftover magic paper. Could you take it to that magic tool shop in the center over there?
Yes.
I just said it, but there really is something. As soon as I grabbed it, I panicked that the magic paper might all get wet, but thankfully it was handed to me still inside a thick box. I staggered into the shop carrying it and called the balding owner who was tidying behind the counter. Excuse me, the teacher from the children's class asked me to deliver this. Leftover magic paper, wait a moment.
An NGH.
While the owner went to the back of the shop to get something, I looked around the store and... I froze when I saw the books lined up above the counter. Francine's Path of Magic, Basics 1.
Francine's Path of Magic. Basics 2. Francine's Path of Magic, Basics 3.
Was this a jewelry shop? I really wanted them. I started scheming, and when the owner came back out, I lowered my face so it would be hard to see and spoke in a low voice. Here you go.
Thanks for the errand.
What kind of shop is this? This is where students come to buy supplies when they lose them. Why do you ask?
Thank you, I was just curious.
He confirmed it. Trying to hide my excitement so my face wouldn't show it, I left the shop and ran to a secluded spot. As soon as I entered the alley, I stripped off my clothes, pulled out the noble clothes I'd been carrying just in case, and put them on. I'd been carrying them to avoid getting in trouble if I was caught doing something risky while I was a cleaner, but I never thought I'd actually use them like this. Is my hair okay? I checked my reflection in the small stream for a few minutes, wiped off the soot and tidied my hair. It was a bit of a problem that my hair was black, but there were nobles with black hair too. It shouldn't be a huge issue. I straightened my shoulders and cleared my throat. I left the dirty bag there and walked back into the store acting every inch the noble. As I'd felt entering the library, attitude mattered. When I re-entered the magic tools shop, the owner's reaction was noticeably different. He bowed and stepped out from behind the counter as if he'd really seen a noble. Well, he had better behave or I'd be in big trouble. Ah, welcome, what would you like to look at? I want to buy those 3 textbooks. Why you want to? That was the tone. Still, the owner took out the magic books without suspicion. Which family are you from? I can put them on account for you. As expected of the academy, the owner suggested buying on credit. But I have no family to speak of, so I shook my head. Do you accept cash? Yes, of course. Then take the rest. I thanked Hewins inwardly and placed silver coins on the counter. He's practically saved my life. Next time I see Elijah, I'll at least quietly tell her where he is, even if I don't actually hit her. Thinking that, I reached for the textbooks when the owner, who'd been puzzled by the coin I handed over, suddenly laughed. Young master, I think you've brought the wrong coin. That's silver, not gold. Is that so? Yes, each of these textbooks costs 599 silver. It might be better to put them on your family's account. If you tell, I'll come back another time. Okay. I left the shop with my usual confidence. Then once I was in the alley, I collapsed and muttered with a face full of despair. Seriously, don't bullshit me. 599 silver, a textbook, 599 silver coins, 1 book, all 3 together are roughly equal to our orphanage's yearly budget. Isn't the inflation too severe? I needed to make money immediately. As soon as I returned to the orphanage, I locked myself up in the storage room and began formulating a plan. First, the cards I have. I'm an orphan. Starting capital is virtually 0, especially compared to my goal. Age is 10, which means I can't even get into manual labor. No, really, I don't have any cards at all. Begging might actually be the best option. I guess that's fine for the beginning, but the first part of the textbook was just a review of what I had already learned, so as long as I could get it, keeping up with the material wouldn't be an issue. The problem was what came after. I had at most 2 weeks. Within that time, I needed to get the textbook and start attending classes if I didn't want to fall behind. At least 599 silver in that time. That's impossible through normal means. And even by abnormal means, there's no feasible way I can see. No, but seriously, what's up with these nobles? Sure, I know they have money, but 599 silver for a single book. And it didn't even seem to be treated like something all that important. On top of that, the higher the grade level, the more books you had to keep buying. Now I understand why only nobles are allowed in the library. Even if magic is a privilege exclusive to nobles, this just seems absurd. While I was deep in thought, I felt the flow of the current again and furrowed my brow. It must be Linmul. I didn't have time to play right now. If I got caught, I'd lose at least 2 hours, so I crawled into the nearby hay. Now I could even keep time. Exactly 5 seconds after counting in my head, the door to the storage room burst open. Why do they always kick the door open? Linmul appeared with sparkling eyes, shouted, then tilted her head. Jern, I found a golden beetle, huh? What are you doing in the storage room? There's no one here. That's weird, I thought I smelled something. What are you even talking about? Once Linmul, looking confused, left the storage room with the other kids, I crawled out from the hay and brushed off what had stuck to me. Even though the door had closed behind them, I could see the group of kids heading off into the forest. To think I could feel not only people approaching but also leaving. Fascinating. The more I used it, the more it felt like I had become a bat. Strictly speaking, becoming a wizard and using magic is a more astonishing thing, but at least the kind of ordinary magic everyone uses isn't completely incomprehensible. Of course, things like overlay your inner world onto reality, that kind of metaphysical talk still makes no sense to me. But just thinking of it as a place somewhere in my body has formed where mana can be stored, and with that stored power I can pull out what's in my head and make it exist in reality, that's simple enough to understand. I can follow along in class too, but as for the magic related to the deep sea, I have no idea how it works. Since it doesn't use any mana, it just feels like I've grown new limbs. What should I call this? At the very least, since creating currents and sensing them were completely different abilities, I felt the need to give them a name. No need for anything fancy. Maybe I'll just call it Tide Sense. While playing around with my Tide Sense ability, I figured out a few things. First, it's completely unusable in crowded marketplaces. Since the waves are already subtle, once mixed together, it becomes impossible to tell what's coming or going. However, if I focused on a quieter location and narrowed my attention to something nearby, if I concentrated on just one single thing, then, at least for that, the accuracy would rise to an unbelievable level. Could I make use of this? I put a wooden die used for board games into a cracked brass bowl and shook it around. Let's try guessing. 6. I checked the result. 1. Scratching my head, I rolled it slowly this time. I could feel the die bouncing inside the bowl. It hit the side, the top, then the side again. 3. When I opened the bowl, 3, got it right this time, useless. But I clicked my tongue. Even with this ability, taking it to real combat, or rather, a gambling den, would be meaningless. There were also too many people around for the Tide Sense to work properly, and the dice would likely be rolled much faster than now. If someone tried to cheat, I could notice right away, but would that even matter? Wait a second. What if I changed the game? For example, what about roulette? I dug a few holes into the ground with my foot and threw the die. Then just as it fell, I pulled on it, rattle. No matter how many times I threw it, the die went into a different hole than the one I aimed at with my hand. It landed exactly where the current had targeted. At this point, it was worth seriously considering. I rested my chin on my hand and reviewed several possibilities. Of course, no matter how many times I thought about it, it was clearly not something a sane person would do. First of all, with this young body, I couldn't even enter a gambling den, and I knew very well how difficult it was to make money in such a place. I've never done it myself, but I know at least a few people who were ruined by it. The moment you start winning little by little, someone from the top will definitely mess with you. They say even a mutt is strong in its own yard. If a gambling den's dealer decides to scam me, I wouldn't stand a chance. Even if I managed to make money somehow, I wasn't sure I could take it without trouble. Do I have the power to protect it? Not at all. If force were used against me, I'd have no way to respond. Calculating everything, this was clearly an abnormal method that I should never choose. Well, maybe it doesn't matter. Still, among the abnormal methods, this one was the most normal. After about an hour of pondering, I managed to come up with solutions for most of the problems. Shall I bring out that money soaked in despair? Without hesitation, I stepped out of the storage room. Please, is there really no way you could make an exception just this once? I'm sorry, sir, this is as far as we can go. The bank employee, looking at Albus, the orphanage director, with pity, handed over the documents. As I mentioned, you already have this much in loans and any further lending. However, if you put the building up as collateral, it would be possible. That's not an option. Albus firmly shook his head. He could never put the orphanage up as collateral. That would be selling the children's future just to survive in the present. He had no intention of compromising, nor should he. The employee sighed as if he expected that response and collected the documents. Personally, I truly wish I could help you, but it's unfortunate. No, it's fine, thank you for your time. It wasn't fine, but he bowed and left the bank. As he walked out with a hollow expression, he looked up at the clear sky and thought to himself, was it impossible after all? Thanks to the welfare policies of the princess, it had become easier to breathe. Fewer children were left neglected. Albus sincerely felt he could kiss the very toes of her feet, but light is always followed by shadow. Orphanages seeking profit sprang up like mushrooms after rain. They would gather children however they could, sometimes even create them just to fill the numbers, temporary buildings that existed only on paper, children treated worse than animals. Back then, Albus had been a highly promising scribe, and driven by a sense of justice, he wiped out all those corrupt orphanages. But the children remained. There was no place to house the children who had simply been collected. For a while, the capital overflowed with kids without guardians. Albus didn't know the full extent of it. He handled everything from behind a desk, and the reports he received only said everything was proceeding correctly. One day, during heavy rain, on his way to the imperial palace to receive an award for processing the highest number of fraudulent claims, Albus saw two children hugging each other in a back alley, dead. He realized then, as he looked at the corpses of children who hadn't even lost their baby teeth yet. Surely, those who had committed welfare fraud had locked children behind bars and thrown them slop not even fit for dog food. However, it was he who had taken even that slop away. Albus stepped down from his enviable career path with his own hands and used his remaining wealth to establish an orphanage. Perhaps it was his way of atonement. He devoted his entire youth, starting at 20, giving his all until now at 50. Even when warned that no more government support would come, he spent his own money to expand the building and tried to be as mindful as possible about the meals. The other teachers had warned him several times that if things continued like this, it would be difficult to keep the orphanage running. Even so, Albus continued to take in new children. My greed was too great. Was this punishment for that day? If it were punishment, he wished it would fall on him alone. As he returned to the orphanage with weary steps, a few children who spotted him came running with frustrated expressions. Director Yandel took my candy. What are you talking about? You gave it to me. I said just taste it. What am I supposed to do if you swallow it? No, but why did you really swallow it? If you do that, there's no point in eating candy. Anyway, I only took one bite, so what? All right, don't fight everyone. Also, sharing candy with each other can spread sickness. And if you swallow it wrong, it can get stuck in your throat and stop your breathing. You don't want that to happen, right?
Yes.
Good, if you both make up and promise not to fight anymore, I'll give you each a piece of candy.
How does that sound?
We'll make up. He had been worried he might not be able to hide his emotions in front of the children, but thankfully, only a genuine smile came out. After caring for them one by one, he returned to the director's office where Teacher Catley, who oversaw the overall management of the orphanage, asked with a worried look. Director, what happened with the loan?
Well, they said it's difficult. Sigh.
She let out a sigh as she put down the documents. If one were to look for the cause, it was Albus's excessive intake of children. However, Catley couldn't bring herself to say anything. If Albus hadn't been so soft, then surely a few of the children she knew and loved wouldn't be alive today. What do we do now? With the money left, we can't hold out for even 2 months. If we cut food expenses, maybe 3 months. I'll continue looking into other options, and... Albus took off his coat as if it were nothing and smiled. You know I'm a landowner, right? If it comes to it, I don't mind selling it. No, director, that's... Catley shook her head. The phrase landowner was only half true. Indeed, the land Albus owned in the northern plains produced high-quality tea despite being small, so it was quite valuable. It was also the biggest source of income for maintaining the orphanage. If they sold the land and slowly scaled down operations, they could wind things down without the children suffering. However, that land had been passed down through Albus's family for generations and was also a burial ground. In fact, a bit away from the tea fields, his parents were buried, so to sell it. This is only the last resort. And the children who are still with us need to live, don't they? If my mother were still alive, she would have told me to do the same. Truly, you're incredible. It's really nothing, few more than that. I'm worried about Linmal. I wonder what the knight saw in such a small child. You call Linmal a small child? That girl can take down a bear. What kind of metaphor is that? Oh, you've been too busy running around with loan matters lately, so you wouldn't know. Recently, Linmal went up the mountain and... Knock, knock, knock. Just as Catley was shaking her head and starting to explain, someone knocked on the door of the director's office. Ah, hold on a moment. Hello. Oh, Jern. What brings you here? Black hair, short stature, skin so pale it seemed untouched by sunlight, and eyes that were far too deep and dark to belong to someone his age. The boy politely bowed. I wanted to have a brief consultation with you, Director. Do you happen to have a moment? Ah, of course, Teacher Catley, would you mind telling me the rest later?
Yes.
Jern, the director just got back from a long outing, so don't take too long. Okay, I'll keep it short. After Catley left the office, Jern sat on the nearby sofa. Director. Yes, what is it? Could you lend me some money? Oh, money.
Yes.
Albus tilted his head and met Jern's gaze. He knew the boy was a good child, but he could never figure out what he was thinking. But what mattered was that he was a good child. Well, he's been eavesdropping on classes at the academy lately, he must need money to buy supplies. Satisfied with that assumption, Albus opened the safe and asked, "How much do you need?" 599 silver. He froze in place. Oh, that's. I'm sorry, I'm not asking for the money you currently have. Jern smiled gently and extended a finger, and then clang. As if pushed by an invisible force, the safe door closed shut. It didn't stop there. Clack, clack, the handle moved on its own and locked the safe door. Albus was silently shocked at the boy's level of growth. I knew he went to learn, but he didn't know much about magic. But he knew enough to understand that doing something like that so naturally without even using an incantation was no easy feat. He hadn't even taken formal classes. Could he really do this just by eavesdropping? Meeting Albus's gaze, Jern answered. "Let's do a job together, Director." "A job?" "Yes." It was a thought he should never have had about a child. "I'll help you make money." It sounded like a devil's whisper, "Mo money." I organized my thoughts as I looked at the director Nim, who repeated my question with a bewildered expression. "Our orphanage, the orphanage, whatever you call it, the facility is unbelievably good. It's the largest orphanage, they even give pocket money, and there are so many kinds of meals and education that it felt like there was no difference between us and children from ordinary families. At first I thought every orphanage was like this and admired the policy. But after being dragged by Linmol to the capital and seeing things half against my will, what I learned was that our orphanage was simply the best. Of course, that does not mean other places practiced abuse. I had heard that there used to be such places, but thanks to the policy they were all overturned and could no longer be found. Anyway, from the system that cares for each ward to giving pocket money, we were the only ones doing it. At first I just passed it off like, wow, the princess must really like our orphanage and supports us a lot. But the director Nim always sighed heavily when there were no one around. It was all just a show of strength. In other words, the director has no choice but to give in, not for themselves but for our sake. No. It wasn't like that. Director, who was dumbfounded, sat me down and with a rare stern expression crossed his arms and began a long lecture. "Jern, I know you are excellent, but to use that talent for swindling, that is something you must not do." "No, this isn't a swindle." Even if that were not the case, I want the money I spend dressing you and feeding you to be clean money." As expected, true righteousness allows no sophistry. "But then what about our orphanage?" "Then it just needs to be made not righteous." The director Nim's expression wavered. "Have you heard?" "A little, I did hear, but even if I hadn't, I would have known. Everyone knew the operation has been in poor shape recently. Even so, that's something I can." "You cannot." I stated it definitively. If it were a problem that could be solved, it would not have come this far. I whispered like a devil into the director Nim's troubled ear. "They are bad people. Have you heard that some of the residents got into gambling and were ruined?" That is. Director Nim. As I said before, the director Nim gave in. "Please think of it as for us, so that we can eat well and grow up well." Because it was for us, not for himself. After brooding for a long time, the director Nim bowed his head deeply. "Just once." "Yes. Just once. Just to pay off the debt and only enough to buy your textbooks. And do not extort from people who gamble." "Bingo," I answered with a beaming smile. "Of course, don't worry, we'll make the crooks approach us first." I feel like I'm dancing in the palm of your hand." Taking the sighing director Nim, we went to Ainlin SC's clothing shop and started fitting. No, Director Nim, what on earth is this?" "I am sorry, I will explain everything later." Ainlin SSI shrieked at the director Nim's dreadful fashion. A velvet vest stuffed with padding, a leather belt, trousers that only glittered unpleasantly. With even a fake beard added for disguise, he looked like the caricature of a nouveau riche. "Hold this cane and in the future do not speak to me gently." "Will this do?" "You're a bit stiff. Speak gently, like addressing someone beneath you." Like this." I corrected his tone of voice too. I also dressed in servant's clothes. As for my face, I did not bother with a disguise. There are few people who would pay attention to a servant's face. "I'll address you like this, master." All right. Don't be too nervous, it'll be over in an instant." "How is that possible?" No matter how much you swindle, you can't make money that easily. I explained step by step to the puzzled director Nim. If we bet 1 silver, make it 10 silver, then 100 silver, what would happen? I do not know. The answer is we can't know. At the point of making 10 silver, those guys will pull tricks, and if I break through those tricks, they'll realize we're not ordinary and use force. Before 1 silver becomes 100 silver, we'll be kicked out in some way. And I was not confident I could overcome that force. Well, I was a little confident, but doing it would be a problem. Escalating things is not the goal. For that reason, I had never considered winning step by step in the first place. Then what do you plan to do? I already thought of a way. When those bastards throw bait to hook us, I'll snap the fishing line along with the hook, and before they can grasp the situation, we flee. The operation is tomorrow. We end it in one go. By the time they realize they were tricked at the gambling den, the nouveau rich and his servant will no longer exist in this world. Drip drip, on the very day we were supposed to go to the gambling den. The sky was still dim with dawn. While I was manifesting the flow current inside the warehouse, a nosebleed suddenly trickled out. Tisk, what's this? I had slept plenty, so why? This is not a world where things like tissues exist. I caught the dripping blood roughly with my hand and wiped it with a rag nearby. In the process, blood smeared thickly across my hand. To wash it off, I would have to go all the way to the well. Feeling too lazy and frowning at the thought, a sudden new idea popped into my mind. Can this work? I made myself aware of my blood. Then, like a drop of milk falling into water, the blood spread into the air. Oh! It was an astonishingly mystical sight, as I stared blankly at the little cloud made of blood. The currents began to shake violently, as if out of its mind. When I looked up to see what was happening, the deep-sea creatures, which had been quiet until now, writhed frantically as if searching for something, swimming around at unimaginable speeds. It was clear what they were searching for. Shit. I realized immediately and let the blood drop. Plop, plop, plop. The blood that had floated in the air fell under the pull of gravity and soaked into the floor. Before long, silence returned in an instant. The deep-sea creatures quickly fled, and only far fewer than before remained. Something felt strange. It looked as if the deep-sea creatures had bolted in fear. I manifested the flow current inside the warehouse. And then, I sensed a massive creature beyond description. Even with the flow current, which now let me sense things dozens of meters away, I could only perceive the tiniest fragment of that being. Tens of thousands of jagged teeth made to gnash at creatures larger than itself, a mouth like a blender. It opened that maw and held the orphanage inside. I could not even breathe. If it closed its mouth as it was, you. Fortunately, the thing did not close its mouth and instead disappeared. Not that it truly vanished, it merely went beyond the range of my flow current. It was likely still drifting nearby even now. Unbelievable. I scratched my head and just in case wiped the blood-stained floor with a rag. Is this more dangerous than water pressure? Pressure or drowning? None of that compared to how horrifying dying like that would be. Now I understand a little. Other than the slight twitching when I use currents, there had never been much of a problem, so I had left it alone. The truth is, they simply cannot see me. No matter how strongly they sense the strange currents, they cannot notice that I'm there, so they just think, what's this? Why is this happening all of a sudden? But if I let blood flow like this, they notice me, and then I could be completely fucked. I can't use this, can I? Even if I scattered blood into the air and sent it toward an enemy, the creatures would only gnash at the air. Since I exist in both this world and that world, I would be devoured. But people who exist only in this world cannot be interfered with by the deep-sea creatures. Whether that is fortunate or not, I do not know. J. Jern. As I washed my face at the well, Director Nim approached, looking worried. Is something wrong? Your face looks unwell. I'm fine, I'm in peak condition actually. That was not a lie. For some reason, these past 2 days, refining magic had become remarkably easy. The movements of the regular magical currents had grown smooth, to the extent that if I combined it with a simple wind spell right now, I felt like I could even float slightly in the air. It was a pity that I could not attend classes and learn new spells, but overall things were going smoothly. Let's get ready then. How much money did you prepare? About this much. It won't be lacking, right? I looked into the pouch and startled asked back, "Why did you prepare so much?" No matter what, I couldn't use the orphanage's funds for gambling. I borrowed it with the field as collateral.
The field.
You don't mean that land your family has passed down for generations, do you?
Oh, so you knew.
No, but why would you do that? We don't need nearly that much. While I was aghast, Director Nim scratched his cheek shyly. It feels a bit strange to say this on our way to gamble, but I believe in you, Jern.
Eh?
Even if things don't go well today, don't be too disappointed. Your intentions alone are enough.
Yes, sir.
So Director Nim was a wizard too. He must have learned a spell that kills people with sheer pressure. The gambling den was, of course, not a legal place. Naturally, that meant it was not crowded, which also meant it was nothing like a glittering casino. The gambling den we visited was an unpleasant warehouse located near the forest on the outskirts of the city. If not for the rough-looking muscle men blocking the entrance, one would think it was just an abandoned building you could find anywhere. As we tried to walk in casually, a guard who had been chatting and chuckling nearby spat to the side and blocked the entrance. Never seen your faces before.
Eh?
I waited behind, steadying my breath. Time to see how well our director Nim could act. Did I come to a place I shouldn't. Though I hadn't expected much, aside from a bit of stuttering, he did well. A face full of irritation, a swaggering leg, and a subtle dissatisfaction as if he deserved better treatment. The guard chuckled dismissively and let it go. Don't get so riled up, just a formality. Anyone can enter our shelter. Shall I open the door for you, heh? He was openly disrespected, but that was fine. Better to be seen as a plump mackerel than a massive fish too big for the net. Let's go in. I opened the door in place of the still hesitant Director Nim and stepped into the gambling den and, well, it looked more legitimate than I had expected. Fook, how the hell does this make sense? It's rigged I tell you. Hey now you have to accept the results, don't do anything stupid. Do you know what dream I had today? The Reaper hooked his scythe around my neck and pulled. Then why the hell did you even come here to gamble, you moron? Because I kept losing until yesterday. The Reaper killed my weak, pathetic past self. It's a sign of great fortune. At a glance, there must have been at least 100 people crammed inside. A flashy chandelier that did not belong in a warehouse, floors laid with crimson carpet, dealers and workers in proper uniforms, and even a band playing lively music at the bar and around the hall. Of course, there were a few rough edges, but overall, everything one would expect was present. Even if it was just for show, it was surprisingly elaborate. Whistling, I looked around when a waiter approached wearing a fixed smile. "Hello, sir, I don't believe I've seen you before. Is this your first time here?" As planned beforehand, the Director Nim scowled and waved dismissively, so I stepped forward. Apologies. My master does not enjoy unnecessary conversation. If you have something to say, please say it to me. Yes. The waiter glanced between me and the Director Nim with a hint of confusion, but as a professional, quickly regained composure and explained to me. Our shelter aims to provide a place of vitality for all those weary from their hard daily lives. It is our goal to create a place where everyone can enjoy themselves. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Where do we exchange money? Do you see that bar over there? You can do it at the side counter. There is a small exchange fee, but compared to other places, it's quite reasonable, so please check for yourself. Are there any restrictions on the games we can play? Haha, of course not. Anywhere, anytime, you can join if you wish. The waiter was speaking to me, but he had adjusted his voice so that all the details could be heard clearly by the Director Nim. The character imprint seemed to have ended successfully. After treating us with a fawning smile until the end, the waiter left. Before we came in, I had already told the Director Nim what to do. Soon enough, with stiff movements, she began scanning the gambling tables one by one. I followed along, keeping an eye on the surroundings as well. Please, under 10, please. The most common game was cards. Could I interfere with it? It wasn't impossible, but it was too high a difficulty. Even the slightest mistake would make it likely they'd catch on that I was up to something strange. 6, 6, and 1, you busted. Kahaha, you bastard, even if you had pulled that, you were done for. Next most common was dice gambling. Better than cards, but still just as impossible for us. But as a test, it was perfect. I gave a signal. To be precise, I tapped the Director Nim's shoulder with the current.
Ahem.
The director Nim, halting, pulled out a fake cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. I stepped back a bit and manifested the flow current to observe the table. Any more participants for this round? The current role belongs to player 1. Lux fuck today, I'm out. Heh, you strutted around all smug and now you're just leaving after losing. Shut your damn mouth. Watching the gambler slump off with his head hung low, I let out a hollow laugh. Because I sensed through the current that the man who disappeared toward the bathroom was chatting and laughing with another dealer. What, nobody else joining? Just when I started making some money, someone come on over.
Ha ha ha.
That guy who only lost was the shill. This guy who only won was the sucker. The blissful sucker showed not the slightest intention of moving his butt. They had trained him well. Even if I went over right now and told him the truth that he was being worked over, he would probably get angry and tell me to shut up with the bullshit. After circling around and confirming with the current a few times, I found out this act was happening at every single table. Usually, in normal gambling dens that earn money through real commissions, crooks gather to hunt for suckers. But not here. Here, the gambling den itself was the giant crook designed to fish for suckers.
That's good actually.
I suppressed the smile creeping onto my lips. It had just become easier. With things more or less figured out, I sent a signal to the director Nim again. This time, I tapped the opposite shoulder.
Ahem.
Then, raising her voice unnecessarily to draw attention, the director Nim looked at me with a grave expression. I went over to the chip exchange I had seen earlier and dumped all the money from the bag. Clatter, clatter, the sheer amount of it made the other gamblers turn and stare in surprise. What? Why would someone that rich come here?
Leave it, rich folks often enjoy eccentricities.
Naturally, eyes were drawn to us. What game would such a wealthy person come here to play? Blackjack, poker, or perhaps? What is that? We betrayed every one of their expectations. We headed straight for the roulette, a game that no one was playing. The dealer running the roulette looked at us in confusion. Will you be joining the game? Yes, number 21, straight bet. The director Nim placed a single chip.
I will spin it.
The bewildered dealer spun the roulette, looking as if it was just some fortune test. Talk, todadoc. The ball stopped on black 35. As I looked at the result, I activated the flow current. Now let's see what kind of trick they had set up. Number 21 again, straight. The result was utterly unbelievable. No, is this real? I could not believe it, so I signaled the director Nim to confirm it again and again.
I'll spin it.
But every time I checked the roulette with the flow current, it showed me the exact same information. Watching the spinning roulette, or rather the ball, I couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. Ha. I quickly covered it up. But probably it was going to end much faster than I thought. On the second floor of the casino, in a space overlooking the every move of the gamblers, the manager hurriedly came up. And facing the massive bald man savoring wine at the center, he stood at attention. K. Crane Nim. The man called Crane rolled the dice resting on a luxurious wooden table and answered with an irritated look. What is it? I told you not to come up while I'm working.
A big fish has been hooked. A big fish.
Crane tilted his head. No one has attempted any play recently. What are you talking about? A big fish, that is, a wealthy sucker, must of course be coaxed into pouring out everything they have. Because they aren't complete fools, they don't just shove in their whole fortune at once. The manager replied with a baffled expression as if he himself didn't understand. I don't quite know, they just suddenly showed up today and started testing roulette. Roulette? Crane rose from his seat and walked to the railing overlooking the first floor. There, a man dressed like a nouveau rich was placing a single chip at a time on the roulette with a servant in tow. Behind him sat a mountain of chips. Crane frowned. He exchanged all that money just to play roulette? Yes, I don't know why.
Tess, he'll lose soon enough.
No need to bother, just let him. But as Crane was about to dismiss it, his gaze shifted to the servant behind the nouveau rich. Clatter. Crane's jaw dropped as he stared at the servant, and then he bared his teeth in a broad smile.
Hey, Hidohahas.
Crane Nim. This is incredible. A natural body. They must not even know he's a wizard bringing him into a place like this. The manager seemed not to understand. But this was not a matter of just catching a big fish. It was as if a golden fish had crawled straight into the pot. Prepare the men, don't let them leave. Why yes. While the clueless manager set things in motion, Crane gazed down with a smile spreading across his lips. It had been a long time since he'd landed such a big score. He would cook them slowly so they wouldn't even realize they were trapped in the pot until it was too late. At least a month, and in that time that servant would be offered up with pleas for just one more chance. 21.
Straight. HM.
But something was strange. The sucker kept betting on the number 21, placing single straight bets. Setting aside how stupid that was, he was only putting down one chip each time. Surely he didn't plan to keep betting like that. Did he notice something? Crane snapped his fingers to call the manager. Is the roulette rigged?
Yes, it's been set perfectly. Any chance they noticed?
The manager answered confidently. The ball is filled completely with highly purified water, indistinguishable no matter how you shake it. No matter how it spins, it will always move to the predetermined slot by weight.
Good. It was a perfect arrangement.
Reassured, Crane sprawled out openly on his chair. It looked like it would take some time before the sucker was ruined. 21, I'll bet everything. I'll go all in on 21. If not for that last line he overheard. Oh, I'll in.
Yes, are you deaf?
After placing small change on the same number 3 times, suddenly an all-in with the entire fortune. A move with no room for dopamine release. What is that bastard doing? And the gambling den immediately erupted into murmurs. Seal could not believe her eyes. I'll be back in the evening, though I might not return, so don't wait for me. Please wait a moment. Duria, who was just about to open the door and leave, looked at Seal with a questioning gaze. Did I have something left to do? I don't believe I did.
That's true, but still.
Seal trailed off, her eyes scanning over Duria's attire. Clothes made of dark blue silk mixed with lace of unknown personal taste as if to express her character. A decent outfit for going out, yes, an outfit for going out. She's going out on her own. It was unthinkable. Even if the heavens collapsed, unless directly forced, she would stay locked in her room, either meditating or training magic. Seal twisted her sentence as much as possible, using the seasoned tact of a head maid to express something that would normally be rude no matter how it was said. To be honest, I thought your only close companion was the mold growing in that corner over there. There shouldn't be anyone for you to meet, so where exactly are you going? That's quite the insult. I'm merely going to the library. Didn't you say you've read every book in the nearby libraries?
History is the accumulation of records. Books are things that naturally increase over time.
I believe things that could capture your interest are exceedingly rare. At this point, even Duria recognized from Seal's anxious gaze that she needed to spare some time and took off her shoes. Relieving the worries of her loyal head maid was a part of a master's duty after all. What exactly are you trying to say? Seal thought for just 3 seconds and asked the most important question.
Is it a man?
No, I phrased that poorly. Who are you meeting? Is there a need for you to know? Wasn't it you who told me to go out and meet someone in the first place? That's because your social skills are extremely lacking, Janim. I just thought perhaps you're being deceived by someone. It's just that I found something interesting. It's merely an extension of the path of magic. As she said this, Duria twisted the corner of her mouth. A mix of slight anticipation, curiosity, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge that bordered on unpleasant. Seal was convinced. It's a man. Of course, she didn't actually say that out loud. Instead, she asked with a concerned expression. I see, but seeing that you meet this person every day, they must be quite interesting, or rather, quite the intriguing subject.
No.
Duria shook her head. I don't meet him every day, he hasn't been coming recently. I just go and read at the library, waiting for him. That was unexpected. Seal gasped silently, Duria Espandel clinging onto someone. It was unimaginable. Staggering, Seal carefully asked so as not to upset her master. Even so, if there's no guarantee.
There is a guarantee.
Duria replied as she looked toward the door, her tone filled with certainty. He'll come find me soon enough. What, is he using the roulette like a lottery? Does he have money rotting away? Well, I guess he does. At the sudden all-in, the dealer glanced around nervously. Not at us, upwards. They must be receiving some kind of signal from the second floor. We didn't bother to look back or do anything suspicious. I just told the director to go for it, spin it already.
Why, yes, understood.
Perhaps they had gotten the go-ahead, as the dealer spun the roulette with slightly trembling hands. Even under normal conditions, the odds were only 1 in 36. But of course, they must have rigged it to avoid even that chance. As expected, the ball rolled toward another number as if drawn by something. Are they using something like a magnet? I'm not exactly sure, not that it matters. What's important is that the inside of the ball was filled with water, and I never learned water element magic. Because I had something far more overwhelming in its place. Clack! The ball approached number 21 and stuck to it, spinning in sync with the roulette. The gambling hall went silent. It landed.
We won. Wait, what is? Lucky huh. I'll be taking the chips.
I moved faster than anyone else. First, I stuffed all the chips into the sack I had prepared in advance, using a bit of magic here and there to speed things up as much as possible. Winning like this so easily is only the beginning. The hardest part starts now. Master, go exchange the chips.
Got it.
I whispered to the director and sent him to the exchange counter. They won't do it right away, so buying time is up to me. It's a scam. Suddenly, a strange voice came from the second floor. A bald man in a uniform, his scalp red with rage, came stomping down the stairs, pointed his finger at me and shouted, "What did you do to the machine, you little brat?" Rather than angry, I was more confused as I looked at the dealer. First of all, the one who touched the roulette machine was that guy. I didn't even lay a finger on it. And even if they suspected tampering, shouldn't they be yelling at my master, the director, and not at me? With a puzzled expression and tilting my head like an innocent child, I asked,
"Why are you upset? Is there some sort of problem?"
"Problem? This fucking scammer's even acting innocent now. No longer even trying to hide his true colors," he growled at me. I asked him again,
"You said it was a scam.
"Can you explain what kind of tampering we supposedly did?"
Of course you."
He couldn't finish the sentence. "Of course not, we didn't actually touch the roulette, the dealer spun it and the dealer picked the result. Even the world's greatest gambler couldn't rig a roulette without touching it unless they'd learned magic." Naturally, with nothing to say, the bald man could only glare at me with blazing eyes. I intentionally raised my voice so those around could hear. "I do not understand why you are doing this. You people prepared everything and you were the ones who spun the wheel, weren't you? All we did was place a bet and win.
To be accused of scamming, it's completely unfair."
"Yeah, seriously, what scam?" I was surprised too, but maybe they just got lucky. How would you even rig something like that? Unless they bribed the dealer.
TCH.
Watching the crowd's reaction, the bald man clenched his teeth and fists, then forcibly twisted the corner of his mouth into a smile. He must have realized that if he pushed this any further, he might lose all the suckers he'd worked so hard to set up. Still, he had enough pride left to whisper a hateful threat before backing off. "See you later."
"See what?"
"I hope I never have to see your face again. But seriously, why is this guy going off on me and leaving the director, who's at the exchange counter, alone? It could be as simple as picking on the weak-looking one. But something about this feels off." I activated sensory manipulation and tracked his movements. He went back up to the second floor, but that's fine. My condition today is strangely good, so I could reach him. No, it wasn't just reaching him.
"What is this?"
I hadn't noticed it rising little by little until now, but the range and precision were improving at a terrifying rate. Not long after activating sensory manipulation, I could grasp the entire flow of the gambling hall as if I were watching it from the side. It was unbelievable. I saw the dice game happening several meters away and could even sense the dice rolling inside the bowl. It sounded crazy, but
362. The result is 362.
Congratulations, customer 3 has won. Hell yeah, this is it, this is what I'm talking about. I even guessed it right. Surprised, I focused on the second floor. Just then, the bald guy pulled something out of his pocket, an artifact, and issued a command. Of course, I couldn't hear the sound, but I could read some of his lip movements. Nature, body, magic, use, confirmed, prepare, capture thoroughly. No way, don't tell me this bastard. The conversation meant only one thing. I felt a chill run down my spine as I approached the director. The director was standing there with a slightly dazed expression, holding a sack full of silver coins. "Master, no, director."
Well, enough acting.
"That amount of money is more than enough, so we need to get out of here right now." Hell, what's going on? I'll explain the details later. That bald bastard, he knew I was a wizard. Ah, that's why he came to me and not the director. If something had been done, he must have known it was me, the wizard, who did it. It didn't seem like he knew I could actually use magic. Maybe filling the roulette ball with seawater was their safeguard. No, now wasn't the time for analysis. That guy's target was me. If I got caught, it wouldn't end well. Where are you rushing off to? Just as I was approaching the exit, the bald man had already come downstairs and stood in the way, scowling at the director. I'm trying to leave. Is there a problem? The director spoke with a bit of a tremble but still firmly, but it wasn't going to work. Yes, it seems you haven't collected all your winnings yet. We're out of cash, so please wait just a moment. It won't take long. No, we need to leave right now. That won't be possible. The bald man grinned wickedly. At the same time, the employees began subtly surrounding us. It was my turn to step up. Who? I took a deep breath. Until now, my ocean current hadn't worked well on humans. At best, it affected their clothes a little. Today was different. The fact that I was a wizard was already exposed, though I didn't know how. But with my condition unbelievably good today. I'm sorry, but we really have something urgent. I stepped forward and made eye contact with the bald man. Would you kindly let us through? Hi. He let out a scoffing laugh as if this was ridiculous, and that was my cue. Wujujuduk, I activated the current in all directions as powerfully as possible. With invisible hands of water, I grasped his entire body. The bald man opened his mouth in shock at the sudden pressure, but I even shut that for him. After that, he only trembled slightly, showing no further movement. No, he couldn't move. Crane Nim. So his name was Crane. The manager, puzzled, addressed the now completely frozen Crane, and I quickly added, "Please." With confused eyes that showed he didn't understand what was happening, Crane slowly nodded. I made him do that, Kr Crane Nim. But I didn't stop there. Still trembling, Crane slowly raised his hand and pointed toward the door as if he were seeing us off, still without saying a single word. Ah, thank you. Smiling kindly, I expressed my gratitude and walked out of the gambling hall with the bewildered director. The employees sensed something was off, but since it was Crane's order, they let us go. The moment we stepped outside, I could feel my heart pounding like crazy. This is great. I didn't really think it would work. It went far more perfectly than I'd imagined. I clenched and unclenched my right hand, feeling a tingling omnipotence boiling in my brain, close to invincible. Gee, Jern, what's going on? I answered firmly, we're fucked, we need to run. Fast. I could still maintain the water pressure for now, but it wouldn't last much longer. The director gasped and covered his mouth. Oh no, Jern. Don't worry too much. I've already mapped out our escape route. Where did you learn such a terrible word? That's a really bad word, don't ever say it again. Saying something like that in this situation is just, how should I put it? So very typical of the director. Running through the city alleys with the director, I was starting to really feel the urgency of the situation. My tide sense expanded had widened to hundreds of meters. It was useful for now, but honestly it was terrifying. No matter how I look at it, this isn't normal. There's something going on, definitely. I didn't want to use it so recklessly, but the situation wasn't exactly comfortable either. It had already been 30 minutes and they showed no sign of giving up. Ha ha, Jern, are we almost there? This is far enough, we're safe now. I handed the pouch of silver coins to the director and pointed toward another alley. If you go straight this way, you'll reach the main street. Once you're there, drop the disguise and head back to the orphanage. What about you? Oh, I have someone I need to meet, don't worry too much. The director would only get in the way. You did a great job today, go get some rest and take care of the debt first, I'll head out now. Jern. Listening to the director's voice, I turned into another alley, then another. They were going to follow me to the end if I didn't finish this properly. I had to shake them off here, what a bunch of annoying bastards. I reached the end of a dark alley with no escape routes and began playing with the ocean current. Soon a shout rang out, there he is, we found him. What, where's? Crane, face flushed red to the very top of his bald head, stood there with a bunch of thugs holding swords behind him. I greeted them with a mocking smirk. Nice to see you, what's with the crowd just for one kid, scary? You son of a bitch, how dare you humiliate me? Getting completely immobilized by water pressure must have been a huge blow to his pride. He looked like he wanted to kill me on the spot, and I calmly asked, "Let me ask one thing, how did you know I'm a wizard? I didn't use anything obvious." "What?" Crane looked dumbfounded and spat on the ground. "A damn brat who doesn't even recognize traces of the astral wheel is supposed to be part of the Crimson Circle. I don't care if you just borrowed the name, this is absurd." "Crimson what? Don't play dumb. At your age with that kind of skill, there's no way you're not one of those crimson bastards." I'm not sure who he's confusing me with, but I got the keywords, Crimson Circle and Astral Wheel. I'll look into them later. I got all the intel I needed, so I waved my hand. "All right, time to go. If you leave now, I won't chase you." "This little shit's lost his mind. You got lucky with one sneak attack and now you think you're untouchable. You think we came after you without a plan." Crane burst into laughter and pulled out a strange bottle along with his sword, throwing it on the ground. Clatter, it must have been made of glass as it shattered instantly, releasing a blue smoke. "Go ahead and try using that fancy magic of yours, you brat." At his strange confidence, I tried raising a current. It worked just fine. Just in case, I also tried wind magic, but that didn't budge at all. Startled, I asked, "Wow, what is this? I can't activate anything." "It's a trap meant to catch third-rate nature types like you. What's wrong? Without your precious magic, you're helpless." Crane, clearly convinced of his victory, spewed mocking insults laced with ridicule. "You want information, right? Then let me tell you your pathetic fate. A nature-type product like you will become a stud horse, living your whole life doing nothing but mating. Dozens of times a day, you'll have to impregnate women who crave the blood of magic." "What?" "Don't worry too much, you won't die. You'll be kept in good health by a personal physician and fed only the best, so you'll live a long life, trapped forever, of course." Maybe I should just let them capture me without using magic. I was seriously considering it when Crane smirked. "Of course, we'll have to cut off your arms and legs so you don't escape. You should have led with that." And I actually considered it, damn it. With a sigh, I reached out and touched the current. Fighting against over a dozen grown men wasn't something I was confident about. Realistically, it was smarter to avoid it. I could have escaped too. But euphoria was flooding through my entire body and I ended up making a slightly reckless decision. How far could I go in this current state? I wanted to find out. "I brought coagulants and bandages too, so just stay irk." Crane didn't get to finish his sentence. Thud, he was hurled into a nearby wall, creating cracks before slumping unconscious to the ground. K. Crane Nim. It was simple. I grabbed him with the current and threw him. That alone caused enough force to fracture the wall. As I scratched my head wondering how much I needed to hold back, his loyal underlings, brimming with rage, came charging at me with swords. "You learned combat magic too, right? Just stab him all at once, it's nothing." It was definitely something. Wah, I can't get close. "What are you doing? I'm right here." Their blades didn't reach me. Even though I was just standing still, they slowed down long before making contact and bounced off. I had a powerful current flowing around my body, at least strong enough that the muscles of an adult man couldn't overcome it. "Then how about this?" A man with a spear shouted as he thrust forward. Even though it couldn't pierce through the raging flow, I still bothered to take it from him. In an instant, the thug's spear was snatched away, and he just stood there dumbfounded, watching the weapon spin midair. Like twirling a pen back in school, I spun it a few times in the air, then threw it down. Thud, it stuck deep into the ground. "Anyone else want to try?" Ugh. Apparently, none of them had the loyalty to risk their lives for this. They all hesitated, then grabbed Crane and ran off. "This is fun." I smirked and picked up a chunk of broken wall, juggling it using the current. How could I get this strong without really doing anything? At this level, maybe, just maybe, I might actually see some hope. Hope from what? A strange question, obviously from this deep sea. From this deep sea by using the power of the deep sea. Drip drip. I felt the world darken. As if a sudden eclipse had come, everything was turning black and shadowed, like I was seeing through a tinted lens. I carefully touched my face. Something hot and wet ran from the corners of my eyes. When I looked at my hand, it was soaked in a deep, dark red liquid. Trrrrickle, blood tears flowed without stopping. Ah. The sense of omnipotence had long since vanished. Instead, another sensation took over. My arm felt heavy. No, not just heavy. Every time I moved, I felt a subtle resistance, like I was underwater. I am sorry to the director, but am I screwed? It looked like the time limit had finally arrived. History is merely a term signifying the accumulation of records. It was a belief, or not quite a belief, held by Duria. However, she accepted this sentence as a simple fact, not something she particularly regarded as a conviction. If all the records that captured the landscapes of an era were to be lost, how could one argue for its existence? Who would remember an era that wasn't even given a name? Therefore, history is nothing more than a record. It can never be more than that, nor less. If it ended there, well, it was a line of thought one could somewhat agree with, but Duria went a bit further. Isn't that an utterly horrifying thing? That a vanished era existed, that the miraculous invention which could have changed lives was forgotten. Wasn't that the sort of thing that sent chills down your spine and suffocated you just imagining it? Someone had to be held accountable. And that someone was our race. We, the long-lived race, were the ones entrusted with the role of guarding the records. Abandon your life and devote yourself to exploring all records. When the twilight of your life approaches, begin to leave behind in writing all that you've read. And then die. What could be a happier life than this? It didn't take long for Duria to be exiled from paradise after passionately advocating this grotesque way of thinking and being labeled as mentally ill. Usually, elves who are exiled from paradise end their lives in suicide not long after, but Duria simply decided to live among humans and became the master of the magic tower. Though that was over 100 years ago, Duria had never once regretted the choice she made that day. On the contrary, no matter how many times she reflected on it, she thought it had been the right decision. Look, I'm sorry for coming at such a late hour. This vast world was still full of unknowns waiting to be discovered, something you could never witness in paradise. She gave a gentle smile and offered advice. First, let's wipe off that blood. To be honest, I did make it to the library, but I didn't think anyone would be here. It was already starting to get dark in the evening, far too late. There was no helping it. The blood flowing from my eyes wouldn't stop, and there was absolutely no way I could have something like a bandage. It was hell itself. Blood tears flowed again over the dried blood. Just moving a little made it hard to breathe, and the density thickened. Anyone seeing me would think a corpse was moving. And since undead were said to actually exist in this world, I tried to avoid suspicion by choosing paths where there were no people, which ended up taking too long. Luckily, there were no guards, and I entered by picking the now all too familiar lock. Let's wait here for Duria to arrive tomorrow. Thinking that was the best course, I quietly entered the library, and the sound of pages softly turning reached my ears. At this hour, between the white hair, the black pupils that had been focused only on the book now turned to me. No matter how many times I saw her, she was mysterious. Not just because she was of a different race, but because of the very aura she exuded. I'm sorry for coming at such a late hour. Drip, drip, I felt I should apologize first for dirtying the floor, so I awkwardly greeted her. Duria raised her right hand. First, let's wipe off that blood. In an instant, the sticky, dried blood evaporated. Slam, she closed the book loudly and stared at me without asking a single question. Rather, it felt like she was waiting for my question. It might be rude to say this after showing up so suddenly. As I was thinking, I felt blood flowing from my eyes again. Did you know this was going to happen?
Yes.
Duria acknowledged it lightly, though it's much worse than I expected. I'm sorry. I wiped my eyes and casually rubbed them on my butler uniform as I asked. What exactly is happening to me? You are remarkable. You've worked very hard. Huh. A completely unrelated answer. I tilted my head and looked at Duria. I couldn't understand what she meant. Instead of answering, she began a game of make-believe. She stood a book upright, placed a roof on top, and made a small house. What on earth is she doing? As I was thinking that, she suddenly said something strange. Imagine this. The gap between these books is a sealed space inside a massive steel box. Ah, yes. Could something arise inside here? Nothing was placed in beforehand, and there's no way to interfere from outside. Probably not. Exactly. But what if something did? Duria pushed a small candle into the building made of books. That was probably supposed to represent me in the metaphor. It shouldn't be possible, but it has appeared. In a time when only the result exists, what do you think is the most appropriate course of action for this thing? Wouldn't it be escape? Do you think a tiny candle could melt walls made of steel? Some impossibilities are truly impossible. This is one of those cases. Then I'm not sure. I see. Then what do you think is the way to survive the longest? Staying still. You are clever as expected. Duria blocked the candle completely with other books so it could no longer be seen. It never belonged to that world in the first place. It is a being with a body and mind composed of elements from this world. Survival is impossible, and sitting quietly to await death is clearly the path to live the longest. That's why I said you've made an effort. Truly, you've tried so hard it's almost unbelievable, to the point you've reached this state. Duria looked at the blood tears starting to flow again and stain the butler uniform, smiling as if proud. An elf mocking a 10-year-old child shedding blood tears, it was a truly surreal sight. You must have learned magic, you must have understood the laws of that world at least a little. Not satisfied with just being in contact with it all day, you must have learned by experiencing it. Perhaps you thought that it is not a separate world but a place you can understand and accept. All correct. So what? Though my tone was sharp, Duria didn't mind. Don't be ashamed. Those blood tears are the result of your effort. After struggling in that deep sea, you are slowly pulling forward the inevitable ruin that will one day arrive. But please don't misunderstand. Enduring it doesn't mean you'll survive when the end comes. It's merely a matter of whether you die in pain or live normally and then die. So there's no way to stop it. Of course there is. Two to be exact. She smiled gently and held up her fingers. As I mentioned before, relying on what you've heard, experienced, and that cleverness of yours, I'll offer the most efficient choices. Duria folded one finger, crack. A book on the floor writhed and then shriveled up. What remained was a purple powder with smoke rising from it. Frowning, I bent down and touched it. It had a sand-like texture. What is this? Ranya. What's Ranya? In human terms, it would be drugs. I immediately shook off my hands in alarm. It's nothing like that, so don't worry. Unlike drugs, its toxicity is so strong that the moment you ingest it, your brain shrivels up and you die. Can you explain which part of that is supposed to reassure me? At one time, some human emperors offered up everything they had just to acquire Ranya. In the few seconds before death after ingesting it, you'll experience pleasure far beyond anything you've ever tasted. That's not too bad. I smiled, knowing what Duria was trying to suggest. It was an extension of what she had mentioned last time, and because I knew she was offering it out of concern for me, I could accept it. If I stay still, I'll die. If I struggle, I'll die painfully. Since the outcome is death no matter what I do, she was offering to at least remove the pain, the most rational choice, but I don't want it. I crushed the Ranya underfoot. Duria didn't get angry. Instead, she asked with curiosity. I'm curious about the reason. As I said last time, I'm too resentful to die. My will to survive isn't really about surviving itself. It's a line that goes beyond absurdity and into contradiction, but it's the truth. If I'm going to die this way or that, then I'll struggle to the end. The struggle itself is my goal. Of course, saying it as is would be too long, so I summarized it appropriately. It's a death I'll only go through once in life, so I'd rather try dying painfully while I'm at it. Duria's expression slowly faded into blankness. Did she not like the joke? She looked at me, lips twitching, then grabbed her chin with a suddenly serious expression, clearly deep in thought. That much would not work, but what is she thinking about? Is she considering killing me herself for my own sake? She really might. As I slowly started backing away, she folded another finger. There is another method. What is it? Try persuading me. What the hell is she talking about? As I stared at her, confused, Duria straightened her posture. Jern, as I said last time, you're more than just unusual, you're a strange existence. I thought there were a few fallen wizards like me, though. She shook her head in denial. You're on a completely different level. In the past, there was a bizarre group of wizards who claimed that falling was the only path to ascension, and they went around breaking other wizards' inner worlds, so there's quite a bit of information about inner world wizards. However, none of them were born with an inner world from the start. Is that so? It is. To be honest, I'm curious. I want to know more about you, Jern. I'm addicted to the act of analyzing and recording things inside my mind. Her tone was a bit off. However, I do have a conscience.
Wait, seriously.
Yes, when I say analysis, it naturally means recording your death. How will a human born from hell suffer and die? What drives them? What will they leave behind? It's cruel. Especially if the subject is a 10-year-old child. Above all else, Seal is a problem, she added with an odd comment, then cleared her throat. If you show me something enough to make me toss aside my so-called conscience, I will accept you as my disciple.
So what changes then? Everything changes.
If you have an archmage with 9 stars as your master, you'll be able to attempt things that don't even compare to your current conditions. Even if the end is still death, you'll be able to struggle far more fiercely than you can now. Honestly, it was a tempting offer. At the very least, it would solve the money problem. I couldn't keep raising hell at gambling halls every time I was broke. Make yourself shine. I heard you're at the academy. Any method is fine. Make it so that even I, an archmage, hear rumors about a natural-born wielder of bizarre magic. Duria said with that same unsettling smile as before, I'll come to find you myself.
Understood.
There was no other way. After a brief staring contest, I got irritated by the constant bleeding and rubbed my eyes. So, is there anything you can do about this? Feels like I'll die from blood loss before I even get to do anything. I've already prepared for that. Duria floated a small pouch toward me. When I opened it, it was filled with red pills as red as blood. 1 every 2 days should be enough, but if you need to use a significant amount of magic, take 1 daily. Think of it as a coagulant and headache medicine, it'll be easier that way. As for the other side effects, you'll have to endure those yourself. This alone is more than enough, thank you. Just the sense of being underwater and slightly reduced vision, nothing I couldn't handle. Still, she could have given it to me before lecturing me. I immediately pulled 1 out and chewed it up. The bleeding stopped as if it were a lie, quick effect. But what is that? I pointed beside Duria, who was looking at me like I was a fattened pig. What is that, some kind of dramatic effect? The candle that had been trapped had escaped the steel box. To be exact, it was now burning up all the books.
Yes.
Duria, as if it were nothing, snapped her fingers and extinguished the fire. It was meant to show you what kind of flame you should become. I stared silently at her shameless face. Well, I'm just here to learn magic anyway.
Hi.
Only when it was fully night did I manage to return to the orphanage. So much had happened that I just wanted to rest properly, but I really couldn't lie down. The director would be worried, so I thought I should go find him first and let him know I was safe. But the light in the director's office was off and no one was there. This time I returned to the dormitory, but again, there was no one. A chill ran down my spine. Could it be retaliation? Had they finally tracked me down? I had to find out. Just as I was about to burst out the door, someone entered holding a lantern and our eyes met. Jern. Looks like nothing happened to you. It was the director, drenched in sweat. Had he been looking for me? But from the still anxious look on his face, it didn't seem like that was the reason. What's going on? There's no one here. All right. It's terrible, Jern. The director, looking shocked, grabbed my shoulders. Linmal is missing.
What?
What is this now? There is a word called a hidden awl in a sack. It means that an awl in a pocket cannot be hidden. As expected, Linmal was too sharp an awl to be hidden just because she was an orphan. Linmal, no, but why did she run away? Linmal, I'm not really sure. She was talking with the knight and the conversation turned toward adoption, so I think she felt burdened. The people at the orphanage had all formed groups and were apparently searching for Linmal in the middle of the night. Well, I wasn't even around at night either. That thought crossed my mind a little, but it seemed I was classified as half an adult now, which is fair. On the other hand, Linmal was truly a kid, so if she ran into a bad person somewhere, the bad person might die. To throw away the chance to become a knight's daughter by becoming a murderer, there's no dumber move than that. It couldn't be helped. I let out a small sigh and headed into the forest. This won't work like this. I'll go search on my own for a bit. Will you be okay?
Yes.
The director seemed torn between whether to stop a 10-year-old from going into the forest alone at night, or whether worrying about a wizard was just plain stupid. To reassure him, I showed him through actions. Crack, I became aware of a rotten tree lying nearby, lifted it up and crushed it, but I could feel my head getting slightly dizzy. This is my limit if I synchronize with the deep sea any further. I won't be able to endure even with medicine. Something similar to what happened at lunch today would occur again. Still, my mastery had improved far beyond what it was before. The price I paid was slightly reduced vision and the feeling of water gradually wrapping around my arms and legs with each step. Considering the range of tide sense had increased dozens of times, it was a profitable trade-off. The director nodded with a firm expression and gave me a warning. "All right, I'll leave it to you, but don't do anything too dangerous." "Okay." I began sweeping through the forest with tide sense, just enough so it wouldn't attract anything hostile. At the same time, I realized, with this range it was overwhelmingly effective for searching, to the extent that I could count the number of feathers on the birds sleeping on the upper branches of that tall tree. I could sense a rabbit family sleeping inside a burrow nearby. There was no need to shout Linmal's name while searching. She'd clearly heard everyone moving around searching but hadn't come out. She probably just didn't want to come out. That must be it. Still, isn't going up that high a bit much. A massive ancient tree about 10 minutes away. The upper part was hidden by leaves and couldn't be seen, but my tide sense accurately pinpointed it. Linmal seemed to think she hadn't been discovered, so she stayed silent. Maybe she thought I was just talking to myself. I tapped the tree lightly and threw out a bluff. "I can see everything. Your wooden sword is sticking out." "Huh. Wooden sword? I don't have one of those." "Alright, maybe I saw it wrong." "Too easy." Linmal clammed up, seemingly speechless. "Come down, let's talk for a bit first." "I don't want to." "Really? Then I'm coming up." When I made a show of grabbing a branch and preparing to climb, Linmal poked her face out from the leaves in a panic and tried to stop me. "Ah no. Jern, you might get hurt climbing up." Indeed, unless you were someone like Linmal, a superhuman, it was a tall, smooth tree that was difficult to climb. "Then how about you come down?" "Well, She trailed off, so I didn't hesitate to take a step. With the current pushing my back, there was no worry of falling, and it happened in an instant, so the disaster Linmal imagined didn't happen. It was almost like walking. I climbed up in no time, and as I perched on a nearby branch, Linmal covered her mouth in surprise. What? How did you do that?" "I learned body reinforcement art too, remember." "Oh, did you? Jern, you're amazing. It took me a whole week just to climb up this tree." She lied without even wetting her lips. I still don't really understand the difference between body reinforcement art and yoga. I can tell that I've gotten way more flexible, but as for whether I can withstand water pressure, well, I'll have to finish learning it first. "So why did you run away from home?" "I didn't run away." Linmal puffed out her cheeks and hugged her knees while sitting on the tree branch. If I sat in that posture, I'd fall right off, but her sense of balance was impressive. "I was kicked out." "Why?" "They're telling me to go when I don't want to go." "Then don't go." It was a simple problem. When I said that, Linmal glared at me fiercely. "How could I? It's not that simple." "Why not?" "Just say you don't want to go and that's it. Who's forcing you? Just choose based on what you feel. It's your life's decision. Don't leave it to someone else. It's not something that can be done so easily." "It is." "Just go down there now and tell the director you don't want to be adopted. Then he'll do whatever it takes to stop it. You know what kind of person the director is." "That's not the problem." Linmal lowered her head with a gloomy look. I have talent. I thought smart kids like you, Jern, were geniuses, but actually I'm the most outstanding," the knight told me. "Well, it's true, so what? Do you know Reincarnated?" The sudden name made me think. If I remembered right, she was a few years older than us, one of the kids training to be a knight. I remember her being very cheerful and kind. "Yeah, I know. Didn't you learn swordsmanship from Ryan Nuna too?" "Yeah." Ryan Unnai was serious about it. She practiced alone while everyone else went to bed, ran around, worked so hard. I even promised that someday I'd take the Knight Cadet exam with her. Linmal hugged her knees tighter and muttered. Ryan Unnai was excited when she heard the knight was coming to evaluate our swordsmanship. She wanted to show what she'd learned. But when the knight watched her, he just glanced over it and said she needed to try harder, and that was all he said. "Really? That must have been hard to hear." "No." She shook her head. Ryan Unnai said confidently that she understood and would work even harder. It was really cool.
She's got a strong spirit. Sounds like a touching story.
But then, Linmol buried her face looking like she was about to cry. The knight saw me swing a sword just once, then immediately covered his mouth and said it was the talent of the century. He said if I became his daughter, he'd make sure I joined the Imperial Knights someday. I didn't hear much after that. I saw Ryan Unnai's face, and it was a face I never want to see again. This kind of thing happens in both this world and my previous. Talent crushing effort and dreams. I don't want to leave, but if I stay, Ryan Unnai might. I don't know, maybe she'll hate me. I don't want that. Linmol looked at me with tear-filled eyes.
Jern, what should I do?
Linmol, getting this serious was a rare thing. I thought for a moment, but for this kind of problem, no answer is truly the right advice. I'd probably have to go with a bit of a shock therapy mixed with some lies. Scratching my head, I answered, first, there's something I should say. You're not that great. Your talent's not all that. I feel like I have to say this because you're acting like some tragic heroine just because a knight gave you one compliment. Sorry. At that, Linmol, who had been staring with her mouth open, instantly turned bright red. Why, you idiot. The knight said my talent could get me into the Imperial Knights. Exactly, and I'm telling you that's not a big deal. Are you jealous too? How is this not a big deal? That kind of thing has never happened in our orphanage. You don't understand. Why are you mad because I said your talent isn't a big deal? It's not that I'm mad. True talent means this kind of thing. I grabbed the hand of the whining Linmol. Perhaps she hadn't even imagined it, but Linmol lost her balance and began to fall. But she never hit the ground. As if sinking into water, Linmol slowly touched down to the forest floor and wore a dazed expression as if she couldn't quite grasp what had just happened. Only after seeing me come down in a similar way did Linmol open her eyes wide. Jern, are you a noble? Probably not. Maybe. Not stopping there, I lifted all the leaves around us using the current, thousands of them. As the leaves instantly surrounded her, Linmol looked around in surprise, her eyes sparkling. Wow. Linmol, the world is vast. From where I stand, your talent seems really trivial. And even I, someone like that, am just another insignificant wizard in this wide world. I spoke calmly, trying to persuade her. You seem to think you've been given an ability far beyond what you deserve, but in this world, even without me, there are countless people with talent enough to make you seem like nothing. Once you're adopted and start living as a cadet, you'll come to realize it, that the talent you have is only enough to bring you to the starting line. Even if that's true, Ryan Unnai. Yeah. Ryan couldn't even stand at the starting line.
That's too unfair. It is the truth.
I chuckled softly and tapped Linmol on the chest. That's why you have to take responsibility. For Ryan, who couldn't even reach the starting line, you, who could, have to run in her place. Not everyone can become a knight. That's a self-evident truth, so the ones who can must carry the hopes of those who cannot. I only told one lie, that Linmol's talent was average. Linmol will reach the top one day, that's a certainty. If you just become a mediocre knight, Ryan will probably be jealous of you to death. But if you become the best knight, she'll be proud. She'll cherish the day she led you onto the path of knighthood. Do you really think so? Yeah. That's how people live. Linmol looked between me and the ground as if deep in thought. And from her expression, I could see the gloom slowly fading, replaced by the mischievous smile of a brat about to throw a rock at someone's head during class. I already knew what she was going to say. Jern. Yeah. I want to become a knight.
A wise choice.
Becoming the daughter of a knight, it's the sweetest dream an orphan who wets her pillow with tears every night could have. To refuse that would be an insult to the other orphans. Linmol, I'm going to miss you. Ryan Unnai. The day the knight came to take Linmol away, the orphanage turned into a sea of tears. Sniff, Linmol. I'll miss you, boo-hoo. The director was weeping while blowing his nose into a handkerchief like someone had died. And because Linmol had gotten along with just about everyone, not only the children her age but everyone came out to the yard to see her off. No, was it really that serious? It's not like she's going off to die, it's only a 20-minute carriage ride away. You could walk that if you really wanted. For Linmol, it would take about 10 minutes one way. Still, it didn't feel right to ruin the mood with a tactless remark, so I just stood there quietly, and at that moment, a carriage pulled up at the entrance. It was a knightly carriage made of oak and luxurious, yet without a single decoration. When the door opened, a middle-aged knight with an impressive mustache saw the sight of dozens of people crying and flinched in surprise. Ahem, I'm here on time, what is all this?
Sniff Knightnam, you're here.
Oh yes. What exactly is going on here? Everyone gathered to send Linmal off, sniff. My daughter truly is blessed with people. When the knight got off the carriage, I. Everyone went silent. It was my first time seeing him, and wow. Sure, I'd seen plenty of aspiring knights at the academy, but a real knight was definitely something else. More like a gorilla than a human in build, and even under thick clothes, his muscles made their presence known. Less like a human, more like a weapon designed to kill humans. That's the impression he gave. Holding a sword far too small for him by the sheath, he stood before Linmal with a solemn expression. Linmal, my name is Gwalin. I am the vice-captain of the Red Knights Order, a knight who has defeated 5 necromancers, 7 demon tamers, and 1 witch. Can I take your standing here now to mean that you accept becoming my daughter?
Why yes.
Linmal responded confidently, even with a bit of a stuffy nose. Then, my daughter, this sword and armor are now yours. I swear before your family here that someday you will surely become the greatest knight. This is my goal as well, so I will make sure you never forget these words for the rest of your life.
Thank you.
Linmal bowed deeply and took the sword, which was far too big for her, and unsheathed it. Shring, the texture was different. You could tell it wasn't ordinary steel from how gleaming white the blade was. It's a sword made of rhodrate. No matter what you face, it will never break.
Wow.
Linmal blinked at its beauty and gave it a few swings.
Ooh.
Seeing that, Gwalin's eyes went wide and his hands began to tremble. It is decided then.
What is?
It's nothing. With a pleased expression, Gwalin wiped his nose and, as if he remembered something, pulled a box out of the carriage.
Director, this is for you.
Huh, what is who? When the director opened the chest, he was so shocked he nearly fainted and waved his hands frantically. I've done nothing worthy of receiving such money.
Retract that statement.
It would be demeaning the kindness of raising my daughter. I will continue to sponsor this orphanage monthly from now on, and for the children, I've prepared this. Gwalin took out another box. Inside was something far more precious than silver coins, Eluinal candy.
That's super expensive.
I tried my best to find snacks the children would like, but this was the best I could do. Still, it should be enough to feed everyone, so please share it. Gwalin's evaluation shot through the roof. A little stiff maybe, but seeing how he even prepared gifts for the kids, it seemed Linmal wouldn't suffer under his care. Taking advantage of the moment when the children's eyes turned to the box and they swarmed around it, I approached Linmal, who was still inspecting the sword. Linmal.
Adjourned.
Linmal sheathed the sword and smiled as she looked at me. Aside from the faint tear tracks, she wasn't that different from usual. And then she looked at me with sparkling eyes full of expectation. I had only come to say goodbye.
Oh, do your best. Yeah. That's it.
What else am I supposed to do? You're going to come here every day anyway. If we cry and say goodbye now, it'll just be awkward when we meet again.
Humphy.
Linmal puffed up her cheeks and pouted in protest, then soon let out a heh and smiled again. It's fine, I already knew Jern was kind of stupid, I can handle it. What? No, I'd take that from anyone else but from you. See you tomorrow.
Argy.
Linmal hugged me so tightly I thought my bones might break, then got into Gwalin's carriage. Lying on the ground, I glared at the carriage, waving until it disappeared from view. Sniff, I'm so proud, Jern, what are you doing lying there?
Watching ants.
She was a noisy one until the very end. With Linmal gone, I returned to my routine of eavesdropping on classes at the academy. By now, the vacant lot behind the classroom of the children's section felt like my cozy little space. There were spots where the sound carried well, places that had good shade. I even had my own prime spots. Today, the sun was blazing, so while I cleaned in a shady spot and listened in on a lesson, I couldn't stop myself from chuckling.
Heh.
I had something in my arms that was worth laughing about. A textbook. A monster priced at 599 silver coins. This single book could buy you a house. I still didn't really get how nobles thought about money, but at the very least this book was worth that much. Sweep, sweep. As I swept with a broom, I read the book that floated in midair. Doing something like this so naturally really made me feel like a wizard, and that's why none of you are wizards yet. I guess I wasn't. After today's class ended during the extra time, I was reviewing when I heard something strange. I had ignored them when they started with bullshit like tell us about your first love, but apparently they had started an important discussion. I closed my textbook for a moment and perked up my ears. We use magic, so why aren't we wizards? Oh, that's because what you're using isn't exactly magic. Huh. How should I explain this? Ah, can you see this? After a pause, the teacher clapped her hands and held something up. Of course, I had no idea what it was. Maybe this will help. I activated Tide Sense and covered the classroom, and just like that, the classroom scene came into view. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Anyway, what the teacher was holding up was a fan. When you wave it like this, wind comes out, right? Doesn't that feel like wind magic? That's a stretch. How is that magic? But it produces the same wind. If we go further, striking flint to make fire, splashing water, or even farming, all of those are magic too, right? They create the same result, so why are they considered different just because one uses mana? Then, should waving a fan be categorized under muscle magic because it uses physical strength? Do we need to give every action a different name based on the source of power? I mean, I guess not, but still, magic is way stronger. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying magic isn't special. Mana is definitely the most efficient fuel. I just wanted to tell you that using mana and performing magic are two different things. Clack clack, the teacher wrote something on the blackboard with chalk. Of course, Tide Sense is the best. I could even deduce that much from here. Magic is the act of creating something that does not exist in reality within your own world and then projecting it back into reality. That's what we call magic. The kids looked like they didn't understand a thing. The teacher gave a wry smile and began to explain at the students' level. There's fire in reality and wind too, right? There's also light, water, earth, grass, and trees, right? Yes. Then in the end, we're just taking things that exist in the material realm, in reality, and bringing them into the world inside our hearts, then spitting them back out. We didn't create them, we just used mana to spit out something we had brought in. Rather than calling that magic, it's more accurate to say it's an output of something we received as input. Is that a bad thing? No. In fact, the level of one's output is one of the biggest elements that defines the realm of a wizard. It's just that input is equally important. But all of those things already exist in reality. What do you mean by something that doesn't exist? Usually, it means combining elemental magic to create something new. For example, carefully condense fire so it doesn't go out midair, then harden it into the shape of an arrow and shoot it using wind magic. That's a spell. Fire arrows, for instance, don't exist in reality, right? Right. Taking that one step further, if you organically combine dozens of elemental spells, this is technically the next level, but I'll show you for clarity. Have any of you ever seen something suddenly float in midair in real life, without any external force? Nope. Right, so this is what I mean by magic. Floating, one of the cadets who had been dozing in the front row suddenly began to rise gently into the air. Telekinesis. If you reach the realm of faint heaven, the minimum condition to be called a wizard, you'll be able to do something like this too. Well, how do you do that? It's too early to talk about that now. Once you study hard and achieve greatness, your family elders will teach you then. Ugh. Ah, right, the higher level magic is all taught within their own families. Seriously, should I just get adopted? I sighed in frustration. Marriage was also an option, but no noble in their right mind would accept a proposal from an orphan, so I was the one refusing that route. In the end, joining Duria as her apprentice was the top priority. I sighed and started doing what I could for now. Using wind magic, I gathered the trash around me. It was a task I used to do with ocean currents, but I was doing it this way now to improve my wind magic proficiency. It was inconvenient, no, rather than inconvenient. The deep sea had already become familiar to me. It felt like eating with my left hand or writing with it, like having my dominant right hand, the deep sea, tied behind my back. But it was something I had to do, telekinesis. Faintly, I could see a path to meeting Durcia's requirements. I diligently gathered the trash using wind. HM. In the middle of that, something was picked up by tide sense. One of the orphanage kids was heading this way. Judging by the height, they were young. No one ever comes to this lot, so they were probably just passing by. I blocked the floating textbook with my body to keep it hidden and kept gathering the trash. BRRR. But suddenly the magic went strange. What is this? As if something had been blocked, the broom started shaking on its own. The control over the spell had twisted slightly. Something was off. Wondering what was wrong, I grabbed the broom because the cadet was approaching. Worry later. Act first. I calmly swept the trash as the cadet sat down on a nearby bench and let out a deep sigh. Ha. Naturally, I ignored it. The sigh got even deeper. It felt like if I stayed any longer I'd get found out, so I tried to finish sweeping quickly and make a hasty exit with the broom. That was my mistake. You're that janitor, right? It was someone I knew, no, someone whose face I recognized. I frowned slightly without making it obvious and responded, "You must have me mistaken for someone else." "What are you talking about? It's definitely you." "But hey, why did you just leave like that back then without saying anything? You should have at least accepted my thanks." Elijah said that as she patted the bench beside her. She probably meant for me to sit down. As much as I disliked it, since she was a noble, I couldn't refuse. Grinding my teeth, I sat down next to her, and Elijah immediately started chattering away like she'd been waiting for it. "First of all, thanks. If you hadn't helped me back then, it would have been a disaster. But why did you leave in such a hurry? If I rest too long, I get scolded." Truthfully, I just didn't want to listen to her talk, so I left. She was probably here now too because she'd run away from Hewens's gang. "Really? Ah, right, I'm not blaming you or anything, but couldn't you have at least said something before tying me up with bandages and throwing me out the window? I was seriously scared to death." Chatter, chatter, chatter. I sighed, and thinking even this time was too precious, I secretly activated wind magic above us. She seemed like she was going to talk for a while, so I might as well get some practice in. I figured she wouldn't notice since her head was bowed anyway, not looking at my eyes, but the magic wouldn't activate. No, it did activate, but only the faintest, tiniest breeze was produced. What? I could feel the mana flowing, so I was thrown off. Did something happen to me? Or maybe, excuse me one moment. I cut Elijah off and stood up, putting some distance between us. What is it? Leaving Elijah with a puzzled expression, I summoned wind again, and though it was slightly distorted, it worked. Then, I stepped closer to her. With every step I took, the wind wavered and twisted in an unstable manner. No doubt about it, this girl, she possesses a world with the purpose of destabilizing magic. What? Why are you looking at me like that? It's creepy. It's nothing. I quickly lowered my head to avoid revealing the astral wheel. She's not fallen, I think. I'm not sure. Should I take her to Durcia? But how? No, that doesn't matter right now. I completely changed my approach and sat down right next to Elijah. Please tell me more of your story. I'd really like to hear more. As I looked at her face, part puzzled, part happy, I forced my pounding heart to calm down. I had no idea what kind of mechanism this was. I had no idea, but one thing was certain, it was something I could use. There is no such thing as a noble who cannot use magic. In the past, I've heard such nobles did exist. However, that is now literally a thing of the past. Some ignorant commoners even believe that those who use magic are nobles. It is a correct perception. Rather, it was something the nobles of the past aimed for, to not be regarded as the same kind. Just as the hooves of a horse and a cow are different, making people accept that there is a disparity from birth was the greatest advantage the ruling class could possess. Magic was both the proof of purity and a convenient means to explain why one ends up holding the heated branding iron. That is why Elijah Lakshania had to use magic. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Aletis gently stroked his crying daughter's head. The room was filled with broken potion bottles, all kinds of magic books, texts, and magic paper. However, Elijah was unable to accept any of it. Even though she had suffered from awakening fever, it would have been better if she hadn't gone through it at all. Aletis made a pained expression, careful not to let his daughter see it. Then he could have thought of her as a late-blooming flower. But if this is the reality after her talent has bloomed, Dad, am I not a wizard? Of course not, you'll be an excellent wizard just like your mother. So just wait a little longer. It must not be discovered. It was clear as day what would happen if he showed his nape so openly. Aletus gritted his teeth as he warmly embraced his daughter. For the sake of the family and for the sake of his daughter, he had to do something no matter what. But I failed at everything. I glanced sideways at Elijah, who sat on the bench hugging her knees and muttering gloomily. Is that so? Yeah, no matter how I look at it, I guess I'm not a wizard. Ahem. This is ridiculous. I thought that as I looked up at the sky dyed with the colors of sunset. It wasn't a surprising story. To be honest, I wasn't really listening that closely either. Everyone has a bit of embarrassing family history. Even so, while listening with one ear and letting it out the other, I ended up learning who the person Elijah's gardener was having an affair with was. It felt like new information had been pouring out for 3 hours straight without a second of pause. To put it simply, this girl is a truly unbelievable chatterbox. I'm amazed I've endured it until now. Not that it was bad though, since some of the information I needed to draw out was mixed in there too. At this rate, I've gotten enough of the information I needed. It was more than sufficient for me to make a personal assessment. Her family wasn't particularly problematic, their power was considerable, and more than anything, the fact that Elijah was an only child stood out. Was it Duria who told me to stand out? She didn't specify how, did she? I figured this approach would be acceptable too. While I was wondering how to open the topic, Elijah let out a deep sigh first. So, I don't know what to do for the upcoming field trip. Field trip. A word I'm hearing for the first time. Elijah nodded with a tearful face. Yeah, I have to demonstrate all the elemental magic I've learned in front of everyone. They've already started noticing, but I think this time I'll definitely be exposed. Elijah slumped over just like that. That I'm defective. Is this the time to console her? Out of habit, I reached out to pat her head but flinched, thinking I'd be in big trouble if I carelessly touched a noble's body. It's okay. Nope, she's watching me. I couldn't bring myself to actually touch her head, so I patted her back to comfort her instead. Don't be too hard on yourself. Elysianim might have a hidden talent. In fact, she does. That talent is precisely what blocked the manifestation of her elemental magic. Not even magic paper would have been able to detect it. It probably reacted less than that of an average person in erasing magic. So Hewins was right. This girl really was the villain who disrupted the magic of the wizards around her. Seeing that it had no effect on my deep sea, it must be something that only disturbs still young novice wizards. Not exactly a hopeful outlook, but if she grows, it might end up helping my condition. As I greedily stared at Elijah's glossy silver hair, which looked nothing short of a golden goblin to me, she shook her head firmly. Then you must have figured it out already. Even if I learn something later, so what? If I fail the demonstration at this upcoming field trip too, I'll be branded as an inferior student. That's truly a dreadful thing. Yeah. If I can just get through this field trip, maybe I can make some excuse about being sick and get out of the rest somehow, but that won't work. Really. If I could just use magic at even half the level of others, no, even less than that, I wouldn't have to worry like this. It might still be possible. Let's try just once more. What? I'm just a janitor, so what would I know, but I imagine you've put in a lot of effort trying to manifest magic. Yeah. Maybe that effort could finally burst forth right now. Let's give it one more try here. What are you talking about? Elijah asked again with a dumbfounded expression. Of course, after thousands or tens of thousands of failed attempts, she must have known it wouldn't work. So for me to suddenly suggest trying one more time, this reaction was only natural. Rather than trying to persuade her, it would be faster to set the stage. I threw the broom I was holding in front of the bench. I'd like to witness magic for myself, please, I sincerely ask. I told you it won't work. Elijah grumbled, but seeing the seriousness on my face, she raised her hand. I'm only doing this because you helped me once, okay? This is so embarrassing, who up? With a cute shout, Elijah glared at the broom and gave it her all in trying to cast magic. Or to be precise, it looked like that. Since nothing happened, how could I know for sure? HNNNGH. Her focus was real enough to make her face flush red. Even if it was at the request of a janitor who once helped her, she was putting in enough effort to move someone. Naturally, I had to help. I stepped back a little and activated magic. Oh. The wind began to blow. It wasn't natural. The broom lifted awkwardly and began to stagger toward us. Elijah, her face filled with disbelief, covered her mouth.
I used magic.
The broom continued approaching and Elijah reached out with a trembling hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Thwack, I caught it, of course I did. Huh. Elijah, her hand now hanging in midair, looked at the broom held in my hand with confusion. It didn't take long for her eyes to meet mine. A tiny star swimming in her eyes, undeniable proof of a wizard. Her expression changed in various ways. You. That triumphant look saying, I knew it.
But
That puzzled look asking, how can a janitor? No way. That furious look yelling, were you making fun of me? It was honestly impressive. To express one's emotions so clearly within 3 seconds, maybe she should have been an actress. Since the last expression was the strongest, I bowed my head and apologized. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. I originally meant to just say, actually that was me, and leave it at that, but her reaction was too funny and I crossed the line. Fortunately, Elijah, seemingly unwilling to admit she had gotten angry, crossed her arms and glared at me. That's fine, but what the heck, are you a noble? That would be nice, then I wouldn't have to eavesdrop on lectures. So the reason you're always hanging around here was to eavesdrop on classes.
yes,
I do this in other children's classes too, not just here. Since I'd already revealed I was a wizard, there was nothing left to hide. Elijah tilted her head and asked again, why are you doing this? You want to learn magic?
yes.
Truly, I sincerely want to learn. Because this is my last chance. Seeing me like that, Elijah gave a slight nod as if she understood. I think I get what you're saying. I'm kind of the same, but wait, so you're a wizard even though you're a commoner. Then what does that make me? By any chance, aren't you angry about the fact that I'm a wizard? It's annoying, a commoner's a wizard but I'm not. I mean, are you angry enough to want to kill me? Elijah looked at me like she genuinely didn't understand. Why would I kill you over something like that? That look, as if she were staring at a psychopath, reassured me. At least I wouldn't be rejected for that reason. Now that I think about it, maybe that wasn't something to be relieved about. I cleared my throat and continued. Elijah, I apologize for bringing this up on our second meeting, but would you consider making a deal with me? What kind of deal? I'll use magic on your behalf during that field trip or whatever it's called. This time, I lifted the broom dozens of meters into the air using a current, then slammed it down before maneuvering it freely. Elijah stared at me with a dumbfounded expression as I pulled off this fairly refined high-speed maneuver. Without even a chant, you're a genius. I'm not, but I let her believe that, because that works in my favor. And I promise I'll make sure you're able to use magic.
HMPH.
I meant it seriously, but Elijah snorted at me. Do you know how many wizards have come to try and fix me? They all failed and left. The problem is that they tried to cure you. It's not a disease, so what's there to cure? And besides, the issue is that it's simply on too high a level. If they weren't pathetic rookie wizards like me, they wouldn't have been troubled by that magic that interferes with magic in the first place. Of course, you don't have to believe me right now. But shouldn't you at least get through that field trip? But the teachers will know. Use your family's power to pressure them. What are they gonna do? Announce there's an inferior student in the class and make an enemy of your house. Or just keep their mouths shut. Elijah looked conflicted. From what she'd said so far, she really did want to get through the field trip. Then. It was the first time I'd revealed I was a wizard to a noble. Even for me, my heart was pounding as I waited for her answer. Then she asked in a tone similar to mine, nervous with a bit of hope. What do you want from me? It's nothing much. I'd just like a single introduction. I smiled warmly and said, would it be possible for me to meet your father? Hey, what kind of place do you think this world is? That place was a torture chamber. From the ceiling, rotting water dripped down. The walls were covered in nail scratches and dried, browned bloodstains. In the middle of a stench that made one gag just by breathing, a man holding a saw with fresh blood still dripping off it asked in a friendly tone. Come on, answer me. Why are you doing this? The prisoner tied to the chair, whose appearance barely resembled anything human anymore, begged for a final mercy. Just kill me. No, what are you saying? You can't give up your life so easily. Just answer the question and I'll let you live. His cheerful tone, completely out of place for the setting, made the prisoner twitch in response. "Aye. What kind of place do you think this world is?" "Emma. I don't. Ah fuck, so frustrating." The man clicked his tongue in irritation and threw the saw. Clang, the unpleasant clatter of metal made the man tied to the chair flinch with a groan. "You ugh." Muttering to himself, the man picked the saw back up and grabbed a bucket filled with filthy water. "Get your head straight, we're not done until you talk." Splat! As water was splashed over him, the prisoner's blood-drenched vision returned, and he was once again able to see the man's face. Fiery red hair that looked like it had never once been cut in his entire life, eyes that gleamed with emotionless intensity, and skin blotched and inflamed with burn scars. With a form that seemed more monster than man, the prisoner lowered his head in complete despair, giving up all hope. Ah fuck, seriously, it's broken again." Scratching his head, the man sighed and swung the saw to the side. Thud. The head that once belonged to the prisoner dropped off all too easily. Still sighing, the man casually shoved the chair the corpse was tied to, tipping it over. It wasn't a meaningful act. He just knew from experience that it made things more convenient later when draining the blood anyway. What the hell is this downfall thing? It's so fucking hard. He was in the middle of carrying out an order from his new master, but it wasn't exactly going smoothly. Maybe he needed to follow the instructions more precisely, even if it was a bit risky. The man strolled out of the room and grabbed a paper off a nearby table. Therefore, the younger the subject, the better. He ignored the bothersome first part. He couldn't understand it anyway. Apparently, old wizards didn't work. Well, I've already got everything ready. He planned to vanish as soon as this job was done, so even if the nobles got furious, it wouldn't really matter. Humming a tune, the man left the room to make preparations. He didn't need many, he just needed to cause the downfall of about 2 or 3. Crimson Circle didn't ask for more than that. When I thought about it carefully, the condition Duria had set for persuading her was hard to understand. Stand out, make sure that news of you reaches my ears. Isn't that too vague? To explain it in simpler terms, it means to stand out like a crane among chickens. But how? If I were a cadet, it would be easier. I could simply prove my ability, but my job at the academy is a janitor. And not even a proper one, just an aspiring janitor. On top of that, an orphan. If I prove my ability by the time that news reaches Duria, a lot of things could have happened. For example, what if Hewins, who throws a fit just because a fellow noble like Elijah can't use magic, finds out that a commoner orphan janitor can? No matter how positively I think about it, I doubt anything good would come of it. And now the news has to somehow reach the ears of the Empire's greatest wizard in this situation. That's just absurd. This must be part of the test. Of course, there's no way Duria wouldn't have considered that. If I want to become her disciple, it must mean I have to prove my worth beyond just magic. Then I had no choice because there were no other options. I've written it all down. Thank you. I double-checked the simplified contract that Elijah had eagerly written in her notebook while sitting on the bench. There were 3 clauses: make it look like she successfully manifested magic during the field trip. After that, arrange a private meeting with her father and speak highly of me there. Are you sure you don't need to include teach me magic in the contract? That's probably what she wants most. When I asked, Elijah scoffed like it was absurd. Just help me get through the field trip safely, okay? I'm not even hoping for that kind of thing. Let me just tell you one thing in advance. Elysianim, you are already manifesting magic. What, me? Yes, however, compared to others' magic. It's similar to mine. I didn't actually say that. It would only make her more anxious for no reason, and just being similar doesn't mean she's fallen. This girl, blinking those large eyes, looked perfectly normal. She has no symptoms of mental burden, so she's clearly different from me. Even Duria said she's never seen another case like mine. It's a slightly different type of magic. Thanks, even if you're just saying that. Elijah answered with a slightly relaxed expression. Seeing that lukewarm look on her face, she probably thought I was trying to comfort her. Let her think what she wants. After the field trip ends and I convince her father, I'll take her straight to Duria to figure out what kind of mechanism this is. I had to, for my own sake. Whether she was touched or not, I asked for details. Could you explain what this field trip is exactly? It's nothing special, we're just going on a trip. But the entire children's class goes together, and there's an annual event where we show our progress using the Regeneration Stone. Regeneration Stone. What's that? It's a stone that regenerates infinitely. We use magic on it and show everyone how much we can chip away from it. Since most of the kids have only recently gone through awakening fever, the results are pretty similar, and it's said only a few with real talent stand out. Why do something so barbaric? In the founding myth, the first emperor melted the entire stone when he was 10 years old, and it took 10 years to regenerate. Don't you know that story? I'm hearing it for the first time. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a founding myth. If we were in Korea, this would be like a mugwort and garlic eating experience. Anyway, I now understood that it carried some deeper meaning and why Elijah had that miserable look earlier. If she skipped even that kind of event, she'd definitely be branded as a failure. But now she has me, I asked confidently. Just trust me, where is the event being held? Roxfell Canyon, do you know it? That's far. Really, it doesn't even take 2 hours by carriage. Is that a carriage pulled by a dragon or something? It's pulled by a ground dragon. Ah, I see, got it. We need to leave at least a day in advance, so please come and inform me beforehand. It's tomorrow. Huh. I looked at Elijah, wondering if I had misheard her. Did you say tomorrow? Why yeah, that's why I was venting to you like that. Elijah nodded with a slightly timid expression. This was bad. With a regular carriage I'd only arrive by dawn. By any chance could I borrow that carriage pulled by the ground dragon? I'm supposed to ride with a friend, so I don't think that's possible. You have a friend. I have a few. Then I didn't have time to be standing around like this. I quickly got up from the bench and bowed my head. Understood, then I'll see you at the canyon tomorrow. I'll be counting on you. Oh, will you be able to make it? No need to worry. I gave a wide grin. I've got a secret weapon. For someone who spoke so confidently, I got completely ripped off. Thank you, customer. The coachman, beaming with a bright smile, left me behind. I could still hear him humming from here. Well, for taking just one kid and charging that much, he probably felt like he just made easy money. With a sour expression, I stuffed the half-empty pouch into my backpack and sighed. There's nothing that can't be done with money. For example, there are things like bullet carriages meant for delivering important cargo in a flash. Of course, the price is outrageous, but it's something you just have to accept. Let's see. Even though the evening glow had already faded, I entered the entrance of the canyon, which was still crowded with people. Then a burly man managing the entrance blocked my way. Hey kiddo, you've got to pay an entrance fee to get in. I got ripped off again. Since I'd have to come back in tomorrow, I'd be paying the fee twice. Still, I had to do it. I needed to check in advance where I could hide and use magic. But from the outside, things already seemed off, and once I entered, it was clear there were way too many people. It felt like being at an amusement park on Children's Day. I struggled to read the map, and it turned out the so-called Regeneration Stone was way up high. Ha. Looking at the crowd crammed on the bridge leading up to the Regeneration Stone made me want to throw up. Seriously, why are there so many people here? They're closing this place for 2 days starting tomorrow. The noble kids are coming for their field trip. After hearing complaints from people who had thoughts similar to mine, I understood the reason for the crowd. It's already a popular historical site, and since it'll be off-limits for a while, everyone must have rushed in today. Not much I could do. I took a deep breath and dove into the human wave. Excuse me, just trying to get through. I barely escaped the crowd. The path to the Regeneration Stone was quieter than expected. Well, down below, people were putting on fire shows. If you're a commoner who can't even learn magic, you'd naturally be more interested in something like that than a rock with a legend. When I finally reached the Regeneration Stone, only a few couples were there along with me. I looked up at it with a bit of surprise. It's big. The Regeneration Stone was truly a massive chunk of jade. Maybe around 3 meters tall, its bluish glow definitely hinted that some kind of magical effect was at work. It was fascinating, but I didn't feel anything special. I couldn't destroy it now anyway. First, I looked around the surroundings. Places to hide there were more than I expected, all within magic range too. This should be enough. Right then, I spotted a small hole nearby that looked like a fox had dug it. When I pushed my feet in first, I slid in pretty well, enough to get my upper body inside too. As a test, I cast a very light wind spell on the regeneration stone from inside the hole. Crack. A small fragment chipped off. It worked really well, it's visible too, even if someone tried to find the source it wouldn't be easy. No way I'd get caught unless someone was actively looking for it. This is why preliminary scouting is important. As I stood up with a satisfied expression, an unfamiliar voice called out to me, "Ah, Tilda, hey there. Mind if I ask for directions?" I didn't turn around and instead intensified my current sense. It was faint, so faint that I didn't even notice until he was right behind me. What the hell is this guy? Hey. Hey, I'm talking to you, kid. Are you talking to me? Still, it wasn't something to overreact about. I didn't know what method he used, but he didn't seem hostile toward me. When I turned my head, I saw a tall man with red hair, flawless, fair, and clean skin with a handsome face. His rugged voice and casual speech didn't match his elite knight-like appearance. Scratching his head with an awkward expression, he asked, "Yeah, it's nothing serious, but do you happen to know where the regeneration stone is?" Regeneration stone, it's supposed to be somewhere around here. That over there, I think. I pointed toward the jade stone a short distance away. The man looked dumbfounded as if he hadn't expected it to be so close. What, that's it? It's fucking smaller than I thought, thanks. No problem. Even as we spoke, I kept scanning the man with my current sense. It was really faint. So faint that if I wasn't seeing him with my eyes, I wouldn't even believe he was there. At this level, I'd barely be able to catch him even with currents, though that's unlikely to happen. Something about it was unpleasant. Just as I tried to get away from the spot, the man, as if he just remembered something, called out to me again. "Oh, right, mind if I ask you one more thing?" "What is it?" He asked lightly, like he was just checking the time. "Are you a wizard by any chance?" I wasn't flustered. In fact, I laughed boldly and responded with gratitude. "Do I look that refined? That's flattering, but unfortunately I'm a commoner." "Ah, really? Tuska, that's strange." Clicking his tongue, the man looked me over again. I just had that feeling. As soon as he turned his head, I pulled out a handful of emergency medicine from my upper pocket and chewed them all at once. This was preparation for what I was about to do and the consequences that might follow. KGH. The taste of the medicine was hellish. I covered my mouth to keep from vomiting and maximized my current sense to observe the man. The burden was immediate. My vision grew darker and my body started to tighten. However, the sense shifted. The current sense, which had felt like blindly feeling around to identify shapes, moved up a dimension. All seawater became my eyes. In this state, I could even sense a single strand of the man's hair. Of course, I didn't let my guard down. The moment he showed even a flicker of hostility, I would crush him with water pressure, then escape. About 30 seconds passed until the man walked over to the regeneration stone. Those 30 seconds felt like 30 years, but in the end, nothing happened. He didn't look back even once. Maybe I really was overreacting. Still, if that's all it was, then I was lucky. Just before my legs gave out, drenched in sweat, TCH thought I'd get something out of this early, but it was a wasted effort. That's what his lips mouthed. "Elijah, are you really going to be okay?" A dark night in the garden of the mansion. In a space where not even the butler could enter, Aletus asked with a worried expression. In fact, he already knew that rumors about Elijah were circulating around. If she were to be absent again this time, the rumors would solidify into certainty, but if the outcome would be the same whether she participated or not, as a father, he didn't want to leave her with just painful memories. However, Elijah lightly shook her head and answered, "I'm fine, I can't just keep running away, right? That may be true, but... And also Elijah tapped her index fingers together, contemplating. Should I tell him? She had found a janitor who could use magic. She planned to ask him and somehow get through this regeneration stone event. It was a short contemplation. It wasn't certain and there was no guarantee it would go well. She didn't want to raise pointless expectations for her father. She had already disappointed him enough. You never know, it might go well, right? I might be able to manifest magic there. Yes, that's possible. If that's your wish, I won't stop you. Seeing the resolve in Elijah's expression, Aletus nodded in agreement. It was her first field trip with friends, so how much must she have looked forward to it? He had already passed down the worst kind of talent to her, and he didn't want to take away even that small happiness from his daughter. It was a decision made without knowing it would turn out to be the worst possible choice. Thorough preparation always comes in handy. Open the door. How did you come alone? Yeah. The guard, who just until yesterday had treated me like a brat, bent at the waist to greet me. It was thanks to the noble's clothes. I brought them because I figured I might need them, and it turned out to be the best choice. But you were scheduled to come a bit later. Why are you alone? By any chance, who and where are you from? The guard asked with a slightly suspicious look. Had it been a time when I didn't know much about nobles, I might have been flustered, but not anymore. What are you talking about? Move. I frowned and waved my hand as I walked. Creak! The current pushed the guard, the most certain way to prove noble blood. The guard, his suspicions completely erased, jumped in surprise and still blocked me. Excuse me. You haven't paid the entrance fee. If I don't pay even this, it might leave a trace. It was a waste, but I paid for the sake of safety and walked down a deserted path unlike yesterday. When there were a lot of people, I hadn't noticed, but there were surprisingly many facilities for children to play. It really did seem like some kind of amusement park. Not here. I checked thoroughly around the regeneration stone area but couldn't find the man I saw yesterday. He was a rather enigmatic guy. Even the words he left at the end were meaningful. I can't say for sure that he's an enemy, but it's best to keep the possibility in mind. First, I entered the hole and finished all preparations in case anything happened. I blocked the hole with leaves and kept only a small line of sight secured as I waited. Maybe an hour had passed. From below, the excited laughter and chatter of children began to rise. Since only nobles were allowed in, it must be the cadets arriving. They were still outside the current's range. Maybe they were looking at something else first, as they hadn't come this way yet. I had nothing else to do, so I reviewed what I'd learned so far. In the end, the only thing I could control in this sea was the current. However, since the moment I was able to immediately control distant currents, its value had risen to a ridiculous level. If I surround the target with currents and apply pressure from all directions, I can just blow up the opponent from a distance without any conditions. Mana doesn't use any, strength, it's nearly infinite. But there's no way I can actually use this. Its power was immense, but I couldn't use it. It was something I'd figured out after several tests. Ever since I almost died in the alleyway, every time I tried to burst something with water pressure, I started paying a price. For example, when I concentrate on sense detection, my head spins, I feel like throwing up, and there's a burden like blood flowing from my whole body. Water pressure has something similar. A much simpler and easier to understand burden. The golden rule: why is this happening? I clicked my tongue and pressed down on a nearby tree with water pressure. Crack, the tree's branches folded and crumpled very easily, so did I. It felt like my whole body was tied with a rope and pulled tight. Erg. I couldn't even breathe, so I hastily released the water pressure. This is the burden: when I tighten something with water pressure, I get tightened too. Both I and the target receive the same pressure simultaneously. The cause is probably it's different from how the current works. It's not about pushing or pulling. Once the pressure starts, it's still within the realm of simple water pressure, but it begins to resemble something found in the deep sea. I, the one doing the pressing, start to feel it. Then I unconsciously accept that this world is inside the deep sea. To put it very simply, the moment I apply pressure to the opponent. That guy's being crushed like that, so why am I fine? That question arises, and that creates the burden. At first, I tried doing it with my eyes covered, with my ears and nose all blocked. I tried changing my thoughts and tried every kind of thing. But as long as I'm the one doing the pressing and I sense the opponent through the current, any escape is impossible. In the end, it's basically useless. Still, I frowned and pondered. It's good, really absurdly good magic. If I could just solve the burden, I can't even begin to imagine how many ways I could use it. Is there no way to use it while avoiding the burden? While I was thinking, something entered my sense detection. This year, we decided to start a little early. It's time for the regeneration stone you've all been waiting for. Hoo-hoo, am I trembling right now? Teacher, I'm not feeling well. Can I go a little later? Chatter, chatter. Even I, who had eavesdropped on several children's classes, was surprised by how many there were. It looked like over 80 people. Were there this many noble kids? The teacher handled the large group skillfully, as if managing crowds like this was nothing new. Don't worry too much, everyone. You all just recently went through awakening fever and only learned elemental magic, right? We're not asking you to show anything amazing, just to comfortably practice what you've learned. But I don't think I can break the stone. Yufufu, no need to worry about that. The regeneration stone isn't an ordinary rock. It's a very sensitive little thing when it comes to mana. It reacts easily even with just a tiny bit of magic. Really? Yes, would you like to try? A hesitant child raised their hand. Then water formed in the air and shot at the regeneration stone. SSSSSS, just from being touched by water, the surface melted like someone had poured acid on it. Wow. Amazing, right? It regenerates soon after, though. And me too, I want to try. Alright, everyone take turns and try one by one. As soon as they realized the regeneration stone was easier than expected, the children's eyes sparkled and they all wanted to try it. The atmosphere was more relaxed than expected, if not for the assistant teacher nearby seriously writing something in a notebook. They were making it feel casual, but it looked like there was someone they had to report the results to. Well, magical talent in nobles probably isn't something to take lightly, so maybe it made sense. HMPH, it's my turn, right? Yeah. And among those kids, one who was particularly confident stepped forward. It was a face I knew too. Hewins, burn it all down. If it's Hewins, he might really do it. You're going to found a new kingdom. That was quite the hype, but the last one sounded like they were telling him to start a rebellion. Just watch me. With a confident expression, Hewins raised his finger and recited a chant. Blazing flame, melt away my enemies. He didn't need to do that at all. Incantations are better the simpler they are. He's still young, I suppose. Unlike the tacky incantation, the magic's performance was impressive. SSSSSSSC. Why yeah, that's Hewins for you. He melted it all. Not all of it though. When the flame touched the regeneration stone, about 20% of it melted. It was the strongest magic so far. But Hewins clicked his tongue as if dissatisfied. Tusk, is this all I can do? Ah no, that's really amazing, to reach this level in less than a month. But I didn't melt it all. Just the fact that he seriously aimed for total incineration proved he had talent in magic. Though he lacked manners, next is her turn, right? Ah yes, Elijah. As Hewins returned to the group of children, he mocked Elijah's stiff expression and whispered something to her. It was quiet enough that even the nearby kids didn't hear it. But it was within my current zone. Why don't you cry and run away right now? Don't let them know you've got filthy blood. No, this is beyond just being rude. He threw a full-on family insult. I could even see Elijah's hand clenching tightly from here. The teacher, who must have known her condition, cleared her throat with a worried look. Elijah, if you're not feeling well. It was the bare minimum of consideration. If she was going to be exposed anyway, at least avoid humiliation. That was the intent. No, I'll do it. But she nodded vigorously, wearing a determined expression, and looked around, seemingly searching for me, who should be somewhere nearby. Unfortunately, I couldn't show myself. Who? Elijah stood in front of the regeneration stone and took a breath, focusing. It was about time for me to step in. Besides, I was curious. I'd roughly figured out the level of these kids. I knew where the average was, what the lowest looked like, and what the highest could do. Then what about me? What level had my desperate struggle for survival reached during the same period? They'd said it reacts very sensitively to mana, didn't they? Oog, Hayat. At the same time as Elijah let out a cute cry. Cut. The wind magic I manifested slashed across the regeneration stone. SSSHRK, O. Wow yeah. Even Elijah, who had pulled it off, looked surprised. A long scar was left across the regeneration stone, a result of a single slash of wind magic. Elijah, that was amazing, you finally did it. Thank you. Cheers erupted from all around. But it seemed they were more surprised that Elijah had done it, rather than the magic itself being amazing. The proficiency of the wind magic I cast wasn't all that different from the other kids. I wasn't discouraged. There was distance, and considering that Duria had told me I had no talent, I was more than satisfied with this. No, this was beyond my expectations. This is nonsense. Just as Elijah was being congratulated, Hewins, his face red, ran forward. She couldn't use magic even once before, and suddenly here, what kind of trick did you pull?
I.
Perhaps due to her past experiences of being picked on, Elijah flinched reflexively, but soon folded her arms confidently. So what, I still did it, didn't I? Don't bully me anymore. Then show your astral wheel.
I.
Elijah froze on the spot, so that was the problem. As she clammed up, Hewins jumped at the opportunity, pointing and shouting, "See that? She's hiding something, that's why she can't show it." And no, that's not it. Then just show it. What do you think, you're in a place where? Still, it wasn't something to worry too much about. Even if he raised doubts, they would remain doubts. She could just refuse, saying there was no reason to show it and it would pass. The ordeal was pretty much over. I let out a sigh of relief when suddenly I noticed something strange floating beside my face. Normally, the deep sea has no color, it's either just dark or transparent, but now red liquid was spreading within the deep sea. The deep sea creatures stirred. I'd seen this before. Exactly the same appearance and behavior as when I let my blood flow into the ocean. The amount was much greater this time, and the reaction from the deep sea creatures was weaker, but it was certain. It was someone's blood.
What's this?
This had never happened before. Startled, I stood up and looked toward the source of the spreading blood, and froze. The sea was being contaminated. To be exact, from several hundred meters away, it had turned red, a sea of blood. It was clearly a crisis. I immediately expanded the current detection zone to its maximum. Well, looks like I've found a gem. Such a voice was heard. From within the forest, about 10 people walked out. No, could they even be called people? Except for the man at the front, the rest moved with limping steps, their entire bodies wrapped in bandages resembling moving corpses. Who are you? One of the teachers stepped forward first. At a glance, they didn't appear to be a group with any legitimate purpose, but the man who seemed to be their leader looked like an ordinary knight. Red hair and a flawless face, it was the man from yesterday. "My name is Parse, your noble lordships." With that, he introduced himself and bowed his head slyly. There was not a single flaw in his greeting, except for the unmistakable hint of mockery. This wasn't a situation to take lightly. Exchanging glances, the teachers stepped forward, pushing the confused children who didn't know what was happening behind them. There should have been knights on guard. "Oh, that. Want me to show you?" When Parse snapped his fingers, one of the mummies from behind crawled forward and spat something out. Gweek. Roll, several severed fingers rolled out. Judging by their thickness, they clearly belonged to an adult male. "You've lost your mind." Now fully prepared for battle, the two teachers stomped their feet. Rumble, from the ground, hands made of stone rose as if yearning for freedom, planted themselves on the earth and pushed upward. Then several golems, each easily over 2 meters tall, stood up. "Do you even know who you're dealing with right now?" When the other teacher snapped their fingers, the air split open, and a liquid like melted gold poured out. The gold, as if alive, covered the golems, forming armor, and the remaining portion transformed into gleaming spears. 3 stars floated in their eyes. Even though they were teachers of the children's class, given they were teaching nobles, they didn't seem like ordinary wizards. Parse rubbed his chin and answered with a troubled look. 2 3-star wizards, that's pretty scary, honestly. We are nothing, the ones you're dealing with are these children's parents. Whoever instigated you, reveal it right now and disarm yourself. Otherwise, you'll wish death was better. That's easy, I'll tell you. 1. Parse cut the teacher off mid-sentence and held up one finger. Crimson Circle. That's the organization that gave me the order. This isn't the time for jokes. It's true though, well, I figured you wouldn't believe me. It's not just the name, they say it's the same group, I'm still not fully convinced myself. Shrugging, Parse held up 2 fingers. 2. Would I pull this kind of bullshit if I were scared of nobles? They can't catch me anyway. 3. You're probably mistaken because I look fine, but dying right now would actually be better for me. As if it were nothing, he tore at the skin on his face. Zzzik, Kairak. What? The children, slowly starting to grasp the situation, screamed when they saw his face. His face was melting, oozing with all kinds of pus. Not a single patch of skin remained intact. It looked like the face of a leper cursed with undeath, but instead, Parse laughed heartily at their reactions. Not that I want to die though. Enduring like this is still bearable. Inner world, so that's what you mean. Hey now, that's harsh. Mean, you say. I may look like this, but I'm a young man with plenty of life left to live. And 4. Extending his pinky, Parse said cheerfully. I don't know if there'll be a next for you greenhouse flower wizards, but once you're on the battlefield, don't listen to what your opponent says. It's always a stall tactic. What? Before the sentence could even finish, something began densely filling the current sense, an overwhelming number, 20, 30, 50, 80. It wasn't until it had far surpassed 100 that part of it crawled out, wrapping around the children. Countless mummies were thoroughly blocking off any possible escape routes. Only then did Parse let out a sigh of relief and scratch his head. Seriously, how many knights did they deploy? I almost shit myself. That scared the hell out of me. Anyway, thanks for waiting. I'll handle the aftermath myself, so just hand over the kids. You guys are 3-star and above, hard to take down, so you're useless to me. You filthy demon bastard. There's no way we're handing the children over to you. Hey, let's not make this harder than it has to be. Honestly, at this point you get it, right? Resisting here just means 1 or 2 more corpses. After I leave, just make some superficial wounds and say, we did our best but the enemy was too strong. It's a win-win. Swoosh, bang, before he could finish his sentence, one of the teachers shot a flare into the sky which exploded in black. No doubt it was a distress signal. Someone must have seen it. Parse, seeing that, clicked his tongue and spat in irritation. There's a time limit now. Hey, just kidnap as many as you can and run. The moment he snapped his fingers. Kaya. Teacher, help us. Don't touch me, do you know who I am? The mummies rushed in and began snatching up the children one after another. Those who resisted too much were knocked out with blows to the neck. The teachers charged in, eyes blazing at the horrifying sight. Kids! Oops, looks like you teachers are gonna have to play with me. KH. Even the golems were being swarmed by the mummies. As expected, the level of their magic was different. Each swing of a spear or punch sent multiple mummies flying at once, but the numbers were just too overwhelming. Even with 2 3-star wizards, there was no stopping dozens of such monsters clinging to them. I'll hold them off. Teacher Yuli, please save the children. Understood. One teacher, prepared to fight to the death, stood alone against the mummies. I said, let's play. What is this? A grotesque scene unfolded. The blood that had been dripping from Parse's hand slithered like it was alive, grabbing Yuli's ankle and clinging tightly, grinning viscously. I know I'm in no position to say this, but don't you think this world is just horrible? It was a truly dreadful smile. Gee, get it off me, Kaya. Meanwhile, Elijah was also snatched away by a mummy. The mummies that succeeded in kidnapping the children showed no hesitation as they fled swiftly into the forest. Their speed was faster than most horses. It was hard to believe they were once human. Now what? I crossed my arms. So during a noble kids field trip, someone managed to break through all the night escorts and pull off a mass abduction. I'd never have imagined it. But it figures, this whole thing is the worst possible method of suicide. If the grieving noble families unite, no matter how far or how fast they run, they'll be caught and made to drink molten iron until they beg for death. I have no idea why someone would do something like this. Is he just sick and desperate to die faster? Whatever the purpose, what's done is done. Time was of the essence and I had to make a decision quickly. Should I even? Maybe the best move is to do nothing and stay right here. The mummies hadn't noticed me. If I stayed put, there was a high chance I'd get through this without issue. But, save me, Daddy. No. Please help. I let out a deep sigh as I watched children around my age scream and resist in tears. When I think about it, if I let the kidnapping happen, literally nothing else will happen either. That's a loss. What did I even pay the carriage fare and entrance fee twice for? And if this ends here, they might uncover that one noble kid arrived a little early during the investigation. Elijah probably won't make it out safe either, so. Yeah, these are good enough reasons. Convincing myself I stepped out of the hole, it was time to move. I said it coolly, but that doesn't mean I can actually beat the mummies. It looks easy since those 2 3-star wizards are just wiping them out over there, but considering the mummy was biting a knight's finger, there's no way I could go up against it. I don't really want to use it, but there's only one method that's actually effective. Gook. Hi. I stood in front of a mummy that was rushing to kidnap the children. When my eyes met the mummies, I spread both arms wide. Look, here's a kid in noble clothes, try kidnapping me. But the mummy just stared at me for a moment, then turned away as if to leave. What's with this asshole? Where the hell do you think you're going, you fucker?
Jayik. Whoosh.
I smacked its head once with a wind spell, and only then did it turn toward me with a screech and grab me. Then, with precise movement, it struck the back of my neck. But I had already seen it coming, so I had stuffed some twigs at my neck. That kept me from passing out, and I realized something at the same time. These mummies are stupid. They were like machines that could only follow the exact instructions given. I could make use of this. While pretending to be unconscious, I carefully memorized where the mummies were taking me. For about 30 minutes, they ran nonstop, crossing multiple mountains that a horse wouldn't even manage until finally they reached somewhere. There, the mummy placed a steel shackle around my neck. Then it entered a small well. Are they planning to drown me? Not like they need to, I'd do it myself soon enough. I braced myself to fall into water, but it wasn't that. There was no water in the well. Instead, there was a narrow space in the wall near the bottom, just big enough for one person to crawl through. After crawling for several minutes through the narrow, stinking tunnel. A prison made of rotting stone with a single lamp that seemed like it would go out at any moment hanging from the ceiling. The mummy tossed me inside and sealed the entrance hole. Thud, gah.
Ow.
It had thrown me pretty hard and I smacked against the far wall. As I rubbed my head, noise started coming from a corner. Light up, explode, burn. It's no use, magic won't activate. When I peeked out from the corner into the center of the prison, the kids who were taken earlier were huddled together, shouting, "Magic won't activate." I moved to the corner so the others wouldn't see me and tried using a wind spell. Blow. Nothing came out. Was it because of this shackle on my neck? Seems like some kind of artifact. To test it, I activated my current detection. Thankfully, that still worked. The current spread instantly and showed me the structure around me. Scanning it carefully, I saw it was a proper underground prison. Given the amount of damage here and there, it didn't look newly built, more like they were using something that had already existed. Args, damn it. Do you even know who I am? Open this door right now. I'm telling my dad about all of this. We're all dead. Let's see, what should I do? First, maybe I'll try doing something about these bars. They were firmly fixed but not strong enough to withstand time. Dust fell off every time I shook them, if I rubbed them just right. Elijah, you called them, didn't you?
Say something that makes sense.
Why the hell would I call them? You kidnapped us because you didn't want anyone to know you couldn't use magic. Quit talking nonsense, then why would I get kidnapped too?
To avoid suspicion.
Oh, it's working. I pushed a current into the joints of the bars and rubbed hard. I could feel the stone loosening and wearing away. Same principle as unlocking, the only difference is I'm using water's force. The trick is to pour water into the tiny cracks in the stone and force them apart. Even if it's not quite erosion, if I take my time, it'll work. Don't you get it yet? We're all going to die. What are you talking about? They kidnapped all of us. If it was just one, you could say it was for ransom, but this many, it means they don't plan to keep us alive.
It's just terrorism.
Then why didn't they just kill us right away? To show our parents, to show them how we die slowly. They'll probably cut off our fingers and send them back without feeding us.
Don't say scary things. We can get out of here, it's just a room.
How if we can't use magic, we're just kids?
Clunk.
The bottom part of the bars came loose. The upper part was still intact, but pulling that out would take too long. When I yanked, a small opening formed just big enough to squeeze through. This should be enough. Elijah, let us out right now. How am I supposed to let you out? I was kidnapped too.
Are you crazy?
Arg, I can't die here.
Clap.
I stepped outside, clapped my hands together, and drew the attention of the kids who were still bickering. Hey, everyone. All the nobles turned their eyes toward me. Hewins, who was grabbing Elijah by the collar, and even Elijah herself. Since I was wearing noble clothing, they would naturally see me as a noble. Hewins stared at me wide-eyed like he'd just seen something out of a nightmare, gripping the bars tightly. Who are you? How did you escape? It's nothing special, it's really easy. If you promise just one thing, I'll let you out too.
What?
To the kids who had gone silent in an instant and were now watching my mouth, I made a request.
Just shut up for 5 minutes, please.
Seriously, I was on the verge of catching his nervous breakdown. Seeing it from the hallway, the prison was an even more horrific place. Here and there were puddles of stagnant, rotten water, creating a dampness that went beyond humid to an unpleasantly sticky feeling. In the pitch-black prison, the torches connecting the corridors looked like they might go out at any moment, and in the other prison cells, rotting corpses or scattered skeletons were strewn about. This was not a place noble children could possibly endure. Naturally, the children, desperate to leave even a second sooner, begged me, "Unanswer the question, how did you get out? If you're curious, try being quiet first."
Why? SHH.
Instead of answering, I silently glared at Hewins. At the same time, a bizarre crying sound came from nearby. Grrrrrk.
Heek.
Hewins, who had been shouting, immediately turned pale and covered his mouth. Seeing his legs trembling, it seemed the memory of being kidnapped by the mummy had become a trauma. Anyway, this guy has seen me once before. I was going to feign ignorance if he recognized me, but he didn't even notice. Well, I guess no one would imagine a commoner acting so confidently while dressed like a noble, while the other children were similarly hunched over, barely able to breathe.
Ugh.
Only Elijah looked at me with wide eyes and open mouth, shocked. There was an obvious emotion in her eyes. "Why are you here?" So I gave her a wink as a signal. From now on, I would need to take control of the situation, and if Elijah revealed that I was a janitor with some careless remark, it would become troublesome. She seemed to understand roughly and nodded her head earnestly, miming sealing her lips. Cute, grrrrk. Before long, the mummy appeared. I made eye contact with the mummy. I was confident it wouldn't be particularly interested in me. The result was immediate. Despite an obvious detainee being outside the cell, the mummy didn't run or scream but simply walked forward with heavy steps. It meant it hadn't received orders to capture escaped children. They must not have considered the possibility that kids who couldn't even use magic would be able to escape. An unexpected outcome. Because I didn't provoke it and stayed still, the children became even more frightened and gestured frantically. You, hurry, run away, anywhere. Can't you come back in? You'll die like that."
Why?
"What do you mean, why? That's an enemy. Don't think so simply, it's just a puppet." The mummy slowly passed me by. In the process, its hand brushed the top of my head. It's a hand capable of killing even a knight. It could easily crush a child's skull. Of course, I wasn't the least bit shaken. The children looked at me with expressions of shock and disbelief. "See, I'm perfectly fine." How did you know?"
I observed.
"These things are like machines that only execute what they're ordered to do. There's no need to be so scared." Once I had everyone's attention, I explained the next steps to the now silent children. "By now, you should have all figured it out. We've been kidnapped by some unknown organization. Does anyone here have even a guess why?" "I don't really know." "If you remember even a little something, say it. It's really important to figure out who the enemy is."
Maybe.
One of the noble children raised their hand with a worried expression. "My dad once forcefully took over a small mill." I don't think the mill owner would be dumb enough to kidnap all the noble children over something like that. "My dad accepted bribes to decide which mercenary corps to hire." "No, I mean something bigger than that. My mom is having an affair with Marquis Darpen." "Okay, now that is big, but..."
What?
"With my dad." It suddenly turned into some kind of confessional session, but none of it was reason enough to justify kidnapping all these noble children. Well, I did get an unexpected harvest. I now know most of the family secrets only direct members of noble houses would know. I might find a use for this information later. I cleared my throat and calmed the children who were beginning to spill their secrets one by one. "Got it, seems like there's some other reason behind all this. So the only remaining information is what I heard directly. Crimson Circle. It's a name I've heard twice recently. Those freaks with that strange name must have done something. Not that I'm particularly curious. Considering they kidnapped nobles and children at that, there's no way to assess them as anything other than outright crazy sons of bitches. What matters is escape. If they're capable of this kind of madness, there's no way they're after something as simple as ransom. Of course, I didn't tell the kids that, saying it would only cause mass panic. I calmly explained to the children, "First, let's get out of here. That guy Parse is still fighting the teachers and probably hasn't come back yet. We have to use that gap to get out. Once he returns, there's no hope. Yeah, we know that. Just do something about these bars first. But I can't take everyone with me. I explained step by step to the children whose mouths had dropped open. Right now, that magic-suppressing device, whatever it's called, you're wearing it. Anyway, with those on, you're basically just regular kids. You won't be any help. You've got a shackle around your neck too. What makes you different? I am. Swoosh, I lifted the child who said that using current and set them back down. The reaction was explosive. The children were so shocked they were practically fainting as they stared at me. Telekin, what are you? How did you learn telekinesis at your age? Even my dad can't do that. Now you get it. Honestly, I'd prefer to just leave you all behind and go on my own, so I'll only take people who meet the conditions. As soon as I finished speaking, the kids' eyes started darting around. Even at their age, noble kids know how to think. A hopeless situation of abduction, traveling with a wizard who's learned telekinesis and selection. They immediately became obedient and began promoting themselves one by one. My dad owns the rights to a mine. My mom owns the rights to a river. I don't know who you are, but if you take me, I promise I'll reward you. Not that kind of stuff. I shook my head. There are still a lot of mummies out there. I don't know the layout in detail either. No matter what happens, you'll have to follow my orders. That's the first condition. I'll do whatever you say. And no matter what happens here, don't go questioning things once we're outside. Can you do that? Why, yeah. Good, then anyone who wants to stay in this damp prison and get eaten by mummies instead of following those conditions, step back. No one stepped back. Of course, I never planned to selectively take them anyway. If I was going to save them, I'd save everyone. I put on a stern expression and made them swear. Then I'll take it that everyone will listen to me. Got it. Yeah. Good. Clank, I reopened the cell bars I had removed earlier. Come out one by one. The children scrambled out and gathered in front of me. They suddenly looked at me like I was some kind of teacher, which caught me off guard, but I understood. They were in a hellish place with no idea where they were. Of course they'd need someone to rely on. All right, let's go. I can figure out the path with my magic, so don't worry. Okay, but... Along the way, one child raised his hand. It was Hewins. His previous pitiful behavior was nowhere to be seen, and he now spoke with utmost politeness. Got a question? That is, which family are you from? Naturally, I couldn't answer. The other children slowly nodded, clearly wondering the same thing. I've never heard of anyone our age getting past the elemental magic course. Is that even possible? It's not possible. If it were, there's no way we wouldn't know. Which family are you from? Guess I didn't tell you. As I gave off the impression I was about to say, all eyes turned toward me. I held up a finger and smiled lightly. That's the third condition, don't ask that question. Thank God I'm the one in charge here. The underground prison was, quite literally, a dungeon. How the hell did the guards even survive down here? I walked through the dark, damp corridor with a grim expression. The children followed closely a few steps behind, doing their best not to fall behind. I couldn't afford to relax for even a moment. The place was filled with traps. And not just any traps, deadly ones that could kill you if you made even a single misstep. Oh, a fork in the path. There's a breeze from this side. If wind's blowing, that means there's an exit. Let's go this way. No. It's the left path. But there's blood smeared over there. That means it's dangerous. You didn't forget the conditions, did you? Ugh. I easily shut that down and headed toward the left path. Had we gone right, we would have hit a sudden cliff in the pitch-black darkness where the torchlight didn't reach. Anyone in the lead would have fallen without question. That's what kind of place it was. What would I have done without current sense? I let out a sigh but also felt relieved. Put differently, as long as I have current sense, I'm practically invincible. Don't step on that floor. There's a switch for something underneath. How do you even know that? Are you maybe on the same side as the people who kidnapped us? That was enough to get hit with a ridiculous accusation. Try holding out your hand inside your robe and flash some numbers with your fingers. 7 now 4. Oh, you changed it to 2. How did you know? Clairvoyance. It's clairvoyance, right? Do it with your hand behind your back. 560. Wow. But once I demonstrated current sense, all their suspicions vanished. At one point, we reached a collapsed bridge that we had to cross no matter what. Below the bridge, pitch-black darkness stirred with occasional clicking sounds, but I didn't bother sending current sense down. I didn't want to know. Faced with this life-or-death situation, the children huddled together, trying to come up with ideas. How about I grab your legs and you grab their legs and we make a human ladder, then throw them across? I'm not getting thrown. Not that I expected much. No need for that, come here. Hey! I grabbed the confused children and threw them, kaya. The first I threw was Elijah. I didn't have enough strength to toss a child more than 10 meters to the other side of the room. But I could let the current carry her. Elijah flew like a bullet and landed like a feather. As soon as she confirmed she was safe, she bounced up and down. Wow, can we do that again? No. In this way, we crossed the prison, looking for the path to the upper levels. Along the way, I started hearing what sounded suspiciously like gossip. So this is what a real wizard is like. He's the same age as us, but how can the difference be this huge? Who is he really? The back of my head burned under the warm stares filled with awe. They probably thought they were whispering, but the prison was so quiet I heard everything. No need to shut them up. Or so I thought until Hewins, looking like he'd realized something, muttered in a tone filled with reverence. You idiots, you still haven't figured it out. Hewins, you think you know who he is? Him? Hey, watch your mouth, that's obviously His Highness the Crown Prince. What kind of crazy talk is this? Hewins began calmly spouting his delusional nonsense. Look, he doesn't take classes at the academy, the place with the best education. What does that tell you? It means he's being taught by a personal royal court wizard even more elite than the academy. Isn't that a stretch? I've never even heard that there's a crown prince. They've been hiding him all this time. I bet he got unlucky and got caught with us while doing some experiment with resurrection stones. Really? Look at that magic. Even with a suppression device on, he's overwhelmingly powerful. That level of talent is only possible in the royal family, specifically the crown prince. As he said this, Hewins kept looking at me with the eyes of a fanboy staring at their favorite celebrity. That unique yet stylish fashion and that handsome face, he has to be the crown prince. Should I just toss this bastard into a pit and leave him there? I wondered why he bullied Elijah, but it seems he just likes pure-blooded nobles. We needed to get out of here quickly. Fortunately, the ground was starting to register on my current sense. It was the only bit of good news in this hellhole, so I shared it with the children. We'll be out soon. By now, the knights should be spread out all over the place, so as soon as we get outside, scream for help. Really, Hugh, I thought we were going to die here. This is such a relief. And as I said before, everything that happened here. I stopped mid-sentence. A red mist had begun to fill my vision. Blood, thick blood slowly spreading like it does underwater. It was clear whose it was. What's going on? Nothing, it just feels a little too easy. Ah well, we did escape almost immediately after coming in. It's all thanks to how amazing His Highness the Crown Prince is. Seeing the anxiety begin to rise in the children's eyes, I quickly smiled and reassured them. Right now, I was their guardian. If I showed it unnecessarily, it would only cause unnecessary confusion. All right, let's get out of here quickly. Yes. Contrary to my words, I let out a sigh inside. Most likely, this wasn't going to be such an easy escape after all. Nobles don't gather as easily as one might think. Unless it's a special occasion such as a ball hosted by the imperial family or a tea party organized by influential figures in the social scene, they generally avoid each other. The reason is simple, there are few who get along well. Even if they meet, they'll only end up exhausting their emotions in bloody, sharp-tongued exchanges, so they all tend to share a basic thought. Rather than get involved, let's just stay out of each other's way and focus on our own matters. In short, today, with more than 50 nobles gathered, was an extremely abnormal day. What on earth is the meaning of this? Bang! Roylak, head of the Rigdehen family and the chair of the meeting, clenched his teeth and slammed the round table. The teacups placed in front of each noble rattled. It was an utterly rude gesture, but no one protested. No, they clenched their teeth even harder and shouted louder. My daughter has been kidnapped. What were the night orders guarding the canyon doing? I will personally see every responsible party put to death. Those useless assholes, are you seriously telling me they still haven't found even a clue? The Imperial Knights are still reviewing our request for support. They clearly don't understand the gravity of this situation. Fine, I'll dispatch my family's knights to the capital, even if it means the annihilation of my house. I cannot afford to lose humans. Ahem. At this point, Roylak, who had first lost his temper, cleared his throat and took a step back. The fury of parents who had lost their children was enough to spark a rebellion. If they weren't calmed down, something truly catastrophic could happen. You are all right, the situation is dire and we must act swiftly. But if we stir things up recklessly, we'll only make matters worse. If you care about your children, I beg you, calm yourselves and let us begin the meeting. Is a meeting like this really necessary? We don't even have enough time to act. Of course it is, but even with limited time, I've already taken all necessary measures. I've requested support from the All Magic Towers and just received confirmation that the Imperial Knights will be joining us. We've mobilized every resource at our disposal. The Magic Towers, the Imperial Knights, the Knight Orders of every family including his own. This is a force capable of destroying a small nation in less than a day. Anything more would require full military deployment, which wouldn't be much help under the pretext of a search. I know it's painful, but please trust me. If anything happens to the children, I'll offer this old body of mine in repentance. Roylak, the old beast who held connections with the elder councils of every family, spoke without the slightest trace of bravado. Moved by his sincerity, the nobles, though still trembling with anger, took their seats. They realized that directing their rage at him would only hinder things. Roylak, now standing, glanced over the somewhat calmed nobles, then snapped his fingers to project a stone slab in the center of the chamber. Rumble, the stone slab was quickly engraved, forming a map of the canyon. First, we must learn about the enemy. Hugin, tell us what you've heard.
Yes.
A middle-aged man seated near the corner stood up with a grief-stricken expression. According to my daughter Nia, a teacher at the academy, they referred to themselves as Crimson Circle. The chamber stirred. Crimson Circle, what's that? Ah, could it be that group from hundreds of years ago?
That's right.
The ones described as a band of deranged wizards, yes. Wasn't that just a legend? Even after compiling all the opinions, only one thing was clear. They're a group straight out of a fairy tale. The noble's expressions darkened. No, obviously that's just bluffing. You're saying you believed such nonsense. Couldn't even protect the children as a teacher. At the pouring criticism, Roylak shouted loudly. Everyone remained silent. Teacher Nia gave everything to protect the cadets until the very end, when the knights found her. It's all right, I'm satisfied just knowing that my daughter is alive. Hugin, calming Roylak instead, continued speaking. However, one thing is certain, her inner world had fallen into abyss, that much is clear. This has been confirmed through cross-verification, so please refrain from speculation. Fallen, hearing that word, left the nobles dumbfounded. A wizard of abyss. Do such things even exist in this day and age? Even if they do, how is she still alive? Don't most wizards who fall into the abyss usually die within a month? One thing is certain, Roylak replied, gripping the table tightly. The Crimson Circle of the past was also a group composed entirely of the fallen. What had seemed like nonsense, not even worth responding to, was now elevated, even slightly, to a plausible hypothesis. Roylak continued speaking before the now silent nobles. Whether they are the actual Crimson Circle or lunatics borrowing that name, it doesn't matter. They've been hiding in the shadows and preparing for this day for a long time. This was not a spontaneous act of terror, it was something meticulously planned. How do you? As soon as I heard the word Crimson Circle, I used my connections to buy up all information from the underworld. Surprisingly, in the past 3 years alone, there have been over dozens of mentions of the group Crimson Circle.
What?
The contents are as follows: wizards with bizarre talents who don't appear to be nobles. Using bottomless funds, they've been rapidly acquiring natural bodies. The nobles' expressions gradually turned deathly pale. Did they make any demands? No. Don't tell me. You're probably thinking correctly. The purpose of the kidnappings is likely to increase their numbers. Several faint-hearted nobles collapsed backward. Roylak clenched his teeth as he watched them. The children of nobles had all been kidnapped. Of course, it was a horrific, unspeakable event. Among all the incidents in recent decades, this was the most massive, the most terrible, but somehow, he couldn't shake the ominous feeling that this was only the beginning. Underground prison, I quietly muttered as I looked at the sea that had begun to stain. This is dangerous. Parse was it, I don't know exactly how, but that bastard is interfering with my world. More precisely, blood is spreading in my sea, like a drop of milk spreading instantly in a cup of water. With blood spreading in the sea, even the deep-sea creatures reacted, but it was nothing like when I had spilled my own blood. They approached as if curious, but that was all. It wasn't the movement of hunting prey. Feeling uneasy, I pushed the blood away using currents to keep it from reaching me. But no matter how much I pushed and pushed, it kept flooding the sea. I frowned. I'm definitely going to meet him. The darkening of the sea's blood means he's somewhere nearby. Could I even stand a chance? I tried recalling the scene where he fought the wizards. It was so bizarre I couldn't forget it. He used his own blood like a whip. I'd never heard of such magic. I don't see even the slightest possibility. Even with the help of the mummies, he withstood 2 3-star wizards. Me winning, it would take several overlapping miracles, but even so, there's no other plan. Time to set up the first miracle. Can you wait just a little? I scanned the surroundings with my tidal sense, and in one of the cells I found the tool I needed. Don't come in, don't look either. I stopped the children who tried to peer curiously into the cell. If they saw this, their mental states would be shattered. I picked up a pair of sharp pliers used for torture lying next to a corpse. It was stained with dried blood, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. Elijah. Yes. Try using this to take off the shackle on my neck. Okay. Elijah grabbed the pliers and tried with all her strength to cut through the shackle. Ugh. It was hopeless, it was far too solid. No matter what tool was used, it was too difficult for a child's strength to manage. Sorry, I can't do it. It's okay. I patted the discouraged Elijah's head, and only then did I realize I had naturally spoken informally. I was worried she might feel uncomfortable since she knew I was a janitor, but judging by the way she rubbed her head against my hand, she didn't seem to mind it at all. This time, I brought a chisel and hammer from that torture room. Try hitting it with this. That looks kind of dangerous, if you move even a little. Really? Then you guys help too, just hold me steady so I don't move. Understood. Hewins and the other children gathered around and grabbed onto me. Elijah, who had taken hold of the chisel, concentrated and tapped on my shackle. Kang, kang, each time she hit it, it felt like my head was being bashed, but I could see small cracks slowly forming. Stop. That's enough. I staggered to my feet and cut through the cracked part with the pliers. Creaky kang, the broken shackle flew off and rolled across the floor. Phew. I stirred the air. A strong wind swept through the prison that had not even a single hole. All right, gather around. I looked at the gathered children and snapped my fingers. The sealing devices that couldn't be cut even with currents were sliced cleanly. Wow. It worked. Finally. In an instant, the inside of the prison lit up in a variety of colors as the children began testing their main spells. I calmed them down and explained gently and clearly. My detection magic just picked up an enemy. It's the man who kidnapped us. At those words, the atmosphere instantly chilled. Among the frightened children, only Hewins looked at me with a face full of confidence and sent me a gaze filled with absolute trust. But you'll beat him, right? Of course, a guy like him is no match for me, but you guys might get caught up in it, so I'd like a little help. It was a lie, but the children needed confidence right now. It seemed to work. Their expressions immediately brightened. You don't need to fight directly, just do this. You'll be able to get out safely. Yes. After explaining the plan, I called Elijah separately into a prison cell while the children prepared. Elijah. Yes. Once you're outside, I'm sure the knights will be looking for you. Please find them somehow and tell them to come save me. Got it, but save you? I thought you were going to win. Elijah looked puzzled. At the very least, she needed to understand the seriousness of the situation, so I explained sincerely. Of course that was a lie. There's no way I can win. The opponent is strong enough to withstand 2 3-star wizards. I'm just a beginner with 1 star. What, you're a 1-star? Ah, that's right, but you use telekinesis. That I can't go into detail, but it's not really telekinesis magic. It's closer to a trick. If the knights don't come quickly, I might die. Really? Yes, I'm counting on you. But why? Elijah's eyes wavered. She lightly grabbed my collar as if she were looking at something she couldn't understand. Why are you going that far? You could have escaped on your own, right? You're a janitor and you didn't even need to be captured in the first place. Are you trying to die? The deal is still ongoing. I haven't received my payment yet. I can't give you anything. She looked quite confused. I gently grabbed her small hand and moved it away as I spoke. Please don't worry about being unable to pay. I'll be billing your father, Elijah. It's an event that lets me skip the step of earning trust. That wasn't the only reason I had come, but regardless, I absolutely had to save Elijah. And this is just in case, but Elijah, your magic interferes with or blocks the manifestation of other magic. Huh. That guy Hewins actually pinpointed the cause correctly. Tell your father once you're out. W8. I don't get what you're saying. You don't need to understand right now. And one more correction. I met Elijah's flustered gaze. I have no intention of throwing away my life. That's how it had always been. After locking eyes for about 10 seconds, for some reason, Elijah's face turned red and she nodded. All right. With that, the final preparations were complete. All that remained now was a boss fight with survival as the only goal. The damp passage on the first basement floor. Fuck, they are seriously strong. Parse let out a sigh as he looked down at his blood-soaked right hand. It didn't hurt that much. After all, he lived in that kind of world. The problem was how much he had lost. If I can't make one of them fall, I'm fucked. The hundreds of mummies he had secured for this operation were all wiped out. He had expected the Knight Orders and the teachers to not be easy opponents. But beyond that expectation, the protection around the noble children had been far more intense than anticipated. Naturally, those mummies weren't handed out for free. If he failed to produce clear results, he'd be disciplined. And in this situation, discipline meant a fate worse than death. There should not be much of a problem. But Parse didn't think too much of it. He had succeeded in kidnapping as many children as possible who had just recently come down with awakening fever. That fact alone was what truly mattered. How fragile could a child's world be? With just a little nudge, they would fall instantly. He had never tortured children before, so he might accidentally kill the first few while adjusting, but even considering that, at least one of them should fall. Humming, Parse descended toward the prison. His body was tired, but his mood wasn't bad at all given how well things were going. At least until he saw a child standing in the corridor. Black hair, black eyes. A little kid, not even half his height, stared at him with an emotionless gaze. Parse blinked, unable to process the situation for a moment. Those were truly unusual eyes, more than just unfocused like a deep sea. No, wait. What the hell are you? How did you get out? That wasn't the point. Parse shook his head and glared at the child. The atmosphere was strange, but it was clear the kid was one of the kidnapped nobles and had escaped. They should have been shackled with a magic sealing restraint and locked in a prison. How? Hey, come here while I'm being nice, if you don't want to die. Regardless of the circumstances, he couldn't leave the kid be. Parse flicked his finger, spraying blood across the floor. The few droplets instantly multiplied, spreading to cover the ground. It was a gruesome sight, enough to make the weak-hearted faint on the spot, and it was dangerous. He did not even need an incantation. With a single snap of his fingers, a blood spear would tear that child to shreds. But the child didn't panic at all. He calmly pulled out the shackle split in half from inside his clothes and rolled it across the floor. Clink, the shackle rolled and stopped at Parse's feet. The child looked at it and smiled. It was clearly an act of mockery. Heh, this little bastard. Parse chuckled, not out of anger but from thrill. He had escaped the prison, cut through the seal devices, and avoided numerous traps to get here. And now he stood before Parse. Was it just reckless confidence that brought him here? No, it was because he knew this was the only escape route. You've got talent. Parse licked his lips. Today it seemed he might gain a rather exceptional new colleague. Nice to meet you. Could you perhaps clean this up? I stepped back a few steps so that the flowing blood wouldn't touch my feet. It was clear that he had learned magic that dealt with blood. Parse looked at me and let out a hearty laugh, then snapped his fingers. Don't worry, you deserve to be treated well. SRRRK, the living, moving blood instantly seeped into the floor and disappeared. Stabbing and cutting like this, such tasteless rituals don't suit you. If done well, you could probably even create a great lineage. I have no idea what you're talking about. I spoke up to distract him. Fortunately, he didn't seem to notice. This is what I mean. With a malicious smile, two mummies walked out from behind Parse. Drool was dripping from their mouths and fresh blood was still dripping from their hands. Of course. Facing that guy meant fighting all the mummies. I could only hope the teachers had fought hard. Treat him well, don't kill him under any circumstances.
Quirky.
I let out a sigh as I watched the mummies slowly approach and began to speak. I needed a little more time. Just a moment. Did you say the group you're affiliated with is Crimson Circle? Yeah, it's an employer-employee relationship though. It's nothing much, but I was wondering if I could ask why that Crimson Circle group kidnapped us. If it's difficult, you don't have to answer. I'm just curious, that's all. A polite, businesslike question. Parse tilted his head, then smiled deeply. Man, the more I see you, the more I like you, why not? Kids like you fall so easily.
Fall.
Yes, the world you created comes to hate you. It's a kind of self-torture. We're making those kinds of fallen ones.
I
furrowed my brow in shock. What he said was something far too familiar. So, those Crimson Circle bastards were artificially creating people like me. Why? I don't really know the reason either. Like I said, I'm just an employee, so since I answered your question, you should answer mine too. Is there anything you're afraid of?
there is.
Tell this mister, a world doesn't get created so easily. You'll have to go through the most horrific experiences you can imagine several times over.
I'll make it quick.
As Parse's sadistic gaze fixed on me, the mummy came close and grabbed my arm roughly. Even through the pain that felt like it would tear my arm off, I answered honestly. First of all, I'm most afraid of drowning. Dying unable to breathe after falling into water is the scariest thing. Oh ho, how honest of you, what a good kid.
Yes.
I still experience it a few times these days, and it's really horrifying every single time. Next would be being crushed to death, having your whole body smashed, also terrifying. I see, that one might be a bit hard though. We don't have the proper equipment for it. Really, freezing to death is also scary. Dying slowly in an empty place, freezing all alone, that's really terrifying, isn't it?
Oh hell.
I'm also afraid of being eaten alive by some unknown monster, and in the process, still being alive while dying in pain. There's nothing I'm not afraid of. Parse looked at me like I was some crazy bastard. Hey, you stupid little brat, I'm fine with it, but are you sure it's okay to just tell me everything like that? These are all things you're going to go through. Yeah, but even if you don't do it, those things will come anyway.
What?
The signal came. Current sense confirmed, Elijah waving her hand right on the floor below. Perfect timing. I looked straight at Parse and responded, well then, shall we experience being crushed to death first? Guang, with a massive roar, the ceiling collapsed. Parse looked up in shock, but this time he had no time to respond either. Guang, Kurung. Only after the thunderous noise that had continued for some time came to a stop did one child cautiously poke their head out from the prison. Then, staring at the utterly wrecked path, they muttered to themselves. He really got buried. The children, who had been holding their breath while watching the conversation between Jern and Parse, stared blankly at the collapsed passage. Do you think he's okay? He must have fallen all the way to the third basement floor. Idiot, come on, like there would be a problem. We just did exactly what we were told.
Yeah, truth.
The children still couldn't easily accept the idea that Jern might be in danger. Of course, they had seen more powerful wizards before, but if such accomplishments came at their own age, that kind of talent doesn't even stir jealousy. His ability to calmly choose only the correct answers in the same situation without even a hint of panic inspired more than just trust, it created the illusion of omnipotence. He knew exactly which pillar to destroy to make it collapse where he wanted, right? And he never once got caught by a trap. While most of them had naturally begun using polite speech, one child murmured their honest thoughts. He really is like a wizard. Only then did the children realize the meaning behind what their teacher had told them. Is conjuring fire or spraying water from your hands really what makes magic? Perhaps true magic is the ability to freely control realms of the incomprehensible. Let's go. Before even fully realizing that silent understanding, Elijah shouted, we have to get out of here fast. Our parents must be waiting for us. Alright, we've got to go. I really can't stand this dampness anymore. Snapped back to reality by Elijah's yell, the children began to escape from the underground prison one by one. Elijah started to follow them, but before she did, she looked once more at the massive hole where rubble continued to fall. Unlike the other children, she knew the truth. That the boy who had fallen to the floor below wasn't particularly remarkable compared to them, just an ordinary one-star wizard. That the boy, whom humans had mistaken for the crown prince, was actually someone who entered the academy as a janitor, just to get a glimpse of the classes that the rest of them found so boring from hearing them all the time. Just wait a little longer. But Elijah knew an even more important fact: I'll come to save you soon. A favor, no matter how it was received, must be repaid. The current still pushes me around these days. When I awakened to magic, that is, when I realized I had fallen into the deep sea, my first concern was whether I might fall from the sky once I came back up again. Because of that, I trained myself to the point where I could be sure of at least one thing: drowning, freezing, being crushed. I don't know what you call the one where you get eaten by fish, but I've prepared for all those deaths. Among them, falling to death doesn't exist. Who? I pushed aside the pile of rubble and stood up. There was a bit of dust on my body, but no external or internal injuries. Brushing off the dust, I stood fully. This area was roughly the third basement floor, and above me was the massive hole we had fallen through. Thanks to having the children create those cracks beforehand, truthfully, I had wanted their help, but their mental state was the problem. I couldn't expect kids to stay sane when dealing with someone like that. Kid. That kind of monster doesn't go down from a little trick like this. From between dim torches, Parse, covered in blood, emerged from the rubble with an annoyed expression. He literally gushed out. For a moment, the man was in a liquefied state. Then he became human again. Now perfectly fine, he sat on the pile of rubble and looked down at me, letting out a deep sigh. I think I'm starting to get scared of you. Why the fuck is a kid your age pulling all this crazy shit? It's fucking terrifying. Yeah, I suppose there might be magic like that. The world of magic is vast, and there's still a lot I don't know. But the blood flooding this sea is different. By any chance, have you also fallen? Yeah, I did. That's why Crimson Circle caught me. Parse waved his hand, splashing blood around. I quickly dodged, but it didn't matter much. P-whack. Hey. From a single droplet of falling blood, a long spear was drawn and thrust straight toward me. If it hadn't been for the wind pushing my body at the last moment, my thigh would have been pierced through. Even so, a chunk of flesh was torn off and blood streamed down. I counterattacked immediately. Cut. The wind magic I had honed over several weeks sliced perfectly across Parse's lower abdomen. You're a really strange one. Parse didn't dodge, he didn't defend himself either, he simply took the hit silently and bled. For an ordinary human, that wound would have been instantly fatal, but he looked unfazed. So even the hypothesis of damaging his spine was a dud. Still, I'd bought myself some time during his regeneration. Dripping blood, I fled and turned the corner of the prison corridor. I've noticed since earlier, you don't have even a hint of a childlike flavor. But Parse also seemed familiar with the prison's layout. He followed at a steady pace, unbothered. Of course, it was soon a dead end. Tearing a piece of clothing, I tightly bound my thigh as I replied. Would begging and crying for my life change anything? No, but just the idea of it pisses me the fuck off. That's unfortunate. I'll try to make it less unpleasant for you. How about this? I had prepared lanterns in advance, scraping together all the oil from them into a small oil container. And the moment Parse turned the corner, I lit a spark and threw it. F-whoosh, flames roared up instantly. How should I say it? You're like my old self. And instantly the fire went out. His blood was near infinite. He'd sprayed blood to extinguish the flames. Every attempt came with a price. P-whack. Spears formed from blood flew at me. I hastily used currents to pull surrounding stones to block them, but I couldn't stop every strike. KHCK. This time it was my left arm. I dragged myself into the final passage, hastily wrapping the wound with another strip of clothing. The pain was beyond anything I'd imagined, making my arm tremble violently. When was that damned adrenaline going to kick in? That comment alone is more than unpleasant. It's a compliment. Well, unlike you, I fell on my own. On your own, you weren't caught by Crimson Circle. Crimson Circle had nothing to do with it. I was a natural born in the countryside. Step, I looked at the filthy green stone wall that blocked my way and let out a small sigh. I shoved all the remaining pills into my mouth and chewed them so the effects would kick in faster before swallowing. Of course, I didn't even know I was a wizard. Awakening fever, I thought it was the flu. I had it for a day and then went right back to shoveling pig shit. Even then I got beaten. My father, what can I say, used me like a substitute slave.
Should I cry for you?
No need. If you think of it as a father and son relationship, it was the worst, but if you think of it as a master and slave relationship, it wasn't that bad. The problem was after my mother irresponsibly ran away. Maybe because there was no one left to beat after coming back drunk, he started beating only me. Even without him saying it, his conduct already made it obvious that he'd self-studied his upbringing. But Parse wasn't really telling me, he sounded like he was explaining to himself. He stopped a few meters away, looking down at me with a satisfied expression. Once, while he was choking me, I grabbed a shard of a broken bottle and stabbed him right here in the neck. He collapsed without even being able to speak.
What a warm family. Right, but my father lived quite a while.
He kept struggling for hours, not dying. I was curious when it would end, so I just watched from the bed. Parse flicked his hand, splattering blood everywhere. The walls became a dizzying red. It meant I didn't know when or where a spear might be drawn next, my death in other words, or torture worse than death. He only died at sunrise after all the blood in his body drained out. What lesson do you think you can take from that? That discipline isn't the right solution. That's true too, but what I learned was different. Parse lowered his voice as though sharing a secret no one knew. In this world, actually there are no humans. What the fuck are you talking about? Then what are you and I?
Blood.
When a person's blood is completely drained, they die, right?
Yes. Usually that's the case.
In the end, the body is just a container for blood. The heart pumps it, the blood vessels hold it, the lungs put oxygen into it. Blood is the essence. You, me, we're all trapped inside this fucking body. Parse's hand was instantly crushed into a lump of flesh and blood, but the flowing blood quickly reshaped itself into a hand again. Parse watched that grotesque scene with a proud look in his eyes as if he were witnessing the truth of the world he had discovered. This is the essence. You and I are both lumps of blood. The only difference is whether you accept it or not. Isn't there a saying that arrogance is one of a wizard's traits? He certainly looked the part, but
what is this?
I rubbed my chin and asked a question. Is that all?
What?
Parse tilted his head as if he didn't understand what I was saying. I'm asking if everyone in this world is made of blood is your revelation, and that we're trapped in the world formed from that. Is that what you're saying, Tilda?
That's right.
But you seem to know it in detail. Did you hear it somewhere? I met Parse's slightly displeased gaze. Personally, I couldn't understand it. That's really all. Yeah, that's it. Why? Do you have some romantic notion about the inner world? Well, that's great. You're about to experience it anyway. No, I'm just surprised how unimpressive it is. My world is the deep sea, and the deep sea is still slowly reaching for me even now. Each time I breathe, I can faintly feel something entering that's not air. Every step I take occasionally feels like I'm walking underwater, facing subtle resistance. My vision is dim, and even though it's summer, my body is cold. Everywhere I look, everything is the deep sea, a world that hates me with no way to escape, and yet, that's it, humans are blood. Is that your world?
What?
A tiny-ass world made by killing one person. You don't even understand what having burden means. And the hatred of the world, what? It just means you're stuck as blood and can't return to being human, that's it. This is what you call a world. Can it even be called a world? A world formed from an epiphany, no more disconnected from reality than humans are just lumps of blood. It's kind of small. It wasn't meant as mockery, it was closer to genuine curiosity. There was even a tinge of envy mixed in. Ah, I see. The one receiving the words didn't seem to take it that way, though. The cheap grin that had been plastered on Parse's face all this time vanished. Then let's see what kind of wonderful world you'll open up. I'll watch from the side. I casually replied to the voice dripping with hatred. No need, I'll show you now. I took one deep breath. Then raised the water pressure to the maximum level I could manage. Croc.
NGGH.
The crushing force hit in an instant. Even I, who had prepared for it, and Parse, who hadn't, both collapsed to the ground. Ayawarg. It was like being restrained and slowly pressed under a hydraulic press. The air in my lungs was automatically forced out. Forget breathing, I couldn't even move a single finger joint. You this what? Parse looked at me in panic, then glanced at his arm beginning to crumple and suddenly had a realization. Why, you already... I couldn't even respond. Even at the same water pressure, a child's body and an adult's body bear different loads. Not that I was unharmed. Parse's body was gradually collapsing, turning into blood. Yet he tried to smile as he stared at the trembling mass of blood. Ugh, ha, kaha, fuck, this is insane. One of the three evils those Crimson Circle bastards were so desperately trying to create has emerged naturally. Life really is something else, cock. His eyes were filled with raw desire as he scanned me up and down. Spears slowly, bit by bit, began forming from the surrounding blood droplets.
KH's lucky so damn lucky.
It was on a completely different level than when drawn from a stable state, but it was definitely aimed at my throat. Kneeling on the ground, I could do nothing but watch the scene unfold. I couldn't move a single finger, all I could do was wait. I don't need anything else. If I have this, I can.
Foo fuck.
I squeezed the air out of my lungs and somehow forced out the words. "S so fucking slow, you asshole."
It's enough to pierce your throat. Not you.
Confusion spread across Parse's face. Crack, his shoulder was gouged out. Huh. Parse looked at his own shoulder with a face that showed he understood absolutely nothing. There, a large circular wound had appeared as if something had taken a bite out of him. Of course, even seeing it didn't mean he could immediately understand what had happened. That he was being eaten. What the hell, what is this?
It was luck.
More precisely, it was a favorable matchup, blood mixes. I hadn't splattered it everywhere during my escape for nothing. He stepped on all my blood while coming and just mixed in during the process of turning into blood. I made Parse aware of my blood attached to his body. Deep sea creatures know what blood is, and as long as I mixed in just a hint of my scent, which is a delicacy to them. And no. This is what happens. Crack, crunch, rip, Parse thrashed about, trying desperately to escape, but it was meaningless. I had no intention of releasing the pressure until I confirmed he was neutralized. Deep-sea creatures, still invisible, gathered around Parse with grotesque giggles. There was just one feature I could distinguish, their endless hunger and razor-sharp teeth. Don't, you fucking bastard, he.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
To an outsider, it would have been a nightmarish sight. Parse's body was vanishing little by little in midair. To me, who could see it, it was clear just how horrific the scene truly was. All sorts of deep-sea creatures swarmed him, crying, just one bite, as they tore him apart. You crazy son of a bitch. It wasn't long before. With only his bitten head remaining, Parse mumbled as he looked at me, his face showing nothing but resignation. What kind of world do you live in? At a loss for words, I gave a meaningless answer. Who knows?
Greg.
I stared blankly at the corridor where only bloodstains remained, then dropped my head onto the damp floor. At the same time as the tension released, something surged up from my stomach. Puke, cough. What I spat out was thick blood. From what I remember, spitting blood means there's damage to internal organs and people don't live long in that state. I can only hope that information was wrong. I tried to put strength into my right leg to get out of this fucked-up place, but the trembling was so severe I gave up. Even just that slight movement drained the last of my energy. It's better to wait for rescue than to move and end up wrecking my body. Asshole. I let out a sigh as I stared at the empty space where Parse had been. What was it called? Crimson Circle? From now on, I would have to avoid them no matter what, under any circumstances. The reason was simple. What the fuck even is three evils? So going over what Parse said. From the perspective of those heretics who committed the unprecedented act of kidnapping all those noble children at once, I must have looked like a rare mob that would bloom their lives the moment they caught me.
Duria Nim, please lend us your strength.
Central Library of the capital. Duria looked down at the knights who had slammed their heads on the floor and let out a shallow sigh. She thought it was another bothersome headache coming her way. First, she brought one hand to her lips and closed one eye, signaling the knights to quiet down. It's etiquette to be quiet in the library. Ah yes. Knights by nature do not easily lower their heads even to nobles. It's because of their pride as knights. Though it's a long-forgotten tale by now, knights were originally created to kill wizards, but before Duria. Such pride meant nothing. Like mice before a cat, the only thing permitted was to lower their heads and beg. Slide, as Duria placed the book she had been reading onto the table, it disappeared as if it had never existed. It was ultra-high-level magic belonging to the realm of the incomprehensible. The knight, watching it, broke into a cold sweat. Is there even a single magic in the world that this ancient monster can't use? An elf who studies magic, a destructive combination you'd only find in old fantasy novels. Duria, master of such omniscient magic, crossed her legs and muttered as she looked down at the knights. So, what is the matter? Children of noble families have been kidnapped. Whom specifically are you referring to? The number exceeds 40, so many that we cannot list them all. An event that would have shocked even the average noble, yet Duria simply accepted it as fact and exhaled through her nose. I'll hear what it is you wish of me. We are currently conducting a search but have run into a dead end. A perception-distorting magic has been deployed, making it impossible to determine their location. I understand. Let's go. Duria rose from her seat without resistance and headed toward the main entrance. Watching this, the knight blinked in surprise and asked again, slightly dazed. Why yes. You don't seem to be in that much of a hurry, seeing as you have time to repeat yourself. Ah no, that's not it. Yes, truly, thank you very much. That was Duria. Even when the black magic tower to which she belonged was under attack, she ignored it just because she was too lazy to leave her room. A truly insane magic fanatic. No one expected such an ancient monster to grant her assistance so easily. The knights hurriedly rose before she could change her mind and prepared at once. We will be sure to repay you for your help. Not necessary. Duria half ignored the knight's words and thought to herself. She didn't give a damn what happened to the elders of the Black Magic Tower, but the children were worth sparing time for. Not out of goodwill in particular, but because she wanted to see for herself. Just how different could he be? She thought of Jern. She wanted to know how much difference there was between an average wizard child and Jern. However, that wish would not come true. See, Commander. What is it? I was just about to receive aid and... A messenger came running in a panic just outside the library, panting as he began to speak. All of the noble children have been rescued. Well, that's good. It seems my job has disappeared, so I'll be going now. Wait a moment please, is that true? Yes, out of the 29 who were kidnapped, we rescued 30. Just as Duria was returning to the library hiding a slight sense of disappointment, a strange statement reached her ears. The Knight Commander also furrowed his brow and asked again, "What are you talking about? You rescued 30 out of 29. That he is still in the underground prison where the children were confined. He is the one who protected them. However, we haven't been able to confirm which family he belonged to. Then could it be a different child, not one of the kidnapped? No, the other children who were confined together testified that he is definitely a noble and saved them. His clothes were like that, and there were also stories that he used magic. Right now, at the earnest request of one of the children." "May I ask a question?" Duria interrupted the messenger mid-sentence. It was because her instinct as a wizard had detected a disturbing sense of certainty. By any chance does the child have black hair and black eyes? Yes, how did you know? Duria smiled slightly, faster, much faster than she expected. As the Knight Commander looked at her smile, he seemed to realize something and quickly shut his mouth. Uses magic granted help easily. Ah, I see now, Duria Nim. I didn't expect you to have a child. Ahaha, so elves can breed with humans after all. I wasn't aware due to my limited knowledge. Ah, I have a daughter too, you see. The other knights, realizing the Knight Commander had chosen a swift path to suicide, quietly backed away. Duria spent the next 30 minutes suppressing the murderous intent boiling in her chest. An unfamiliar ceiling, though someone I know was sitting on top of my stomach. Ah, young miss, that will slow the healing process. It's fine. I'm not putting weight on his belly. She was right. Elijah, kneeling on both sides of my stomach, was examining my face closely, though there was nothing much to see. I slowly opened my eyes and made eye contact with Elijah.
Kaya.
Thump. Elijah fell backward in surprise and quickly hid behind the maid standing nearby. The bed was soft. I raised my upper body and checked the bandages wrapped around me.
It seems I passed out. Why yeah.
Elijah poked her head out from behind the maid and answered. They wouldn't let us see, but I heard the wounds were really bad. Still, they treated you really hard, so you should be okay now. I tried moving my arms and legs. There was still some pain left, but it didn't seem like there would be any lasting damage. Thank you, I received your help.
Don't thank me.
Elijah shouted and grabbed both my hands. They were soft. We're the ones who should be thankful. My father said that if it weren't for you, we would have been in serious trouble. It's all thanks to you. Saying I didn't do much would be too much false modesty, I suppose. Even humility has its limits. To be honest, I saved nearly all the noble kids by myself. Elijah hugged me, her eyes glistening with tears. That's right, thank you so much. If we hadn't asked you for help, who knows what might have happened. Not knowing what to do in a situation like this, I just held my hands up. A cough came from the direction of the door. A middle-aged man with a sharp impression stepped in and looked at Elijah hugging me, trying hard to draw attention. Ah, family head.
Dad.
The maid bowed deeply, and Elijah ran to him with a bright expression. I too, regardless of the pain, bowed my head immediately. If someone is called the family head, that's the proper reaction, even if you're on the brink of death. Nice to meet you, family head. I'm Jern.
I'm a lettuce.
I've heard the details from my daughter. A commoner, a janitor, is that right?
Yes, and an orphan.
I had nothing to bow my head for, so I met Alettis's blue eyes directly. I had no intention of hiding. I couldn't even if I wanted to. I truly thank you. But Alettis, who approached, bowed his head deeply to me at a full 90-degree angle. It was such an unexpected situation that I was taken aback. For the head of a noble family to bow to me, a commoner, a janitor, and an orphan. I understand your sentiment, but this is too much. Please raise your head. However, Alettis didn't lift his head for quite a while. No matter how many times I thank you, it won't be enough. You saved my only remaining daughter. I'd like to ask about the aftermath. Is everyone else safe?
Yes, thanks to your sacrifice, they are. I quickly changed the subject.
If this continued, I felt like my stomach would burst open. When we found you, you were in tatters in the underground prison. What happened? The one who kidnapped me and the noble children was a group called Crimson Circle, and among them, someone named Parse. Though rather than being a part of Crimson Circle, he seemed more like a hired hand. I paused for a moment, choosing my words. When I told him I had let everyone escape, he vented his anger on me and ran away. He seemed quite angry that the plan had failed. Even if I said I beat that monster one-on-one, they'd probably think I was bluffing or be suspicious. This was the right way to handle it. Alettis's face crumpled even more. I see you really did something incredible. I'm just glad you survived. Have you been able to learn anything else about them? Yes, since you're involved, you have the right to know. Alettis adopted a much more serious expression and began to explain.
They're a group of lunatics. That much I know for sure.
Did you know they've been around for thousands of years?
No.
It sounds like something out of a fairy tale now, but back when all wizards were purely natural, they pushed some absurd logic, claiming that in order to reach the celestial realm, one must first fall. They tortured and murdered every wizard they could find, repeating the process to increase their numbers. Naturally, they were wiped out and forgotten.
Alettis sighed in disbelief.
But recently, they've suddenly resurfaced in the underworld, then committed something like this. Whether they're the same group or just another bunch of lunatics borrowing the name, I don't know. But they do have power.
Exactly.
Those mummies and Parse himself too. They were strong. If it hadn't been for an irregular like me, most of the children really would have been tortured, and they were actively searching for unfortunate people like me. If I'm discovered, it won't just end with an O, so that's how it is, Tilda. It's hard enough surviving in the deep sea, but this, I couldn't help but sigh. Well, at least there's something I can rely on. You're not going to let them go, are you?
Of course not.
Alettis ground his teeth and declared, every noble is devoting their full power to track them down. No matter where they're hiding in the world, within a month, we'll find their leader and execute them in the most unimaginably painful way possible. That's the power of angry nobles. I don't know exactly what kind of group Crimson Circle is, but kidnapping a large number of noble children won't be something that gets brushed off. In my opinion, it won't even take a month. I just have to make sure I don't get caught before then. After burning with anger for a moment, Alethis's gaze softened warmly again as he knelt down to meet my eye level. Sojourn, I must give you a proper reward. A reward? That's right, for saving my daughter and the other children as well. If I end it with just words, the whole world would mock us. I can give you a carriage full of gold or find you parents who will adopt and raise you. Ah, I heard you eavesdrop on magic classes. I glared at Elijah, so you told him that too. Ha ha, don't worry too much. If you wish, I can even let you take as many academy classes as you like. No, if you want, I can give you all of this. The other nobles don't know your identity yet, so if you hide it well. I stared at Alettis, who looked like he was truly willing to give me anything, and fell into thought. First, the free access to academy lectures, that's a bit tempting, but if I become Durcia's disciple that won't be much of an advantage. Money, also not very appealing. Being able to buy all the magic books I want is nice, but again, that would come naturally as Durcia's disciple. Parents, better off without. After pondering for a bit, I finally realized what, among all that Alettis could offer, would be of the most value to me. There is something I want. Would it be all right if I spoke honestly? Is that so? Speak, I shall give you whatever it is. In front of the smiling Alettis, I raised my finger and pointed in one direction. There stood Elijah wearing a dazed expression. Then, please give me your daughter. To be precise, I wish to take her in as my disciple. Seeing Alettis's expression, I quickly added more, disciple. Yes. Your daughter possesses incredible talent. I want to nurture that at all costs. Even if it's for my own sake. Alettis, with a puzzled expression, patted Elijah's head as he asked again, what do you mean? You must have heard, but my daughter has no talent for magic. We've brought in so many teachers. You didn't tell him. No, I haven't had the time yet. In front of Alettis, who looked utterly confused, I unraveled the bandages and floated them using wind magic. Alettis narrowed his brows slightly in admiration. It's elemental magic, but quite well practiced. You must have put in a lot of effort. Well, I need it for my windpipe, Elijah. Would you come here for a moment? Okay. Elijah brushed aside Alettis's hand and ran over to my side with light steps. The wind magic was disrupted along with the wounded expression on Alettis's face. The bandages fluttered here and there, then slipped from my hand and fell to the floor. Alettis, witnessing this, furrowed his brows. What was that? What just happened? Don't you think it was me deliberately disrupting the wind magic? I thought I'd have to show it a few more times, but he immediately realized. Alettis shook his head. No, the flow of mana shifted, that wasn't it. Flow. It was a term I had never heard before. It's natural you don't know, it's the stage after elemental magic. Anyway, can you explain what just happened? Yes. I believe your daughter was born with the talent to interfere with the magic around her. Alettis widened his eyes as large as his fist and gasped. Maybe I was too blunt. It took a while for him to come back to his senses. When he did, he asked again with a confused expression. But there's never been any sign of that until now. I've always believed my daughter was just a regular person. It's still just elemental magic. And I think it only applies to cadets of a similar level, so the other teachers wouldn't have known. Naturally, as first-class wizards, their magic wouldn't have been interfered with. And since your daughter couldn't use magic, there was no way to discover what made her different from an ordinary person. I see. If that's the case, it makes sense. Alettis nodded and once again expressed his gratitude. It seems I owe you even more now. But to become my daughter's teacher, you seem intelligent, so don't you know that I have no choice but to refuse? Yes, I do. I refuted my own ridiculous proposal. From the perspective of someone like Count Alettis, who can bring in outstanding teachers with a single word, entrusting his daughter to someone like me, of low status, is unthinkable. I wouldn't say I thought that far. However, I also believe Count Alettis is a wise man. You must understand the danger of that talent. What do you mean by that? Meeting Alettis's slightly darkened gaze, I replied straightforwardly, isn't it similar? Unable to use ordinary magic and without even using mana, she influences the surroundings. What would people call this? An awkward silence followed because it was obvious. Elijah would be considered fallen, that's how it would be known. After a moment of hesitation, Aletus shook his head as if to deny reality. That can't be. The reason she can't use magic must simply be that she hasn't yet learned to control the ability that suppresses magic.
I think so too.
However, what matters is public perception, isn't it? Aletus let out a growling sound because it was true. What are you trying to say? It's simple, entrust your daughter's talent to me. I'm repeating myself, but I can't allow that. If it's a matter of secrecy, that can be arranged, and there are plenty of outstanding individuals to help her develop her talent. I'll repeat myself too, yes, I believe the same. I lifted the bandages once again. But in my eyes, no stars appeared. I couldn't even see this flow of mana thing. I cannot help your daughter grow. Aletus was briefly taken aback, then recognized what was before his eyes as reality. I simply mean that I can ensure she doesn't end up the way I did, and that is something no one else can do. There isn't a single wizard you could hire who can help with this. Aletus, looking at me as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing, soon slapped his forehead in realization. I see, that must be it, the purpose of the abduction, the fact that you were being tortured, you must have fallen after being tortured in that place. That's not it, it was too much trouble to explain, so I just let him think that. It's easier this way. Being here, you come to see many things. Elijah is not in a good state right now. If she's forced to learn magic or continues to torment herself thinking she's useless, even if not now, one day she could end up where I did. Even if she never learns magic in her life, shouldn't we at least prevent that?
Elijah.
After some hesitation, Aletus turned to Elijah and asked,
What do you think?
I want to learn. With not even a 0.1 second delay, her bright answer made Aletus furrow his brows. Are you serious?
Yeah, I can trust Jern. He risked his life to save us.
It seemed I had earned more trust than I expected. Even if she never learns magic, I just wanted her to grow up healthy. Among nobles, trying to live an ordinary life without being a wizard is difficult.
Fine.
However, all teaching must be done here. I'll make sure you're treated as her teacher.
Thank you.
So is that really all you want? Aletus looked at me with an utterly drained expression. Is becoming my daughter's teacher your only request? I hate to say it, but if you fell, you probably don't have long left to live.
Jern is going to die.
No, I won't die that easily. I reassured Elijah, this whole bullshit is so I don't die. In any case, you're giving up all the money and honor that could change your remaining life just to teach my daughter. There's one more thing. I shook my head. What is it?
Please reverse the sequence of events.
Let it be known that I was at that place because I was Elijah's teacher, and that I couldn't reveal my identity because I was a commoner. And please make that fact public. I suppose it doesn't matter much, but why?
I need a status.
A clear status and address as a noble's teacher. Up until now, I was nothing more than a janitor at the orphanage, so I had no choice but to live in hiding, but now I'd be able to move much more freely. Well, being treated like a commoner, I'd obviously still be looked down on. I didn't care. Money, family, those are things I can only obtain after surviving. And also, looking out the window, I recalled my goal and smiled broadly.
There's someone who needs to hear this news.
I figured I'd be able to deliver it to that stuck-up elf at the library sooner than expected. As I smiled, Aletus said something strange. Very well, first, let's go to treasure storage.
Treasure storage.
Now it was my turn to be confused. Aletus shrugged as if wondering why I didn't understand. Did you think you'd teach my daughter with your bare body? That's not what I meant. Actually, that was right. What more is needed? Aletus explained that for me. Of course, you'll need at least some magic books to use as teaching material and some elixirs for yourself. You're also my daughter's savior, so let's see. After observing me for a moment in thought, Aletus replied as if it were no big deal. Well, take whatever you can carry. I had forgotten. Nobles were far more generous than I had imagined. One late night, a coronation was held in a small royal palace. Clap, 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 weak applause echoed through the palace. Countless ministers, their wives, and even young children had gathered to celebrate the birth of a new king with all their might. The king, stepping down from the throne, placed the crown he had been wearing onto the head of the new monarch. In the coronation where even breathing was silent, The only ones truly alive were the king himself and the lump grinning beside him. Looks good, how does it feel to be queen?
Not great. Doesn't suit my head.
A woman with black hair, black eyes, and a height not even reaching half of the king's tossed the crown aside with a sullen expression. The applause stopped immediately. It wasn't out of anger at the sacrilegious act. It was simply because that was what the woman wanted. Now go do your job, Tilda. At those words, the corpses dragged their feet and returned to their respective domains, guarding the palace, turning any who came near into the same state as them. A horrifying fate where even in death there was no rest. Black trails of rotting blood were left wherever the corpses had passed. The lump looked at them and burst into loud laughter. You haha, Dark Knight, can't you do something about that? It's so filthy, it gets all over me every time I walk through here. It's funny hearing that from you. Even my ugliest child is a peerless beauty compared to you. It's not like I want to look like this. If I could shave all this off, I'd be the most handsome guy in the world. And you dare speak of burdens in front of me? Dark Knight growled fiercely, glaring at the lump. A creature that looked like a bloated mass of flesh, its obese human-like parts sagging and swelling grotesquely. Such a thing insulting her own children was intolerable. It happened every time. The lump brushed it off skillfully. Yeah, you've got a point. I mean, if I could die, I'd take that over this. Keh. Forget it, where is Void? He just arrived, should I bring him out?
Yeah.
At those words, the writhing lump suddenly froze, then began to contract. Crunch, crackle, several sickening sounds of flesh and bone being crushed were heard, and soon, a human form began to emerge. Not long after, a man with long hair, so handsome one could hardly believe he came from inside that grotesque mass, remained. Slowly opening his eyes, the man looked around and grimaced deeply. This place is absolutely disgusting. Right, even if I die, I'm never using it.
I respect your choice. I should have done the same.
Dark Knight had no desire to live in a body that had been boiled down like the lumps. Void, who had been grumbling, snatched clothes covered in blood from the surrounding corpses and put them on while reporting. That blood mass failed. Really, that's a shame, I lent him quite a lot. It was an expected outcome. I was surprised he even managed to pull off the kidnapping, considering he's just a self-realm, but in the end he made a mistake and lost everything. I got the report this morning. Those noble bastards are trying to reach even this place. Seems they're really pissed. It won't take them long to realize that anger alone won't solve anything. Void wiped off all the mucus on his face and asked, "How's the work progressing?"
You'd better see it for yourself.
Sounds like it's not going well. With a sigh, Void followed behind Dark Knight down into the palace's underground. There, hell unfolded. Dozens, hundreds of bloated water-soaked corpses, or perhaps even more, piled up like a mountain. Regardless of age, gender, or race, not a single one was spared. Every corpse had died with an expression twisted in pain. Void let out a sigh as he caught the stench of death. Not a single one was successful.
Yeah.
Don't blame yourself too much, it's a difficult task. Honestly, I don't get it.
Dark Knight frowned. What do you mean?
Does it even make sense to try and create one of the three evils this way? The one success we had last time was just a minor level one, limited to drowning.
Clearly you don't fully understand. Void blinked.
Huh. The next moment, all those countless corpses vanished. Even the stench of death that had filled the space along with the dampness on the floor disappeared completely. She couldn't catch a single trace of what had happened. Void lightly tapped the bewildered Dark Knight on the shoulder and muttered, "That's how mine awakened too. Prepare again, I'll send 30 natural bodies in 2 days.
All right.
And keep this in mind." Void's gaze turned to Dark Knight. But what he was looking at was something else entirely. We cannot proceed with the plan without Ocean.
Okay. Good.
Just as Void was about to leave Dark Knight behind and climb the stairs, he suddenly seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, and if it's not Ocean but the deep sea that awakens instead, consider the attempt a failure.
Don't try to save it, just leave it be."
Why can't the deep sea do something similar?
It's nothing major.
Void shrugged as he replied, "That one doesn't survive no matter what you do. I still don't understand why you want to take my daughter as your apprentice." Aledis led me down to the underground of the castle. Yes, it was a castle. Looking out the window, it seemed the hospital room I had been in was on the 3rd floor. and if treasure storage is here, that means this is the old castle where Aletis resides. Which means there's a hospital room inside the old castle. I even saw a small stable on the way down, on the second floor. Isn't that like putting a parking lot on the second floor? I concealed my curiosity and answered calmly. I'm doing it because it benefits me as well. Do you know where my collapsed inner world is? It's the deep sea. Deep sea, are you referring to the depths of the ocean?
Yes.
If this continues, I'll probably be crushed to death, drown, or freeze to death. Would you like to touch me once? I extended my hand. Aletis blinked with wide eyes as if flustered, then lightly grabbed it. Who it really is called. Other things are also tormenting me. Burden, was that the term? Helping Elijah use her abilities properly is also helping me. Her magic might be able to save me. Aletis looked slightly shocked and dismissed the guards who were standing by the underground door. When he stood in front of the door, it opened automatically. It seemed there was a device that sensed something and opened the door. You seem unaffected by that fact. How could that be? It's painful and sad. It's really hard to accept. I say this because none of that is reflected in your tone. How old are you? 10 years old, probably. I'm an orphan, so I don't know exactly, but since I had awakening fever not long ago, that should be about right. But more than pain, I feel injustice and anger. If crying and screaming won't solve the situation, then I should do what must be done. Cursing the heavens can wait until after I've pulled on every rope the heavens have thrown me. An orphan. Aletis shook his head and opened the final door. Your greed is excessive. The heavens will not grant you any rope. Why not? To possess the composure to think about your next move in the face of your own death. What more could you want after being granted such dignity? Had I met you elsewhere, I would have believed you were the Emperor's hidden child. Was that a compliment? As I stared blankly at Aletis, I felt something strange from inside the open door. Sensing wasn't working well. I could tell there was something behind the glass, but the currents hit and then slipped away. What is this? When I looked inside, at first I thought it was a museum, because things were luxuriously displayed behind the glass. Then I thought it was a clothing store because everything displayed was clothing. Of course, I had no interest in clothes. I began flipping through the magic books that were stacked nearby and asked casually, I get the magic books, but what are those clothes? If other wizards heard you say that, they would have been appalled. Aletis cleared his throat a few times and began to explain. What do you think is something a wizard must carry with them at all times? These magic books, I don't know about anything else. Oh, aquatic linguistics, this one looks pretty good. I should ask Duria to teach me if I become her disciple. This one, I don't really get it, but it looks really hard, could be useful when trying to win over Duria. The robe. A wizard's robe is not merely clothing, but a tool that defines the wizard and is itself a magical artifact. Naturally, just by looking at the robe, you can tell who and where the person is from. But it's still just clothes, right? It's not just clothes. Come over here. Aletis opened the display case. Then he took out a white and gold robe that looked too extravagant for me to wear and handed it to me. Try putting it on. Okay. Nothing to lose, so I put it on and looked at myself in the mirror. As expected, it stood out too much. While I was striking a pose like, now what am I supposed to do with this? Aletis responded, manifest some magic. I slowly stirred up a breeze. And only then did I realize what Aletis was talking about. Oh ho. It was different. The breeze filled the space gently with far less mana. It wasn't just an increase in efficiency, my magic manifestation had become much more precise and delicate. I immediately tossed aside the magic book and took off the robe to hand it back. Can I try on all of these here? Also, what's the mechanism behind this? Take a closer look at the robe. Following Aletis's words, I looked closely at the robe. It wasn't easy to see, but I could tell that the threads making up the robe were somehow unusual. Each individual thread has an engraving carved into it, allowing it to function as an artifact. What does that mean? Engraved threads. One spool of thread is inscribed with a restoration spell, another with a spell for efficiency, another with a spell for mana affinity. These masterpieces are woven precisely so that the engraved threads are connected perfectly. Wow, that was all I could say. Artifact this, engraved threads that, carving things into each thread, I didn't fully understand, but I could tell it involved an absurd amount of painstaking work. Must be incredibly expensive. You couldn't buy it even if you had money. The robe you're holding right now took 10 years to make, and it's worth enough to buy a mansion. I folded it as carefully as possible. I'm not sure I should be receiving something like this. You saved my daughter. Not only that, you said you would save her again by becoming her teacher. Do not feel burdened. If you say so, then all right. Truthfully, I had no intention of declining. A chance to get something like this would never come again. After trying on nearly all of the robes, I found one that I really liked. It was a red robe, and wearing it made me feel not only more efficient in my mana usage but also physically stronger. You picked a good one. With that, even a child's body could exert the strength of an adult. Hearing Aletis say so, it must be one of the expensive ones. I also needed to train in body reinforcement art, and above all, expensive things are the best. Just as I was making up my mind, something a bit different caught my eye. What's that? In a corner, unlike the other robes, there was a shabby-looking garment inside a dusty display case. Unlike the thick robes made with ample thread, this one was so thin it looked like plain cloth. Not only that, it wasn't flashy. A black outfit with a worn and shabby gray cloak-like thing, it was clearly different from the rest. Aletis shrugged and answered, "That one's more of a relic. An antique said to have been worn by the first wizard. It's made of engraved threads, but it has no additional functions. In fact, those who have worn it say it interferes with magic. No one even knows for sure if the legend is accurate." Would it be alright if I try it on once? Go ahead. This robe, no, it wasn't even a robe since it was made of separate top and pants, had some stretchiness to it, and aside from being a bit snug, I was able to wear it. Just as Aletis had said, it had no noticeable effect when I tried to manifest magic. But I could tell something had definitely changed. Is there an object I can try using magic on? It won't make much of a difference, but go ahead over there. Aletis pointed to a chair nearby. I immediately pressed it down using water pressure. Instantly, the water pressure crushed down on my body. It hurt. My body had only just recovered from being wrecked, and now doing something like this again made all the wounds ache. But creaky. The wooden chair crumpled. Aletis looked at me in surprise. Is that magic of the abyss? I saw it earlier as well, but it's truly fascinating. Magic that doesn't use mana. Yes. I took a breath and looked at the shattered chair. That's how much force I had used. However, I hadn't felt that much pressure on myself. My heart pounded. I'll take this one. What, are you sure? That one won't be of much help. It seems to be helpful. I looked over the shabby clothes and smiled deeply. To me it is. This outfit reduced burden, an unexpected treasure gained. When I returned to the hospital room, Elijah, who had been waiting quietly, jumped to her feet. Wow, Jern, you're wearing a robes. And then she looked shocked. First, because the robe I was wearing clearly wasn't ordinary. Second, because I had dozens of books stacked on my head. It's all that. It seemed the second reason weighed more heavily. Aletis let out a sigh and spoke. Well, I did say to take as much as you can carry, but you can just leave them here. Do you think I'd spare any support for my daughter's teacher? I appreciate the thought, but these are negotiation materials. No matter how much of a genius Duria is, she probably hasn't seen the books kept in treasure storage. Thanks to some light training in body reinforcement art, this much weight isn't an issue. Before taking Elijah along, I asked for permission. Aletis Nim, would it be alright if I took Elijah to the library? As part of her education. Even if I give permission, it might not be possible. You probably haven't heard, but recently some old monster has taken over the library in the capital. An old monster? Don't tell me it's who I think it is, seriously. I waited with a dumbfounded expression, and Aletis replied with a look that said he wasn't sure either. An elf wizard named Duria. Her personality is extremely eccentric and unpredictable, so it's best not to provoke her. Apparently, no one knows why she's even in the library. I barely held back the laughter that was about to burst out. Well, she is an elf, so being called that might be fair. I'm going to meet her. Don't worry, we're acquainted. I'm pretty sure she's occupying the library to wait for me. I got Aletis's permission while he still looked confused and headed for the library. Naturally, I was able to borrow a carriage. As I was leaving, Aletis gave me one final reminder. Next week, a few nobles who want to express their gratitude to you will come. You must be at the mansion at that time. Am I allowed to stay at the mansion? I'll give you the best room. Remember this well, from today you're one of us. I'll keep that in mind. It wasn't a bad feeling. I should tell the director I've succeeded. On the way to the library in the carriage, Elijah sat beside me with a big smile. There was something I needed to make clear. Elijah. Yeah. Even though I spoke informally, she didn't react negatively. I needed to do something a bit more. I put on a stern face and warned her. From today, I'm your teacher. You need to respect me and use formal speech. Okay, teacher, I will. Her instant reply actually left me flustered. I'm a commoner, don't you feel any resistance? What's so important about that? Elijah gave a shocking response, as if wondering what I was talking about. Jern's becoming my teacher to help me, right? That's right, but it's also for me. You have to grow so that Then I'll work even harder. Looking into her sparkling eyes, I let out a sigh. As long as she follows well, it's fine. The moment we arrived at the library, I swung open the door without hesitation. Clunk! At the center, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, stood Duria. She was still the elf with the suffocating atmosphere and deep dark circles under her eyes. Seeing her, Elijah let out a startled gasp and quickly hid behind my back. She definitely looked scary. That small sound made Duria react. She had been reading a book and after glancing this way. What is it? She resumed reading as if she couldn't care less. Is this a game of push and pull? Well, I had something prepared too. I walked over with a broad smile. I'd been holding back this line for so long. Greetings, mother. Cough. Duria's expression was it exceeded expectations. As expected, Duria, a 9-star wizard, was not to be underestimated. I will correct your 2 factual errors. In an instant, she tidied her expression and shot back with a fierce look. Adoption was not among the conditions. It was only about accepting you as a disciple. Wouldn't it be better to adopt me first if you're going to accept me as a disciple? Otherwise, I'm still affiliated with the orphanage. I wonder if that wouldn't cause legal issues. The law cannot bind me, and did you not realize from the fact that I didn't come to find you, rumors about you have not yet reached my ears? Really? I have heard about the child who saved 30 noble children. However, since I found out by asking about it myself, it doesn't count. How strict? Well, once it becomes public that I'm Elijah's teacher, she'll hear about it. It's just a matter of time. Duria sighed and reopened her book. What kind of absurd nonsense are you spouting all of a sudden, and who is that child behind you? Elijah, go greet her. Ooh. Elijah hesitated, then stepped forward and bowed her head deeply. Hello, my name is Elijah. Your disciple's disciple. I believe I said you aren't my disciple yet. She has quite an unusual disposition, so I thought Duria Nim might find her interesting. Duria Nim likes intriguing things, right? That's why you liked me too. I was fairly confident that Duria was thirsting for new knowledge was something I knew for sure. But Duria, who had let out a nasal breath, curled her lips as if to sneer. Jern, you still don't understand yourself very well. What's she talking about? That I like interesting things? Yes, that's a very aggressively shortened sentence, but it's true. I consider myself a book, and books exist to record things. It was a peculiar way of thinking. Are all elves like that? Because of that preference, I've searched. Over nearly 1,000 years, I've recorded countless things. I've seen many things and accepted even more. Thanks to that, even if I see something unfamiliar now, I can understand it. Suddenly, Duria stopped speaking, her cloudy eyes fixed on me. But I cannot understand you at all. I can't grasp anything about you, how you ended up that way, how you use this world's magic from that other world, how you think like that, nothing at all. So other than me, you're not interested. For now, yes. Duria, who casually spouted something that sounded like a stalker, took a sip of her coffee. I should carry a whistle to call the Imperial soldiers when meeting Duria in the future, I thought as I earnestly advertised Elijah. Still, she really is fascinating, you know. This kid rejects magic, even erases it. Magic breaking, magic resistance. I understood all of that over 100 years ago. Even if she can do it, it's not that surprising. She might fall into the abyss soon, though. That would be an interesting event. I'll check after that happens. She truly didn't seem interested, but it wasn't that I had no options. I originally brought this to win favor, but I could just use it like this. Please wait a moment. I went to the carriage and brought out the magic books I had packed just in case. Then let's negotiate. These are magic books I took from the noble archives, and if you just look at her for a bit, I'll let you read them.
Do you think I haven't seen these?
Even if they were in the archives, I've seen nearly all of them one way or another. Unfortunately, everything here is something I've already read.
Duria rested her chin on her hand and looked at me steadily.
Did you say nearly?
Yes.
That's right, not just that. I've read all of the Lytrud family's magic books. Even if you bring something else, it won't work.
That's actually a good thing. What did you say?
When you say nearly, it means you haven't seen all of them, right?
That's true.
By coincidence, Duria Nim wouldn't know because you haven't heard about it, but I've saved other noble children and earned their gratitude. At those words, Duria opened her eyes slightly, as if surprised. At the very least, lending a few magic books from the noble archives to the savior of a child shouldn't be that difficult, wouldn't you agree? Now, go ahead and write down the magic books you'd like to read. I'll only ask to borrow those. Slickly, I pushed paper and pen across the desk toward Duria and met her gaze directly. Satisfaction appeared in her eyes. It must have been a kind of test. You're quite eloquent. That's all I've got going for me. Then, I flicked my finger and pulled over Elijah, who had been fidgeting her fingers in the distance. Elijah, who had been hesitating, was dragged as if tied by an invisible rope.
Kaya. Explain it to me. You say she interferes with magic.
Yes. I activated elemental magic and showed how it was disrupted. Like this, can you see the flow?
You've already reached that stage.
That's fast. I only heard about it. Duria observed it closely, then shifted her gaze to Elijah. You said your name was Elijah, right?
Yes.
May I hear your enlightenment?
Hi.
An enlightenment, what is that? It's the rule for constructing the inner world that must never be shared with another wizard. Though this time, I suppose we have no choice but to hear it.
I
glared at Duria. She brushed it off lightly and shrugged at Elijah as if to say, only if you're okay with it. I can't help you if I don't hear it. No, I can tell you, but I'm not really sure what I've realized.
Duria reassured the anxious-looking Elijah.
It's nothing much, you only need to answer a few questions.
Okay. Elijah, do you believe magic truly exists?
What kind of question is that? Elijah was just as confused as I was and responded, yes, of course. My dad is a wizard too. Then do you think magic is a natural phenomenon? Elijah couldn't answer. Her lips moved slightly and then she wore a puzzled face as if she didn't understand why she was reacting that way, and she thought hard for a long time. Well, I don't know, it doesn't feel natural. Duria looked at me and smirked. She's definitely in a dangerous state. If she had answered yes to that first question, I'd have told you to prepare for her funeral. All right. Elijah, why don't you go rest in the carriage for a bit? I'll be getting a prescription from my teacher. Okay. I sent Elijah away and glared at Duria. She's still a child. You shouldn't say things like that in front of her. My apologies, the only human child I know usually regard his death with indifference, so I made a mistake. I had no words for that. Duria pulled out a piece of paper and began writing something down slowly as she continued speaking. She hasn't fallen yet. That she's in a dangerous state, however, is undeniable. Is there a way she can recover? Recover? She laughed in disbelief. All life ages with the passage of time, weakens in vitality, and reaches the conclusion known as death. Whether short-lived or long-lived, they fear and resist the inevitable end. Do you think even one being has ever escaped it? No. Exactly, aging is not something that can be cured. It is a phenomenon, a law of the world. That child's world is simply shaped that way. Changing the world is impossible, so she must adapt. I see. She's really spouting bullshit. Then can she adapt? That child is rejecting the very concept of magic. She doesn't know it herself, but she has reached the enlightenment of hatred toward magic. Hatred? Yes, because her nature is so pure and fragile, it's fortunate she hasn't even realized her own hatred. If she can maintain that heart, she won't fall. However, if you want her condition to improve, she'll need to face her own pain and overcome it. I see. The story about her mother, I should hear it again. While I was thinking that, Duria brought up something bizarre. Are you planning to make her an ally?
Pardon.
I'm asking if you're planning to make her fall.
I.
I stared at her blankly, not understanding what she was talking about. Don't be too angry, it's just a simple confirmation. Didn't you say you'd do anything to survive?
I did.
You found quite an amusing possibility. Using that rejection ability to reduce the burden on yourself, isn't that what you're thinking?
That's also true.
There's a simpler and easier method than developing that ability. Duria whispered like a demon, not an elf. Increase your allies. Fill the shortcomings of your own world with another world. It's the most rational and effective method chosen by those who fall into the abyss. Rather than slowly growing that rejection ability, making her fall and getting her accustomed to that world would be much faster. Haven't you realized that you don't have much time left?
A sweet proposal.
Yes, if you're going to keep struggling, no greater opportunity will come along. I glanced toward the carriage. A drowning person can't see ahead. They reach out and grab whatever's nearby, whether it's a life tube, another person, or anything else. I don't think that's a bad thing. No, I don't even think it's a matter of good and evil. The most important thing is one's own life. Taking a life to survive is called the law of nature. If you live within that cycle, denying it makes you nothing but a hypocrite. After following that line of thought, I answered clearly, I'll refuse.
As if she expected that, Duria asked.
May I ask why? I don't want to mistake my enemy. What do you mean by that? If we're fighting the same enemy, then I think we're allies. From the stance of fighting against one's own world, Elijah is the same as me. I had no intention whatsoever of transferring my illness just to deepen our bond as fellow patients. Duria stared at me blankly, then smiled deeply. I heard you met Crimson Circle.
Yes.
Jern, they are a group of people who made a different choice than you. What did you think of them? Truly, a bunch of fucking assholes. I never want to become like them. Do you happen to know much about those bastards? Duria stood from her seat, opened the door and walked out. Just as I wondered what that was about, she returned with an ancient document covered in dust in hand. Well, being able to teleport would be expected of a 9-star wizard. There aren't many materials. As I said earlier, they came together to survive by patching each other's wounds, though their goal was different.
What was it?
Same as any ordinary wizard, to reach the celestial realm. As I tilted my head in confusion, Duria opened the parchment and explained. You've heard that the celestial realm and the abyss are extremely close. Crimson Circle came up with a clever idea from that. To reach the sky, one must first reach the deepest depths.
Don't tell. Yes.
Their goal isn't simply to increase allies. They're doing whatever it takes to reach the celestial realm and escape from the abyss. In their terms, they call it transcendence. And what do you think of that as a 9-star wizard? It's a pitiful idea, not even worth discussing. There's a saying that what is falling has no wings. Then do you think there would be any left for what has already fallen? They cannot come back from there. However, for that goal, they've spent the past few hundred years creating and managing wizards of the abyss, and in doing so, they've succeeded in systemizing their own structures and terminology and standardizing the world.
Standardizing. Yes.
They have divided and named the corrupted world as a whole, discovering its characteristics and ways of survival. At those words, I could feel my heart pounding, so that means the deep sea may also exist within that. Seeing the look in my eyes filled with thoughts, Duria offered a piece of advice. It's unlikely that they're an organization like Crimson Circle from back then. At the very least, they definitely have their own terminology. They were babbling strange things like 3 evils.
3 evils.
I was only thinking of avoiding them, but maybe I should try making contact.
You should. However, after I've gained strength. Correct.
I was thinking of running away at the first sign of their tail, but it turned out to be the opposite. It was I who had to go looking for them. As she looked at me like that, Duria furrowed her brow and let out a sigh. I really don't understand.
Yes.
Jern, you are mentally far too mature. Your judgment is more capable than most wizards, and you possess a sense of integrity that adheres strictly to your own decisions. Sometimes you try to cross the line, but it's only to a cute degree, so I don't even get angry.
Ah, yes, thank you.
What's with this all of a sudden? That wasn't a compliment. The abyss is the end that twisted beings fall into. It's not a place for someone as mentally sound as you. That's why I'm frustrated too, I'm such a pure and delicate child. Yes, definitely in the cute range. Duria chuckled briefly and made a declaration. I had planned to wait a bit thinking it wouldn't be right to take in a dying orphan as a disciple, but that seems pointless now. You know too well how to pique my interest. The fact that you saved those children was different from my expectations, but it's a brilliant deed nonetheless. So that means, yes, I concede I'll come find you soon. Is that whole process really necessary? Seeing my sour expression, Duria answered with a smile. You'll probably be surprised. As if looking at a child who knows nothing. Once you realize what it means to others when I take someone in as my disciple. I only understood later, I should have thought about those words more carefully. Training ground? Gwalin, who demonstrated the skill of sitting formally in armor, pretended to wear a stern expression. It was because he hoped that Linmal would take what he was about to say seriously. Placing the bewildered Linmal in front of him, he opened the conversation in a heavy voice. My daughter, the time has come for you to make a choice. Yes, Dad, I've already made my choice. No, I haven't said anything yet, so what are you saying you chose? Linmal blinked her deer-like eyes as if wondering why he was asking something so obvious and answered. You've been singing about lacking protein since yesterday. I bought a bunch of meat to make rice bowls in advance. I even prepared enough for your friends, so should I call them all? Otherwise there'll be leftovers. Thank you, ahem. Gwalin cleared his throat in embarrassment. Since frugality was his creed, he had never employed maids or servants. After eating Linmal's stew, who had grown up tough in the orphanage a few times, he came to realize that grilled meat could not be called cooking. Getting kicked out of the kitchen was inevitable. To other knights, it was both a laughing matter and a source of envy. Startling talent, survival skills, and cuteness that didn't fall behind any servant. Linmal was the perfect daughter and helper. There were even knights going around touring nearby orphanages while smacking their lips. It said everything. Gwalin tried to regain the atmosphere and spoke solemnly. But this time, it's not about something like that. It's about your future. My future, I'm becoming a knight, right? That's correct. However, the question is, what kind of knight will you become? You have two paths. One is to become an ordinary knight. The other is to become a Heaven's Judgment knight. Linmal tilted her head and asked again, what's that? A knight that all others dream of and fear, the knight who kills knights. They receive a different kind of training than ordinary knights. While other knights learn to wield a sword, the Heaven's Judgment knights learn how to kill with that sword. You can't even challenge it without extraordinary talent. Hey! Linmal frowned. Not because it sounded hard, but because of something else. Why would I kill a knight? Because not all knights are good. Gwalin held back from explaining in more detail. It was still too cruel a world for a child to understand. The Heaven's Judgment Knight is a glorious position that only knights with the most outstanding talent can attain to punish corrupted knights. In my heart, I'd like to see you grow into an ordinary knight, but it would be a shame to let your talent end with just that. How about giving it a try? After a moment of thought, Linmal asked a question that threw Gwalin off. If Heaven's Judgment Knights kill knights, then what do knights kill? Well, you see. Gwalin hesitated briefly before answering with a textbook response. Originally, they were meant to deal with wizards. What? At those words, Linmal asked again in surprise. Knights were supposed to kill wizards. Ah no, that's in the past. Nowadays, wizards are all nobles, so saying such things would be a huge problem. It's just a story from an earlier era. I've decided I'll become a Heaven's Judgment Knight. Will you be alright? It will be difficult. Linmal answered firmly with a disgusted expression. Yes. If knights kill wizards, then Jern, who is a wizard, would dislike her. Absolutely not. She didn't want to be rejected by Jern. Castle Hall? In a grand room that seemed to exist solely for adornment, I was being dressed up by maids as I asked with discomfort in my voice. Do I really have to go this far? Yes, you were the one who said it. Remember all the details of the setting, right? Yes, what about Elijah? We said she was injured. Good. It's best not to bring up anything strange. After barely finishing the dressing process and stepping out in a bluish outfit, Aletis looked me over as if finding it peculiar. Is it strange? Not exactly strange, but it's odd. Isn't that the same thing? Aletis chose his words carefully as he explained. Your eyes, is there any way to deal with them? It doesn't seem to be a problem, but still. Huh. You don't know. I received a hand mirror from a maid and reflected my face in it. There was no focus. Deep and dark, it was a pair of eyes that even I found to be somewhat unpleasant yet mysterious, strange in the literal sense, hovering somewhere between eerie and mystical. Of course, my original eyes weren't like this. I didn't know exactly, but it must be one of the burdens. As long as I could see forward clearly, it was fine. I shrugged and answered, if it gives me a mysterious vibe, then that's good. All right, let's go. There was no need to be too nervous. As he said, it was something like an awards ceremony to commend me. A slightly solemn atmosphere, say a few words of what I want, and that would be it. That thought ended the moment I stepped inside. Good to see you all. It's been 3 years since we gathered like this. I never thought I'd come to this place while still alive. Rather than nobles, it was more like the physique of gladiators. Rough, intimidating monsters sat at a round table glaring at a lettuce. Are these really nobles? I barely managed to hide my appalled expression. They looked more like knights than wizards. I still haven't forgotten what happened at the last hunting festival. What a coincidence, neither have I. Some nobles tried to provoke each other, but a lettuce received it all smoothly, seated himself in the highest seat with me standing beside him. As I stood awkwardly, the most grotesque-looking bald noble stood up with wide eyes. He looked at me, veins popping on his bald head, and slowly walked over. His hand twitched, seemingly about to strike, but he barely held back. The noble stood close enough for his breath to touch me, and asked in a low voice, "Are you Jern?"
Yes.
"The one who saved my son?"
Yes.
Thud, the floor shook. The noble had knelt down. With an almost tearful expression, he grabbed my hand. "Ku Kage, thank you. If not for you, Hewins would have been in serious danger."
Ah, Hewins is.
Yes, my useless son spoke endlessly about you. Said you were the greatest wizard he had ever seen. Truly, thank you. I will somehow, by all means, repay this debt.
Thank you.
As I stood there bewildered, holding that fervent hand, other nobles began to approach one by one. You have my respects. You did incredibly well at such a young age. Is there something you want? I'll give you enough gold to build a mountain. They were completely different from their grotesque appearances. Before being nobles, they were fathers. Saving their child's life seemed to be enough for them to overcome the boundaries of status and express gratitude. As I received thanks one by one, a lettuce cleared his throat and gathered attention. Ahem, everyone, please focus. There's something I must tell you about this boy Jern. First, you need to explain why you were detaining Jern. Even if he's a commoner, he's still a part of the Empire. Why was he under your management, a lettuce? That's something I will explain as well. This child, Jern, was actually Elijah's private tutor. The nobles looked puzzled. You all know that my daughter Elijah has been slow in manifesting her magic. I searched everywhere to find a solution and discovered Jern at the orphanage. A lettuce who patted my head continued. It was my first time seeing a natural-born wizard. You know, there's that superstition that natural-born wizards are more beloved by mana than ordinary wizards.
You mean you actually believed such a superstition?
There were that many signs. Under the title of private tutor, I kept him close, thinking he might somehow help Elijah, and look at what he's achieved. You never know how life will turn out. Huh, so he was affiliated with your side from the beginning. The nobles didn't particularly raise any objections. They seemed to have been wondering, we're grateful he saved them, but who is this kid and what was he doing where? So they couldn't find a reason to object to this clear answer. Then I suppose we should thank you as well, a lettuce. I'll forget what happened during the hunting festival. That's welcome news. However, it was like catching a mouse with a cow's backward step, so if you need to thank anyone, thank Jern.
Of course we should.
Now that their doubts were cleared, they asked something else.
What kind of magic did you use to save the children?
My level is still quite low, so I could only use elemental magic. I decided not to mention that I had fallen. What I learned from this battle was that the imbalance of information was the greatest weapon. I wanted to keep my sharpest fangs hidden. When I only showed my wind magic, the nobles smiled and began chatting. Wahaha, quite precise. He'll become a great wizard someday. Indeed, but I noticed your hands twitch when you emit mana. Why is that?
Just an unconscious habit.
That won't do. A fat noble spread his hand and created wind with a skill that couldn't even be compared to mine. Here, try it like this. In the future, the wind will blow and you are merely projecting what you've seen like this.
Yes.
Now that I thought about it, all these nobles were top-class wizards, see. One explanation and he gets it right away. Truly remarkable, if only he had been born with noble blood. In this warm atmosphere of veterans teaching a newbie, a cold voice that echoed through the hall brought the nobles to a halt. But he's still a commoner.
I.
A brief silence fell, the nobles looked displeased and turned around in protest. Rohan, is that really important right now? If I spoiled the mood, I apologize, I didn't mean to criticize.
Boy.
The noble called Rohan, who had been sitting in the very back, didn't look much different from the other nobles. Except for one thing, his hair was black. I shrugged and replied, "It's fine, it's just a fact." I had no intention of overstepping my place. If I offended you, I'm sorry. I wasn't foolish enough to antagonize a noble. After hearing my polite answer, Rohan gave a deep smile. Rohan. Even if he is a commoner, he's the benefactor who saved our children. What kind of nonsense is that? When Aletis spoke with a rising tone, Rohan lightly raised his hand to calm him down. If my words were unpleasant, I apologize, it's just regret. What are you talking about? He's accomplished something truly admirable and is exceptionally talented, but isn't his background lowborn? Not being a noble, he'll have fewer opportunities to learn. Even if we do our best to help him pursue a life as a wizard, he'll face many restrictions. Isn't that right? The issue is whether that's something to bring up here and now. You're being too sharp. What I meant was, I'd like to offer him a better choice. A look of doubt crossed Aletis's face. Rohan kept smiling as he rose from his seat and approached Jern.
Yes.
I wasn't particularly nervous. What was he going to say? That it doesn't make sense for a lowborn to have saved the children? That the children escaped on their own and this guy just pretended to do something and deceived the other children? That I'm a minion of Crimson Circle, or maybe related to them? No matter how petty the slander might be, I had already prepared for it. I would speak fluently without stuttering and say everything. Would you consider becoming my illegitimate son?
What?
That wasn't part of the plan. Surprise shattered my expression and broke through as Rohan began to explain, as if he expected this reaction. I can confidently say this is a more attractive offer than anything the other nobles could give. You will be treated as a noble, and if anyone dares to criticize your commoner origins, it will be considered an insult to our house's honor. The academy, of course you can attend, I'll spare no support. Isn't that the least we can do for a benefactor? It was the best treatment imaginable. Even if it was as an illegitimate son, was it really right to accept some unknown commoner orphan into a noble family? When I looked around at the nobles, it seemed even they were shocked by how drastic the offer was. No, Rohan, no matter how grateful you are, this is a bit much. Oh, come now, isn't this the least one can do for a benefactor? Or do you think saving a child's life isn't a big deal? That's not what I meant. I don't particularly discriminate against people based on their origins. And someone who's demonstrated this level of talent well, I believe he's qualified. Rohan, with a confident expression that didn't even consider the possibility of me rejecting him, extended his hand. Now what do you think, Jerns? It's an honorable offer, but it's a bit sudden. Haha, no need to decline. If you take this hand, you won't be Jern anymore, you'll be Jern of Rogmalin. That's all there is to it. What was I supposed to do with this? I was rolling the words around in my mouth when, clatter, the doors to the hall suddenly burst open. The first to react was Aletis. Who's him? It's you. I thought everyone invited was already here. Those proud nobles quickly averted their gazes. Not a single one of them could meet eyes with the woman who entered with her heavy dark circles. Wait, why is she here?
Durcia. Why are you here?
Aletis let out a sigh and added an explanation. I suppose I was late to mention it, this elf will also be participating. What for? You'll hear that now. Durcia approached me without a care. Tap tap, her heeled footsteps echoed through the hall as her decadent face moved up beside me. I cleared my throat and asked, "What brings you here? Do you two know each other?" Yes, well, somewhere between less than a mentor and more than an acquaintance. Not anymore.
Sorry.
Duria, looking slightly annoyed, turned her gaze to Rohan and brushed her hair behind her ear as she declared. I've come to take my disciple. What? Are you deaf? Jern, this child is my disciple. That. As the nobles froze, Duria grabbed my hand and pulled me toward her. Wait a moment, didn't you say you'd come for me later? I've changed my mind. I don't want to turn you into a machine that only learns preordained magic. Let's go. Wait, what are you? Before I knew it, I was being dragged out like luggage in front of all the watching nobles. The last words I heard stuck in my memory a bit. Didn't she refuse to take even the princess as a disciple? I heard she demanded a small country as compensation. Thud, the door closed, but I was no longer in Aledis's castle. It was a familiar library. After blinking for a moment, I immediately protested. Dursianim, what exactly is going on here? Being dragged away right when I was about to gain something from those nobles left me stunned. Duria flinched slightly, sat in a chair and let out a sigh. I'm sorry, I'll let those people know what they need to give you next time. No, well, it's not like you need to apologize. Receiving an apology made me feel more awkward than anything. Duria, perhaps realizing she had overstepped, rubbed her forehead and offered an excuse. To be honest, I was planning to just sit in and listen for a while, but I didn't expect that Rohan would make such an offer. Judging by your personality, Jern, you probably would have accepted it. Yeah, I was kind of tempted. Honestly, if Duria hadn't interfered, I probably would have taken his hand. You shouldn't have. Why? I could be his illegitimate son and your disciple. Duria shook her head firmly. The magic nobles learn is standardized, not something new but a repetition of the old. It's not creation, it's imitation. I didn't want you to learn that. Is that so? I didn't really know. In that case, I guess she was right to stop me. As I nodded my head, Duria, with an apologetic expression, flicked her finger and handed me a strange box that appeared from midair. Decorated with ribbons and wrapping paper, it looked oddly familiar. I didn't want to give it this way, but it's a gift. It's an unspoken tradition that when a mentor accepts a disciple, they present a magic tool that the disciple will use for life. This is a magic tool I crafted myself, so it should suit you better than anything else. Thank you. So she was the type to give gifts too. The slight resentment I had left completely faded. A magic tool from a 9-star wizard, what could it be? A staff? A magic orb? Or maybe a broom? With a bit of excitement I opened it only to find it was none of those. A pipe. A golden cylinder pipe that looked like a piece of plumbing pipe, no decoration at all, just a plain cylindrical pipe. Still, I wasn't disappointed. It was a gift from Duria after all, and one for my initiation. It must have some amazing function. What is this? Please don't misunderstand what I'm about to say. Duria spoke in a casual tone as if it was nothing. From now on, I'm going to insert that into your body, Jern. I alternated my gaze between the golden pipe and Duria. What kind of expression are you making? I'm not sure how I should interpret this. It would be easier to show you directly. Duria suddenly began searching through a pile of miscellaneous junk nearby. Yes, a pile of miscellaneous junk. Taking a look around, the library no longer resembled the clean space I saw at first. It was now crammed full of various research tools and reagents. It was a public library, but she used it alone. They said the law couldn't restrain her. That seemed to be true. Snap, screech. Among it all, Duria took out a cage containing a white rat. It wasn't dead, it was alive. What's with the rat? As I stood there confused, Duria poured water from a kettle into the cage. The rat struggled to survive, but as the cage gradually filled with water, it eventually had no space to breathe. I watched as the struggling rat's movements slowed. Well, what do you think? So, is this like a warning that if I don't listen, this is what will happen to me? Keep watching until the end. Looking again, I saw that the rat was now swimming, completely fine. Unlike before, it didn't appear to be in pain. Slightly surprised, I blinked and asked, is that perhaps liquid one can breathe in? No, it's something I made so one can breathe. Duria gestured with her eyes toward the golden pipe I was holding. It's a respiratory support device I crafted myself. Once implanted into the body, it allows breathing in any environment. More precisely, it enables survival even without breathing. I covered my mouth and laughed. I had vaguely been thinking I would somehow manage to breathe using wind magic. I never expected such a clear solution to come out of nowhere. Smiling broadly, I kept bowing my head. Thank you. This is more valuable than gold or jewels. I'm glad you seem to recognize its worth. An artifact created by a 9-star wizard is a treasure in and of itself.
It really is. Durcia looked slightly smug.
Well, I was willing to let her be a bit conceited. I just got handed this incredible magical tool after all.
Excuse me, master.
Are we suddenly clarifying titles now? I see, that may be necessary, disciple.
That doesn't quite fit.
No, it's not that. I pointed to the rat in the cage. It was floating because it had died. Why did it suddenly die? Durcia shrugged like it was nothing. Rats can't use mana. They can't last long. What do you mean by that? Artifacts naturally consume mana, that's common knowledge. Once you implant this respiratory support device, you'll have to continuously channel mana into it 24 hours a day. That's impossible. I can't just stay awake all the time. You'll have to train your consciousness to do it instinctively, even while asleep. There's no other way.
Other side effects.
From the moment of implantation, you will no longer be able to breathe through normal means. That means if you don't channel mana, you'll die. I looked at the pipe with a reluctant expression, so it wasn't a perfect solution. Durcia looked at me and gave a meaningful smile. Well, we can postpone it for now. Once you've become more accustomed to magic, ask me then and I'll implant it for you. That time is now. I handed the pipe to Durcia. Feigning surprise, Durcia asked again, are you sure?
You knew I'd say this, didn't you? It's better to get things like this over with quickly.
There's not a thing I can hide from you, but I didn't say to delay it just for show. As one who has come closest to becoming an archmage, a 9-star wizard, I speak as a teacher who cherishes her student. I'd strongly advise against it.
And as Durcia.
For someone like you, survival is excessive desire. If you're going to be stubborn, be prepared for the consequences. That must be how she truly feels. I never dreamed of such a sweet relationship as that between master and disciple. If my struggle could satisfy her curiosity, then it was a cheap price to pay. I placed the pipe into Durcia's hand. How will the procedure be carried out? I have no experience in surgical operations, so I made it this way.
It shouldn't hurt much, so don't worry.
What? The tip of the pipe turned sharp. There was no time to run. It spun and floated upward, then pierced straight through my heart.
Kohuk. It doesn't hurt, does it?
You're right. It stung just a little. Not even blood flowed, and as I watched in wonder, the pipe slowly pushed itself deeper into my body and began to spread. I didn't quite understand, but it seemed to latch onto my organs. If I had to rate it, definitely a no. Pain aside, it felt extremely unpleasant. Thank you for the gift, master. Still, I didn't forget to express my gratitude. Even hypocrisy is a virtue. No matter what she hoped to gain from me, if it helped me, I could gladly accept it. I heard it earlier too, but it doesn't sound so bad. With a faint smile, Durcia brought over some old magic tomes that had been nearby. These are the courses you'll be learning from now on. You mainly use wind magic among the elemental spells, don't you? Yes, I thought it was the closest method to solve the drowning issue. Though I probably don't need it anymore. You made a good choice. When learning intermediate magic, it's better to focus intensively on one element rather than dabbling in many. Intermediate magic, I've heard of it. It's about combining elemental magic, right? Yes, elemental magic creates simple phenomena. Only when you begin to combine those phenomena and venture into areas beyond understanding does it become true magic. Just hearing that doesn't help me understand it very well. It's the difference between creating a fireball and creating a living fireball. And starting from now, under my instruction, I'm completely banning the use of Abyss Realm magic. Wait, hold on, why? I had planned to follow along with most of her lessons, but I instinctively pushed back at that. I had just found a way to even slightly solve the water pressure. If I combined my magic with elemental magic, wouldn't I get better results? Yes, that could happen. Then why? Instead of replying, Durcia came over and pushed me hard in the chest. Naturally, I fell backward much more slowly. I wasn't hurt. When the back of my head hit the floor, it made only a soft tap. I knew the burden had increased, but to this extent. I let out a sigh and got up from the floor. I didn't think it was this bad. Did you predict this? I saw from your walk that you were pushing through something. It became so convenient that I kept using it. At some point I stopped feeling resistance. I'm not blaming you. Telling you not to use that power would be like telling a bird not to use its wings. That would be foolish. However, we must set a limit.
A limit. Yes.
If you gain any deeper understanding of your magic beyond this, an even greater burden will be placed on you. At the very least, wait until you've completed enough training to withstand that burden.
Thank you.
Currents, current sense, water pressure, I guess I'll have to seal all of them. Duria tilted her head, then asked again, I understand the first and third, but what's the second one?
It'll be quicker to show you.
Try holding your fingers behind your back. You switched to 3, now 4. No, stop changing them. 9. Duria furrowed her brow and looked at me in disbelief.
Your progress is too fast. It's not strange for a bird to fly, is it?
It is strange for one to fly before its feathers have even dried. This isn't something to speak lightly of. Absolutely do not use it without my permission. I'll keep that in mind. I'll seal it and focus on refining my magic.
When did I ever say I'd teach you magic?
Open it. Of course, I assumed it was a magic tome, but the book contained something I was familiar with.
Body reinforcement art, haha.
It can't be helped, Jern. For now, you need to be mindful of the burden. Even if you can't withstand pressure, you should first forge a steel-like body that won't be swept away by the burden.
No, I think I can skip the first stage.
This time, Duria tilted her head in confusion. I handed over a copy of the knight's body reinforcement art I had been carrying inside my coat. Where did you get this?
I have my ways.
Ha. We laughed as we looked at each other. Breathing and body reinforcement art, you arrived at the same conclusions as I did. Though your methods are on a whole different level.
That's just a difference in the tools we have access to. Let's see, it should take about a month.
For what exactly? No sooner had she said that, the pipe fully embedded itself inside my body. At the same time, I began to suffocate. Whoop.
Duria calmly advised me as she looked on.
Circulate your mana. Just imagine pouring it directly into the respirator. Only then will you be able to breathe.
Still, I couldn't actually breathe, but strangely, the sensation of suffocation disappeared.
I looked down at my arms and legs, impressed. Piwa, this is amazing. Will I be able to do this even while I sleep? You must, but that alone isn't enough. You must be able to do it unconsciously during intense combat or even while unconscious. Otherwise, the smallest mistake will kill you.
You have a training method, right?
Yes, learning with your body is the fastest way.
Duria showed me a poster that had been tucked between the books. On it was written, End of term combat exam/children's division. Naturally, I was confused. What is this?
It's a combat match that noble children participate in for the first time. I want you to join it. You must internalize it. The act of channeling mana must happen before thought. Go and get hit as much as possible. If you pass out, ask them to pour water on you. In a situation where I would pass out if I didn't consciously channel mana. I thought about it for a long time, then made up my mind. Please take the pipe out.
I can't.
Apparently that wasn't an option. Duria had taken on a disciple. It didn't take long for that rumor to spread. What? Wait, didn't that elf even turn down the princess? She did. Just how brilliant a talent did she see to choose them? Which noble house is the child from? A 9 stars wizard. Such people do not take on disciples easily. So, while people were surprised when she rejected the princess, they understood. A wizard of that level would only move for talent that could astonish even herself. That was the evaluation. A CC commoner with a natural-born body. So this part became a problem. Also, wasn't he the private tutor of that inferior student Aletis found in the orphanage? No, what on earth? With a rumor that shattered common sense, the noble tea parties heated up over and over again. However, the conclusion always converged to a single point. It had no other choice. Just how exceptional is he? The disciple chosen by the woman who had rejected the princess, a commoner, an orphan. A mixed blood who wasn't even worth acknowledging. No matter what achievement he had, like saving other children, no sane person would choose someone like that. It wasn't as if Duria gave bonus points for benevolence like saving others. Then just how brilliant and dazzling must his talent be? The rumors continued to grow like a mountain. A gulp. And Elijah, who had come closest to uncovering that mystery, swallowed dryly in front of the library. She knew that, contrary to public opinion, Jern wasn't particularly superior compared to others, that he was an ordinary boy not so different from herself. That was why she believed all the suspicions that had arisen in just 2 weeks might be tormenting Jern. That's what she thought. I need to comfort him. Elijah gripped the letter in her hand tightly. She had been summoned under the pretense of a first lesson. To this library, her hand trembled. The thought of having to face Durcia's piercing gaze again sent shivers down her spine. Even so, for the sake of Jern, who had saved her, she opened the door. Clack. Excuse me, Kaya. Elijah screamed the moment she opened the door. Not bad, let's go again. Jern, with his legs bound, was submerged headfirst in a water-filled cylinder. Jern, you're really out of your mind. She let out a sigh as she watched Durcia shove his head back into the water.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.